Kentucky Derby official station. This is the Kentucky Derby Festival's Thunder Over Louisville.
It's finally here. Welcome to Thunder Over Louisville right here on Wave. I'm Shannon Kogan.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kevin Hart. And get settled in for a day of Thunder coverage like never before. We have you covered for the next 9 hours. In fact, 4 military demos. This will be something unlike you've never seen before because it rivals most air shows in the country.
It certainly does. You know, most air shows have 1 military demo. We have 4. We're going to be bringing you all of the action from all over Wave Country.
And 2 of those F-35 demos that you're watching here, this is just a preview of what's to come. 1 from the Air Force, 1 from the Navy. It is going to be spectacular.
And we are all over. We're going to be coming to you live from the Science Center, from the Muhammad Ali International Airport, Slugger Field, all the action there.
Yeah, and don't forget the Command Center is a place to be. We've got you covered there. And on the Indiana side, we find John Bowl and Myra Ansari. You've got a great view there with the city in the background.
Except the wind blowing in. Hey, guys, you know, at a time when we have been reporting many of the things wrong with our community, this is so awesome because now we get to start this 2-week span of reporting all the things that are great about living around here. And on this particular day, I mean, what's better than jets with jorts, right?
Yeah.
Fireworks with fire water. A lot of fire water going on down here. Cornhole and corn dogs, drones, and smartphones.
And the weather today, it is just beautiful, John. Walking around earlier, great to see families together, kids already having fun, people finding that perfect spot to watch everything Thunder related today. You know, we've got a better and brighter fireworks show and the drone show. Let me tell you, it is like telling a story in the sky. You've got 300 drones. That's a lot.
I love how every year you hear better
Yeah.
and brighter, right? But this, they put numbers to it. There's 8 times better, 8 times faster, 6 times brighter lights. They're going to be telling us stories. And we're going to do something a little bit different this year. We're going to be carrying live music spread out throughout the day. We call it the Thunder After Party, coming up later as well. Kayla Giffrin, Kevin Niehoff, Kevin and Lauren, and Kevin Jaggers. And our MC for that, we got somebody better than Ryan Seacrest. We're going to go to David Mattingly, who's watching that all go down right over here at the Jefferson.
I just hope he gets on the stage and kind of sings as well today.
He's kind of old school, though, like Dick Clark, too.
Yeah.
We don't know what we're going to get. All right, well, we'll get to that. It's going to be great pacing today if you're going to stay with us for the long haul as we take you through this with live music interspersed between the air show and all the stories we've got for you. It's going to be fantastic. But there are some weather issues like the wind right now that we are concerned about in terms of launching this thing. So let's get over to Tawana at the Science Center.
Yeah, I'm over here at the Kentucky Science Center, and my braid today is going to be our anemometer. As it blows, you know the wind is starting to pick up a little bit more. So what we're keeping an eye on, of course, the wind. So far, the radar not showing much in the area. We are seeing more of those clouds overhead as we're gearing up for Thunder Blast here at the Kentucky Science Center. So far, things are looking pretty good as we're kicking off Thunder Over Louisville, but of course, we're keeping an eye on the radar and the wind throughout the rest of the day. But we're also keeping an eye on the Muhammad Ali International Airport because that is where Ryan Hoke is right now, living his best life. I know you are thriving with all of those amazing planes behind you.
Yeah, Tawana, this is a dream for a lot of aviation fanatics to be out here on the flight line, the Kentucky Air National Guard here at the Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport. The Toledo, Ohio-based F-16 squadron here started their engines about 15 minutes ago. They're going to be off and in the air here pretty shortly. We've also got so many military aircraft from the A-10 to the F-35s. We'll keep you updated on all the operations out here. Before we get back to Kevin and Shannon, I want to give you the first of a series of Hokie Thunder facts. Basically, they're Hokie weather facts having to do with Thunder Over Louisville. And the first one has to do with the clouds, cloud ceiling. What is the minimum cloud base height, called a ceiling, for the Thunder Over Louisville Air Show? Well, that minimum ceiling is 1,000 feet above the ground. But for the full air show with all those vertical maneuvers, you need a 3,000-foot ceiling. Looks like we're pretty good on that count. It's mainly the wind today, Kevin and Shannon, that we'll be really watching for. And it is gusting out here quite a bit, actually.
All right, Ryan, thank you. Those latest gusts, Shannon, 24 miles an hour from the airport. We'll watch that. You know, Tawana mentioned looking at the radar. It looks like we're going to escape most, if not all, of any rain because
Perfect.
the chance is so low. The wind may be the biggest factor for the parachutist. Ryan was talking about that ceiling. We're at 7,000 feet. And as we roll throughout the afternoon, we'll explain why some clouds in the sky actually a good thing for the air show.
Right, you can actually see the planes much better as you look live at our beautiful city as we're getting ready for Thunder Over Louisville to start. There's the countdown for you. Much more action coming up here on Wave.
It's Thunder through the decades. You're watching it right here on Wave. We look forward to bringing you all the excitement today. It's palpable out here. You can feel it as the folks are making their way downtown, lining the waterfront. Shannon, it is going to be a fun afternoon.
It certainly is, and it's all going to start with the national anthem sung by a local woman, and I had a chance to meet up with her.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light?
Carolyn Dawson has been singing the national anthem before crowds since 1996. She was working at the Louisville Motor Speedway then and told the owner she wanted to audition.
He goes, let's hear it. And I was like, right now? He goes, yeah, right now. So I sang for him on that Friday night after the races were finished, and he says, all right, you're singing tomorrow night. We're so gallantly streaming.
She now performs as many as 75 times a year for free.
This kind of became my personal duty to country.
She says since 9/11, the words took on a deeper meaning for her.
I've had people come up to me after I've performed and tell me they've never heard such emotion in the national anthem. Gave proof through the night that our flag.
The largest crowd she's ever sang before was nearly 50,000, nowhere near the number of people at Thunder Over Louisville.
I nervously pace until I have the microphone, and then you'd have to fight me for it. For the land of the free and the home of the brave.
So she will be singing from the 24th floor balcony at the Galt House. And Kevin, she's a little afraid of heights.
Yeah, just don't look down.
Yeah, but she says she's going to be okay. She's so excited. And she's also a volunteer with Honor Flight Bluegrass. So she's very patriotic indeed.
Can't wait to hear that. Of course, all of the speakers they have lining the banks of the Ohio River can be heard from so far away, perhaps even as far away as Lynn Family Stadium. That's where we find the Ninkies. Hey, guys, how are you?
Hey, Kevin.
Hey, Kevin. Hey, Shannon. Yep, Lynn Family Stadium is not just for the soccer fans today, though. There are plenty of them here. I'm Kathleen Ninke.
I'm Josh Ninke. Folks have been here since 6 a.m. We had some of the tailgaters show up real dark and early to get ready for all the fun that Thunder's got going on this year.
What you see behind us is a Lynn Family Stadium that's not full yet, but we know it will be because what a view of the fireworks that we'll have behind us. And the air show, too. I can see a 3-year-old right in front of me who's got some great old-school aviator headgear on. We have fans young and old ready for a great show, and they'll be broadcasting the Lou City away game on this gigantic jumbotron behind us. Right now, Wave News is on, which is exactly what we like to see.
This is only the second time that Lynn Family Stadium has hosted a big Thunder party, and so far there have been so many people showing up, and I think this is going to be one of the best places to watch everything going on here today.
The folks we've spoken to say, yeah, they came out here, they took a chance on Lynn Family Stadium for Thunder last year. This year, it's not a chance. They know it will be a great show, and the whole stadium is open, so that means you've got the great food that Lynn Family Stadium always has, and the bathrooms.
Yes, can't beat that. There's also plenty of food trucks out in the back, a big family fun zone in the fan zone area. Pretty much anybody has a great time out here today.
Absolutely. So thanks for checking in with us here at Lynn Family Stadium. Just one of the many great views to watch Thunder over Louisville. We will see you back with more Wave Thunder right after the break.
R&B Roofing and Remodeling.
The weather has always helped define Thunder through the decades, sometimes good, sometimes not. Like in 2005, the worst Thunder weather on record, 35 degrees with even some freezing drizzle. Still, 350,000 people turned out on the banks of the Ohio to watch Thunder Rocks in a year that Mother Nature rocked Thunder. "35 degrees and sleet." It's chilly out here with this wind, but nothing like that.
Oh, yeah. I remember it because it was sticking to my face, and it was just like sticking. But everybody loved the fireworks. That's the most important thing.
Absolutely. Everyone loved the show no matter what. That's the key thing. I mean, today when the wind doesn't blow as bad, it's not terrible out. But when that wind does blow, it's certainly got the chill to it. But it's been a steady flow behind us here. One of the gates at Slugger Field, nonstop. We got a doubleheader going on here against Charlotte, and we're ahead right now from first game. So
we are ahead. It's exciting. There's already been 2 home runs, and the crowd has been cheering, and every now and then they play this music where it's like, you gotta move a little. Come on.
Yeah, I can't.
Okay,
I can't
never mind.
move.
That's what they do. That's what
one of the
we've
biggest
been doing.
crises we've had so far is Don G. It was 50 cents short on getting cotton candy, and that's become a big ordeal here today. So make sure to bring cash when you come down to get
Bring
food.
cash. I was walking around behind the cotton candy man like, please let me have just a little bit of cotton candy. And I was short 50 cents. I want to tell you, though, that there's a lot that goes on to make this happen. I know you see our faces, and we thank you for always joining us, but we've got an unbelievable team at Wave News that really works hard to make all of this happen, so we hope you'll stay with us all through the day. But I want to take you behind the scenes so you can see all the work that goes behind bringing it to your family. Have you ever wondered what it takes to get our great coverage of Thunder Over Louisville on the air? We need to thank our engineering team, Jim Sears, Steve Kirkland, Bob Hinkle, Zach Parker, and L.A. Davis. The 5 of them have been working for months to make sure we have every piece of equipment, every camera, every live signal, every inch of fiber run and cables tested prior to today's broadcast. This video was shot earlier this month in the basement at Wave as they prepared the Engineering Command Center. This broadcast takes months to prepare for, and we couldn't do it without them. And there's some new things going on, too. Over the river with our family in Indiana at the Jefferson. It's a new venue. It's totally full. There's live music going on. We're going to have like a live concert.
It's one of many things we're still going to feature for you guys here as our coverage continues of Thunder Over Louisville right here on Wave. Stay with us. More to come.
Anna will be part of Thunder Over Louisville. I have Renee here, and you all have been a sponsor for 24 years. Why are you sticking around for so long?
Yeah, it's so crazy to think it's been 24 years. You know, this is an amazing event for the community, engaging the community. Our team members look so forward to Thunder, and I think just the festival in general. So yeah, I mean, it's awesome to be part of this.
What's your favorite part about being part of it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Thunder. I mean, one of the most amazing fireworks show in the country. You know, an amazing air show, but just all of the events. You know, it's always fun to be able to bring your families to all of this, and our team members enjoy it. So it's just awesome.
And why is it so important for you all to be able to support such a big event that happens? I mean, it highlights our community and brings in so many people too.
Yeah, and I think that's why, right? I think it's important that we engage with our communities and that we're a big part of the community. You know, at Caesar Southern Indiana, you know, we're where grown-ups like to play, you know, so it's fun for us and exciting that we can have these opportunities to be able to bring out the communities and everyone get together and have their families and have a great time. It's exciting.
Now, what's your favorite part about Thunder? Is it the air show, or do you like the fireworks, or even the drones now?
Yeah, the drone show. I mean, it's all the above, right? I mean, it's just incredible. It's an incredible production, you know, it's incredible for the community. But the drone show, it's going to be really exciting.
All right. Well, Renee from Caesar Southern Indiana, thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you.
All right.
Thunder Through the Decades is sponsored by R&B Roofing and Remodeling.
Thunder sure has grown through the decades. The very first one might seem humble compared to the spectacle that we know today. It started 34 years ago with 5,000 balloons dropping into the old Cardinal Stadium. The soundtrack ran on reel-to-reel. Still, it was a groundbreaking and ground-shaking event. When the first Thunder exploded in 1990, it was the largest fireworks display in Kentucky history, which would soon become the largest annual show in all of North America.
And John, when you think about how through the decades Thunder has grown so much, you got to be bigger and better every year, right?
Yep.
The bar only goes up.
But sometimes you have to kind of return to your roots, too. I'm not going to give away the soundtrack list, but they're going to go back in time with some of the songs during the fireworks day. Okay. Once upon a time, we had American Bandstand, and then we had a little Soul Train, and then we moved on to American Idol, and now we got The Voice. And through it all, David Mattingly was watching it all, and now Thunder has progressed to the point where we're going to bring you live music too. At least on Wave, we're going to do that as our Thunder cover. So let's get over to the Jefferson. David Mattingly has the first ever live music.
That's right, John. And what a beautiful day we have here on the banks of the Ohio on the Indiana side. Right now, she was born in Louisville, raised in Austin, Indiana. State lines. Let's hear it for Kayla Griffith.
Don't wanna go back to Indiana. I've got everything I need in the backseat of my car. Yeah, I left you in the whiskey. Every single memory right there in that hometown bar. With the same bartender pouring you all your shots. The same one that you lied about to me and you got caught. Should've let me just go on home that night instead of slamming doors and causing a fire, yelling at the top of our lungs under the street light. Cried over you for the last time. Tell everyone I've lost my mind. Ain't it funny how you only tell your side? I left town, spending your life at the Hardy's Cafe every Saturday night. You were in that old downtown bar tonight, throwing them back with the boys like everything's alright. And I'm crossing state lines. I never wanna hear your name again.
And welcome back. We are just seconds away now from the start of Thunder Over Louisville. Kevin?
We know that the aircraft are in the air. The Golden Knights are in the air. We are getting ready to start the show with a bang and a roar coming through the skies. And we'll begin every year with the national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, let us take you up to the Command Center balcony on the 24th floor where Carolyn Dawson is singing the national anthem.
Looks like they're changing out a microphone for her. She's a local woman, has sung the national anthem many times, and this is a moment that she's so excited for.
We're so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Yes, the air show at Thunder is underway, and do we have the perfect guy to watch it with today?
Rob Givens is a true American hero and a big fan of Thunder. He's flown in the show 3 times. First in 1997 as the right wing of the Air Force Thunderbirds. He's also flown more than 100 combat missions in F-16s and A-10s over Iraq and a bomber mission over Afghanistan, dodging enemy fire of all kinds.
Big, large balls of fire going off near your airplane, leaving black puffs of smoke, and was fortunate enough to be missed every time, or I outflew them. Yeah, I've been awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross twice for heroism.
He also has a Bronze Star.
I was awarded the Bronze Star in 2012 for my actions as the director of the Combined Air Operations Center at Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar.
Rob Givens retired from the Air Force as a brigadier general. He's one of Louisville's favorite sons, and now he's come back home to watch Thunder with us.
That's right, we have the real Top Gun right here, the one and only Brigadier General Rob Givens, and he's like a walking Wikipedia of plane knowledge.
Well, let's jump into that, Rob, because the planes that just went by were the F-16s, the Viper as they're called. You flew those when you were flying with the Thunderbirds.
That is correct. Yeah, I'm tearing up a little bit, getting to hear the F-16 fly again. It's great. I don't know who that young guy was you had on those pictures, but yeah, so this is a neat way to start things off. Obviously, it's something that happens all the time after the national anthem. We love to have flyovers. The Ohio guys, these guys are from the Ohio Air National Guard, did a fantastic job, and now we get a chance to see what they're doing.
How fast can those go?
The F-16 can go 2 times the speed of sound. So
that's 1,500 miles an hour?
Yes, across the ground, right? So it depends on indicated airspeed on how high it is, whatever. But let's just say that the police would pull you over for that speed, yeah. And it's a highly capable airplane. We still use it in the United States today. It's actually one of the most produced fighters around the globe, and it's slowly being replaced by the F-35, which we'll get a chance to see a little later.
And how incredible is this air show that we have stacked up today? I mean, I know we're getting off with the F-16s, but this is just a small taste of what's to come.
You got to let that breathe a bit, you know, that sound. Yeah, it's a great air show. We've got, Thunder Over Louisville every year is a great chance to bring air power to the American public. let the city hear the sound as these jets light their afterburners and go by. And you think this is loud. When you hear the F-35 later today, it's going to really be amazing.
Wow, that is just beautiful, isn't it? How challenging is it to fly this as they were in the beginning, so close together?
So you'll see guys in formation today, jet aircraft and propeller aircraft, and with the wind conditions, they're going to be working a little hard today because it's bouncing them around quite a bit. Even jets as advanced as an F-16 or F-35, you do have to deal with the wind. So you'll see them positioning themselves to always be in the center of the aerobatic box.
Wow.
Oh, you can
look at this shot here. So this is what it looks like if you were flying one of those F-16s right now in formation.
That's correct. That's my old team, the Thunderbirds, and so I would be up on the right side, and as you can see, you're really close together. When they say 3 feet or less, they're not kidding. You're really pretty close. But you practice for it, you train for it, and get an opportunity to do it.
So. Oh, you mean that's not a video game?
That is not a video game. It is hard to believe. That's right.
Hey, talk about the nickname, the Viper.
Yeah, so the little bit of Air Force history, every air-to-ground aircraft, so an airplane, a fighter that drops bombs, never goes by its official nickname. For example, the P-47 in World War II was the Thunderbolt. It went by the Jug because it looked like a flying jug. So the F-16 is no different. When the F-16 came out, it was officially the F-16 Fighting Falcon, but it was right around the time that Battlestar Galactica came out. The first time, okay?
And you are talking
in
about
the 70s, yeah.
Okay.
No. And it looked like the Viper, which was the fighter that they were flying in space because it's such a modern airplane. So they go, hey, the Viper. So that is the nickname of the F-16.
Very cool.
Yeah.
All right, let's head over to the Indiana side and check in with John and Myra and their aviation expert.
Yeah, Shannon, to my left, of course, is my fantastic co-anchor, John Bull, and to my right is retired Colonel Barry Gorder. And if you feel like you're seeing doubles, trust me, I thought the same thing. These two guys look like brothers.
We don't sound like brothers, though. The greatest voice in broadcasting is Barry Gorder.
It's a lot of pressure, John. That's a lot of pressure.
We're so excited to have you
I'm
here.
so excited to be here. Thank you so much.
So much to see today. Tell us about your background and to be here today.
Yeah, so I joined the Air Force in 1990. Finished pilot training, and I came to Kentucky, to Louisville, Kentucky, with the Kentucky Air National Guard. And I spent the better part of the next 29 years working with the Kentucky Air Guard, doing things all around the world. Flew C-130s for almost all of my career. And man, I owe a lot to the military, I owe a lot to Louisville, Kentucky, that has just kind of launched my career. I fly in the civilian world now with American Airlines, but none of that would have happened without my time in the military.
Okay, so this is his first time as an aviation analyst here on Thunder. So we got him off waivers. We had to give up Aaron Rodgers for him. So he's a valuable recruit here. So what are you looking forward to, and do you study up, or do you just know this stuff so well?
Well, no, I studied up without a doubt. General Givens is, he's like someone said, Shannon said, a walking encyclopedia. I don't think I have that gift like he does. So I did a little studying. Obviously, having spent 30 years in the military, a lot of these things are kind of, I wouldn't say second nature, but we're used to this language and we're used to the things we get to see. So, yeah, but it's fun. I'm looking forward to being here.
You know, we're always in awe of the planes when they fly over, the sights, the sound, but does it ever get old to you?
It never gets old. It just never gets old. I mean, when the F-16s just did their vertical climb,
Right.
you just had to look, right?
Yeah.
It was just, it's amazing, yeah.
Okay, we'll get a bunch of analysis from you. And remember something that Rob had said. He said you never correct the news anchors.
That is
Did you
rule
hear him
one.
say that?
Rule one,
Yeah.
without a doubt.
All right.
Well, you can correct me. I'm looking forward to learning a lot from you.
Please correct me. I'm incorrect all day on this stuff.
All right, we're going to have a little bit more from the Golden Knights coming up.
Yeah, next on the way, the Golden Knight, they do NASCAR shows. They go to Monday Night Football and drop in, and they're going to drop in right here on Thunder Over Louisville, a wave production just for you today. Sit back and relax. We'll be right back after a break.
All right, you're taking a live look here at Thunder Over Louisville, and right now, various pictures that you're seeing there. And the Golden Knights, the U.S. Army's parachute team, that's what's happening right now here behind us. You can see kind of the red smoke there from one of the folks that's jumped out.
Yeah, if you look up and you see red smoke trailing someone coming down, it's kind of strange looking, but it's so cool. Golden Knights, very familiar to our audience. Barry, there was a question coming into today about the wind speeds and would they be able to jump?
Yeah, yesterday at the safety briefing they mentioned that they had a 20-knot limit on if they could jump or not. That's what, because of the parachute capability, they have to have within a wind limit so they can make sure they make to their drop zone. But obviously we're within that limit, and man, we get to see the Golden Knights, man, one of the premier jump teams in the world.
That has to be just so amazing to jump out and then you're just kind of going over the Ohio River right now, over the crowd.
Yeah, these are the best of the best with the Army. I mean, to become a Golden Knight is just truly an honor for these gentlemen. So they're the best of the best.
Okay, so I'm going over their you know, they have to try out, and they got to take a 6-week course, and I'm doing my research, and it says, this is funny, they have to memorize 13 pages of show narration verbatim.
Isn't that crazy?
Why do you have to memorize 13 pages if you're jumping with red smoke coming on your behind?
That's right. I guess they have that ability to just switch roles, so if somebody gets sick, they can go in, because right now on the other side of the river there's someone commentating their show. So I guess they can just, you know, interact in their positions.
And this team really serves like kind of as an ambassador group, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
They perform various places. What do they do?
So I just looked at their website just the other day. They have 48 shows booked so far this year.
Wow.
Sometimes 2 on a weekend. Like for example, they have one team here at Thunder. They have 2 teams, and the other one's down at Dyess Air Force Base in Texas doing an air show down there. So they're a busy crew.
I saw 240 days of travel.
Isn't that crazy?
That's just crazy.
That's crazy. Yeah. The interesting thing that I didn't realize is that they compete internationally, and the Golden Knights have 348 world records.
Yeah.
I found that really interesting.
Okay, so when you compete, how does that work? Is it like our balloon race where you throw the BBs, you know, into the target, your little sandbag thing?
Yeah.
Is it? What's the criteria? Like, do you have to come and hit something on a jump?
So yeah, the accuracy on the drop zones is extremely important. But even like when they jump, they'll do various formations, and like they get graded and judged on the accuracy of their formations. When they're moving through the air at terminal velocity, it's very tricky to move into position, and they're positioning their bodies to kind of fly into position. So yeah, all those things, man. Again, it comes back to they're the top-notch people.
Well, we're waiting for some more jumpers. We're going to go over to meteorologist Tawana Andrew. And Tawana, we've got some showers moving in.
Yes, we are. And I'm feeling it right now on my head. We're doing a little bit of a sun shower situation going on across wave country right now, as we are keeping an eye, as expected, on a couple of showers that will be pushing through the area. So let's just dive into what we're seeing right now in terms of our reality graphics, which we have with us today. So we're going to be keeping an eye on, of course, those temperatures right now in the 50s and 60s across the region. So temperature-wise, not too bad.Maybe grab a hoodie if you are coming down here. Certainly wouldn't help, especially one with, of course, a good hood. We're also keeping an eye on the wind right now across the region in the 10 to 20 mile per hour range. So that breeze is certainly something that will add an extra chill if you're going to be out and about. And here's what we're looking at. Some of these scattered showers across the region. We have one moving through the downtown Louisville area right now, a couple moving through Floyd County. So they're really sporadic across the region, and that's something that we did expect. And hey, this is what we're seeing right now, that isolated rain chance across the region. So in terms of our current conditions across our area, especially when it comes to our airports, we are seeing right now the winds sustained around 10 to 20 miles per hour, with those gusts right there in that 20 to 30 mile per hour range. We've been talking about this throughout the morning and into the afternoon as well. We've been really keeping an eye on that wind gust, because that is going to play a role in the skydivers, of course, as you just heard, and some of the aerobatics with some of these planes. So that's something we'll watch closely, especially when it comes to later on today, as we watch for more of those skydiving winds. Still expecting those gusts near 25 miles per hour, which is right in the middle of course, the criteria for them. Now, once we get closer to the fireworks later on today, that is when we're going to see the wind calming down a little bit more, watching the clouds starting to break up a little bit more as well. So that's something to keep in mind. And for those of you thinking about the smoke later on today, still expecting some of those wind gusts in the 10, 15 mile per hour range during the fireworks, but the wind sustained closer to 9, 10 miles per hour, coming more out of the west, and that is going to be important for those of you maybe down into the Clifton area, the Highlands. You'll get a little bit of that smoke later on today. But just looking over the next 12 hours, going to be keeping a mix of sun and clouds across the area. Temperatures going from those 50s and low 60s down into the 40s later on this evening. So you're going to be coming down here for the fireworks later on today. Keep in mind, while your actual temperatures are going to be into the 40s, with that wind, going to feel a little bit more like the 30s. So that's something we'll watch pretty closely as we continue throughout the rest of the day and into later on this evening, especially that wind. And I want to know, Shannon, Kevin, you guys are a little bit more protected than I am, so I want to know how Shannon's hair is doing right now.
Shannon's wearing a wig.
It's a little wind blown. We're still feeling that wind up here on the Belvedere.
Yeah.
Kevin, you just took a measurement.
Well, you know, in fact, as we look out over the sky, you can see some of that light rain falling, but
Right.
wind has been the biggest issue. And after that safety meeting yesterday, I had a chance to talk to some of the folks who would be making the call. And the wind for the Golden Knights is measured in that landing zone. So it's wherever the pilot or wherever the parachutist will be landing is where that wind is taken a measurement from. And I brought out our anemometer here, and I was just getting a brief wind gust. Our highest wind was 16.7 miles per hour. So that's just below the threshold of 22 miles an hour or 20 knots.
Yeah, it's amazing, too, to see them land actually on the zone, as Barry was talking about across the river. You know, they're able to hit a spot, and it just demonstrates the precision of U.S. Army paratroopers. And obviously, they're the elite of the group, but it's a fantastic thing to see.
It's bizarre how they can hone in on that because they have all those forces against them, and they're bringing it down right in that small area in a huge crowd.
And the biggest force against them is, you know, gravity, because it is pulling them down to the earth. So they've got to be able to, and they fly that airfoil like a wing. So they're able to guide it and slip and descend and try and come in on the right spot.
That's a good workout, you know?
Yeah, it is a good workout.
Certainly, yeah. Good core workout. We're going to keep our eye out for more Golden Knights, and we hope to talk to one of them at the landing zone coming up. But first, let's go to the Now Desk with Marissa Burke.
And welcome back to Waves coverage of the 34th Thunder over Louisville. This is Thunder Through the Decades on a day where we have a few clouds as expected and a few very light rain showers. We thought that the wind may impact the parachutists, but the Golden Knights, they are so precise that they have been jumping at just below that threshold of 22 miles per hour on the wind, and what an incredible sight it's been. We've got a few more in the air now.
We certainly do. Let's show you this a replay of one of the Golden Knights coming down with that smoke billowing in the back. Just amazing.
And the state of Kentucky flag there.
Beautiful. And Rob Givens, I asked you if you've ever jumped out of a plane. You say you never have.
No, I have not, luckily. So my philosophy has always been that you should land the airplane and not jump out of it. But I've had a chance to work a lot with the Golden Knights. The Golden Knights and the Thunderbirds go on the road quite a bit together. They're normally at each show site that the Thunderbirds go to, and there's a really great working relationship with those folks.
And we're going to be checking in with Natalia Martinez, who's going to be talking to some of those parachutists coming up. And there's Mayor Craig Greenberg greeting some of the participants in this year's Thunder Over Louisville.
And as Mayor Craig Greenberg shakes their hands with his very proud Louisville sweatshirt on there, he's presenting them and telling them a big thank you for being a part of this year's festivities.
You know, I'm sure they would have let him jump in with them if he would have wanted to, but...
You know, you were talking, Rob, about the precision that they have, comparing it in some ways to the precision that the Thunderbirds have to have, but a whole different scenario because they are diving out of the plane.
That is correct, and so they apply for their team as well too. They go through tryouts, and as Barry said earlier, there's a lot of requirements they have to do to become a member of the black or gold team, which are the two teams for the Golden Knights, and they represent the best of the Army and do a lot of recruiting, which is really one of the main missions of all the demonstration teams, whether the Thunderbirds, Blue Angels, or Golden Knights, is to help recruit people into the service.
And just a select few make it. Yes.
Just a select few.
We were talking about the weather here today. We mentioned that the cloud cover actually helps somewhat in being able to visually see the planes, the parachutists, and everything else.
Absolutely. It gives a contrast background, so it's like, think about looking for an ant on a picnic blanket. You know, it's better on a white sheet than something that's dark. So same thing, if it's a clear blue sky with the sun, while beautiful, it is harder to see the aircraft. Yeah, and warmer. Well, not always, right?
That's true.
It's sunny in Antarctica, yeah.
Yeah, if you are planning on heading out here, you definitely do want to bring a jacket and maybe a blanket, because you might need it a little bit later. All right, let's go to Lynn Family Stadium right now, and that is where Josh Ninke is watching some of those Golden Knights land. Hi, Josh.
Shannon, this has been one of the coolest places to hang out. I've got John, one of the folks who's been here since 6 a.m. John, what made you guys want to come out so early?
Well, we like to come out early and prepare the area for the rest of our group. Some of us show up early, make sure all of our spots are marked off, and then we just start preparing food and getting ready for everybody else.
You're the Lou City tailgaters. You guys are out here for every game for Lou City and racing, right?
We support both teams, racing and Lou City. We're out here for every game, bright and early.
Now walk me through this tailgate, because you guys got all the stuff here.
So you can see our chef's been currently working on all of the food. He's got some chicken out. We're currently working on brats. All of our other members have brought other sides to go along with it. We got plenty of chips, potato salad, slaw. We got dip and some veggies. All of our plates are ready to go. Plus, we have a fantastic bar behind us and a little bit of wind.
Right, I can say, trying to keep everything under control. This is a great setup. But Kathleen over here had something also very cool to show off here out at this great tailgate.
Yeah, this wind and those few sprinkles we've gotten are exactly the reason that this impressive DJ stand behind me is covered up right now and not playing right now. But I've got 2/3 of the DJ group that is running the music here today. I have Zeke and Matt. Matt, you are also based out of Fort Knox. You're Army yourself. You used to fly in Guatemala. What do you love about this air show today?
Oh, the air show is great. Different variants of aircraft. I'm a real huge fan of aviation. Actually, just before this, the Golden Knights, the Army Golden Knights were dropping. It was perfect scenario.
That's like a celebrity situation.
Right. It's like, I'm Army too, guys.
Hey, I'm down here. Excellent. Zeke, we've got this theme for Thunder this year, which is Through the Decades. decades, so that soundtrack better be perfect. What are you hoping to hear from Through the Decades for our fireworks?
Okay, we got a little bit of 80s disco, a little 90s hip hop, a little early 2000s pop. We got a little bit of everything for you guys, and man, we're going to make sure it's great.
We better. And until then, these fellas right here are part of the crew providing the music once the weather cooperates. So that's it for now from Lynn Family Stadium. So many fans out here that can't wait to watch Wave Thunder. We will see you right back after the break.
And welcome back, everybody. You're watching Thunder Through the Decades here on Wave. We've got you covered in the air, on the ground, and in the water. You see some of the Coast Guard boats out there. And as we look across the landscape, thousands, tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people are now making their way toward the banks of the Ohio, both on the Indiana and Kentucky side.
Yeah, you see the crowds are starting to build here. If you're heading out here, you can bring a lawn chair, you can bring a cooler. You cannot bring alcoholic beverages. Something that you should bring, toilet paper, too.
Are you saying that because you brought it?
I did bring toilet paper. Yeah, just in case, you don't want to be in a porta potty and not have toilet paper.
Good point.
I'm prepared.
I look around, we see the Belle of Louisville. There's so many places to watch what's happening today. Of course, we've been checking in with the Ninkies out at the Lynn Family Stadium. Dawn and Brian are at the Louisville Slugger Field. We've got aircraft in the air. This is the UPS plane that's coming in. And Rob, tell us a little bit about what this will entail.
Well, I'm hoping my package is on board because I've been waiting. So this is a UPS Airbus that's coming in, and really you cannot have a more iconic thing for Thunder Over Louisville than a UPS aircraft.
Absolutely.
Because UPS is helping out all the way around with Thunder Over Louisville. They've got pilots flying, they've got people on the ground, they've got people that work in the Kentucky Air National Guard that are also UPS pilots that are being a part of this. And so it's great to be able to see them come in and do this. And Interestingly, on that aircraft today is a man named Todd Reifert, who will land back in SDF, and then he will get out, get in a vehicle, drive over to Bowman Field, and we'll see him later today in another aircraft in the show.
All right, we see the plane coming in, and we know that there are so many folks involved. We've got the pilots, Captain Scott Mundy, Captain Todd Malone, and Captain Todd Reifert are on board.
Here is a great onboard camera you see, and yeah, these are very long-time employees too of UPS. The captain that you mentioned, Kevin Scott Mundy, a 31-year employee, and that first officer, Captain Todd Malone, has been an instructor pilot, and he's been with UPS now for 26 years. And Kendrick Haskins is up in the command center right now in the Galt House, and he is talking with the youngest captain at UPS. Kendrick?
Thanks, Shannon. That's right. I'm standing with the youngest captain at UPS, Jonathan Strickland. Just talk about the airplane that's coming in today.
Oh, the aircraft that's coming in today is the Airbus A300, an airplane originally designed in the 70s, but UPS gave it kind of a new life with this epic avionics upgrade, and that's what we're showing here today.
Now, where all does this plane go to? Where's it off flight?
This aircraft goes all over the U.S., Canada, and Mexico, and me, as well as over 3,000 crew members, pilot airplanes similar to this to get customers their packages.
You see, when we're at these football games, because of course I'm a sports guy, when we're at the football games, we see a lot of UPS flights flying over the stadiums during the games. Are you one of those pilots that's flying over the stadium during games?
Depending on the time, yes, I could be one of them. But today's theme of Thunder is through the decades, right? And that meshes well with UPS and how they interact with the community. Like you said before, they're the longest standing sponsor in the Thunder Over Louisville. Just locally, they employ over 29,000 people in the city, and in the state, about 33,000. And also, we're celebrating the 35th anniversary of the airline, which meshes well with the overall theme here today.
Now, you're in here with me, so who's in the air?
In the air, I wish it was me, but it's very seasoned pilots. And the captain, Todd Malone, he did the first flyby. We saw the high-speed pass around 300 knots, about 500 feet. And the left seat, Scott Mundy, is also 30 years with the company, and he's going to do this flyby where, like most people see UPS airplanes when they look in the sky, it'll be going very low, very slow in the landing configuration. And in the observer seat, making sure everything goes well, is Scott Reifert, and he was one of the original pilots that started the airline, a part of the group. So it's a pretty historic event, and it's the first time they've used the Airbus in Thunder over Louisville.
And you were telling me earlier about the timing of it, so you actually timed what time you all would get in here today.
The level of preparation you wouldn't believe if I told you. They've done numerous hours in the sim, had FAA observations to ensure that safety is the most important while giving the crowd this show.
How special, how much of an honor is it for someone to be able to fly in Thunder Over Louisville in events like this?
It's the highest honor. I mean, it just shows how involved the UPS is in the community, especially in Louisville. It's hard to think about Louisville without UPS and UPS without Louisville, because this is the center. This is Worldport. This is where it all happens.
Now, you're the young guy. How far away are you from being able to fly in one of these things?
I just have to ask higher ups. I said, put me in, coach. Now I'm talking to you. So maybe one of these, maybe, who knows.
Hey, Todd B is still part of the game. You're still in the game.
It's a crew setting. I observed them in the sim. I saw what it takes to be in the show. And one day I'll be lucky enough to be piloting in the show. But the guys we have behind the controls today, I mean, they're the best in the business.
You say you fly everywhere. You see your territory is mainly between here and Alaska, right?
Oh, I was based in Alaska, and now I'm domiciled here in Louisville on the A300. And we go all over the world. We deliver what matters to the people, and this event is just a prime example of how UPS is really dedicated to the communities it serves. And you can see, what do they call the UPS lawn? They're out there recruiting, getting college students a shot at a free education.
So an average day for you in flight, what is your normal day?
Well, a normal day, nothing's really too normal, but my last trip, I flew from Chicago to LA to Atlanta, back here to Louisville to be here with you.
Yeah, so just flight around the country in one day.
Maybe, possibly, but it's a lot of excitement, and I'm just glad to be here representing UPS. Like I said, a little bit about me, if you want to hear. I started flying when I was 12 years old, and it's really a part of the UPS culture because they give back so much. I'm a product of mentorship, of the give back. That's what UPS is all about. That's why they're the longest standing sponsor here in Louisville.
Awesome. And this is your first Thunder Over Louisville. What are your impressions so far?
Well, this room is pretty amazing, but just to see everybody come out and support the air show. I like airplanes, so I'm going to look up and see. Hopefully everybody else does too.
Awesome. Well, enjoy your time. I'm telling you now, you're going to love the firework display that's coming on later. Mr. Wade Hettinger is right over there now, just kind of hanging out, just chilling right now. Like we are here in the command center, just having a ball, and he's sending it back over to you.
Thank you. We appreciate that. You see the A300 coming in. Ryan Hoke is out at the airfield. Ryan?
All right, yes, we're here at the Air National Guard here at the Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport. The HC-144, the Ocean Sentry is now taking off there. We've, of course, got the Airbus A300 in the air here. And it is just a beautiful day out here to see these planes, of course. We do want to get to another Hokie Thunder fact here. We're talking about wind speeds. Wind speeds are super critical today. How fast of a wind speed begins to put limits on what planes can do on the Thunder Over Louisville Air Show? Is it 15 miles per hour, 23 miles per hour, or 29 miles per hour? The answer is 23 miles per hour. We're awfully close to that, and that's why we've been watching things very carefully. Our whole storm tracking team, of course, is assembled. Waves coverage of Thunder Over Louisville 2023 rolls along right after these messages.
UPS plane, and UPS playing a big role in Thunder this year. So I have Michelle here
33rd year as a Thunder sponsor, longest running sponsor.
Longest running sponsor. It is so exciting to be a part of Thunder Over Louisville. Thunder Over Louisville is such a great event in Louisville, and to be a part of that as a sponsor for 33 years is unbelievable.
And you all will even have an aircraft in the air show too, right?
Yes, we will. We will be flying an A300 with one of our flight crews, and so we're super excited about that too. That's always an exciting time to watch that fly by. So.
What's it like to be out in the community? I mean, talking to people, and you all employ so many people in the community too.
We do. You know, Louisville is home to Worldport, which is the largest automated sorting facility in the world. We're also home to our air network. There's just so many things that UPS has to offer. You know, I started with the company 32 years ago today, as a matter of fact, and it's been such a great place to be and a great employer. You know, we have industry-leading jobs, great benefits, even educational benefits that help you pay for college.
Ooh.
And not only is it a great employer from a job standpoint, it is a great contributor to the community. You know, we're so woven into the fabric of this community. The UPS Foundation, over the last 70 years, has given back $3 billion worldwide to agencies that helps in the area of health and humanitarian relief, equity and economic inclusion, planet protection or environmental sustainability, and local community engagement. And to be a part of that and to watch the company that you've been with for 32 years give back in that way is absolutely amazing, and I'm so proud.
You all are a part of a lot, and we want to thank you for being a Thunder sponsor this year too.
Oh, thank you. We're so excited. Can't wait for the show.
All right, thank you so much for being here, Michelle.
Thank you. Thank you.
Back to you all.
Thank you so much, Olivia. And right now, you're looking at the HC-144 Ocean Sentry fixed-wing aircraft. This is from the Coast Guard Aviation Training Center in Mobile, Alabama. And Rob, you were saying that you can kind of see the wind pushing it a little bit.
Yeah, we're getting a preview of how it's going to impact the different aircraft today, but you can see the wind pushing them around the Ohio. And, you know, it's a neat thing to see because people don't realize how important the Coast Guard is for surveillance off our coasts. And as a pilot, many times flying over the water, training off of either the Atlantic or Atlantic coast or Pacific coast, you want to know the Coast Guard's there ready to pick you up if you ever have to go into the water.
Yeah, this is primarily used for search and rescue missions and coastal patrols and also some surveillance that might be done.
Yeah, the aircraft is fitted with all kinds of advanced sensors so they can detect heat signatures and a few other things in the water. They not only will look for search and rescue, but they'll surveil for any type of illegal activity off the coast or just monitoring shipping in general.
These folks are based out of Mobile, Alabama. They've come to town today, cruising at about 215 knots there.
Yeah, whew, that's a fast speed.
It isn't. It's a very large plane, you know.
For a big airplane, and the joke we always say is that speed is relative to height above the ground, right? So, you know, at his low altitude at that speed, you definitely would feel it.
He's given the crowd quite a show as he comes across the Lincoln Bridge, and there he comes. The crowd has enjoyed the aircraft so far that have been in the skies. We are really just beginning. In fact, you saw the UPS plane just a moment ago filled with a lot of local because of UPS, and we've got a few more coming our way later on tonight. Speaking of local, it'll be their first time in the show. They're called Smoke On. Take a preview. The planes and pilots of Thunder converge on Louisville from all around the world. And new for 2023 is a flight team from right here at home.
It's very special to fly in Thunder. We're really excited about being local.
Their airplanes are homemade too, literally. They're known as experimental, home-built aircraft. And these local guys love to fly them.
Our correction, traffic straight ahead.
Oh, it's a blast. We all have this grin that just doesn't stop from year to year.
We have a lot of fun. It's a lot of work, though. We take it very seriously.
Every time we get on the ground, we can't wait to do it again. So
they call themselves Smoke On, and it's not hard to see why.
So the smoke is the best part. Obviously, it's the funnest switch in the airplane.
It just gives a very pleasing effect from the ground.
And all it really is baby oil getting pumped into the exhaust. It burns the oil and then it evaporates. So
2023 will be Smoke-On's first appearance at Thunder, but you might have seen them over Louisville once or twice before.
When I'm not doing this, I fly for UPS here in Louisville.
professional pilots that fly for a local airline. We have military.
Kentucky Air National Guard.
We really try to help support the community. We do a lot of veteran flyovers, do some July 4th flyovers, etc.
In fact, they're for hire, for field days, weddings, you name it. So if you're looking to add a little thunder to your next big celebration, you might just give these guys a call. And there you see what just happened over the skies here. You'll see Smoke On as the last air act. What's happening now happens to be a drop from the HC-144 Ocean Sentry. And that provides, again, whether they're sending out help or perhaps
Rescuing.
food or rescuing, they drop things and it has to be on target.
That's true, and they'll also drop sensors into the water too to be able to help, do acoustic sensors for, looking for maritime craft. And some smugglers actually will use partially submerged vessels, so they're not completely submarines, but they're really low to the water, nicknamed skunk boats actually, and stuff like that will be able to help get an acoustic signature for it.
Very interesting. Now, this plane is also used a lot after a natural disaster, something like a hurricane or intense flooding that we might get. They'll send this out to assist with any rescues, too, that might be used.
Yeah, so, the Coast Guard is really a service that's designed to, they used to be part of the Department of Transportation, and it's just a service that is designed to help keep people safe. We deal with Coast Guard every day here on the river. Obviously, we have Coast Guard here in Louisville, but our waterways, both inland and off the coast, they're there to protect.
I was going to point that out because we think about the Coast Guard and you think, along the beaches, along the shores, just around the perimeter of the country. But the fact is, they are here in Louisville. We work with them all the time.
That's right. They help a lot with Thunder Over Louisville, giving us the river conditions and let us know whether or not we're able to put the show center marker, which we have out, and also just keep the traffic away on the river.
All right, we're going to send things over now to Ryan Hoke.
All right, guys, we're quite possibly the loudest moment here at the Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport. We've got the Ocean Sentry in the air over the river now. Got a couple of military trainers taking off. We've got the A-10s behind me here gassing up, doing their pre-flighting as well. So much activity here at the airport, including our Hokie Thunder facts. Want to get to one here about sleet. Yes, it's cool today, but it's been way colder in the past. In what 2 years did sleet fall on the day of Thunder over Louisville? All right, think back in your history a little bit. The answer is both 1990 and 2005. I remember 2005 like it was yesterday. It was freezing outside. Everybody could see the sleet downtown Thunder over Louisville. Thankful we don't have that this year. We are right back with Wade's coverage of Thunder over Louisville after this. Welcome back. Thunder coverage on Wave. About 20 minutes ago in our live music portion, Kayla Griffin sang a line, said, "Don't want to go back to Indiana." Guess what? You just came back to Indiana. We're on this side of the river. Wind is blowing in, but people are starting to fill in.
Yeah, and the view, it is just beautiful from behind us. Folks are coming in, finding their spot along here. The craziest thing I saw so far today,
The snake around your neck.
the snake that was around my neck. Yeah,
I couldn't believe you did that.
Yeah, so there was this couple walking around charging $5 for you to take a picture with their Australian Burmese 93-pound snake. Yeah, and they're making a killing.
Now, you saw the snake, and you
Yeah.
said, no way.
I went to the other side of the street.
Yeah, the snake's name is Sunny. You can find it on my Twitter page.
So Barry put his jacket on now. He's like really official.
Yeah.
This is like Tom Brady putting on the home 12, bro.
You are really
Well,
top gunning it right now.
Well, I was cold and.
Well, we've got Sean Bowdy now, who is on the river. He's in a boat.
Places to be. I can't imagine this. I guess anything being much better than this. Take a look. You can see the whole crowd over here at Waterfront Park on the Great Lawn. Yeah, you could say this is a pretty good view. But this is what I want to talk about right now. The boat we're on right now belongs to the Kentucky Air National Guard. They're going to be jumping here in just a little bit. You can see this boat. They got 2 more boats over this way as well. They're going to jump out, moving sea. 8 of them jump out in formation. You got a crew back here. You can see everybody. You gonna give them a wave? Yeah. All right. But I met up with them last week, and I just want to show you a little bit about what this rescue team does to prepare for something like this. It's ironic. At 4,000 feet in the air, there's not really room for error.
You got that really finite moment of time before things can go bad, and you have to be really on your game.
Back on the ground, the Kentucky Air National Guard is ready for the worst-case scenario. Prep starts on the mighty Ohio.
One's clear.
On Thunder Day, they're responsible for recovering the 8 people jumping from this C-130 into the river. These kind of training exercises are vital for the Guard's mission of personnel recovery, and they make for a pretty rough day for my friend Bob here, who puts his body on the line each and every time. Did you know the Air Force had boats? They're pretty unique to this squadron. Extraction and aid are a big part of their purpose.
I'd attend that slack.
For Thunder, the Coast Guard is helping out too.
We know how they operate, they know how we operate, and we could all be on the same page.
Major Nate Tingle says he's looking at each jumper on the way down.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right there.
So they jump in rapid succession like boom,
Mm-hmm.
boom?
Yep, usually about even less than a 1 second delay.
He's looking for any signs of distress. They're the ones getting picked up first.
Once all the jumpers are accounted for in the boat, I can take a little breath and we can go back to enjoying Thunder.
Jumping out of a plane is nothing new for the 123rd. They do it all the time, but there's something about putting on a show.
It's a whole new perspective, a whole new level of excitement for the guys to be looking out the back of the 130 and see a couple 100,000 people along the waterfront.
Nobody said it was easy.
I know the guys really appreciate it and have a good time doing it.
But it's all in a day's work. We're going to hear from these guys more coming up here in just a little bit. We're going to learn more about the jumpers, the guys that are going to be in the plane coming down. But we've got so much more coverage coming for you right here for Waves coverage of Thunder over Louisville. We'll be right back.
Thunder Over Louisville. Right now, Kentucky and Louisville especially needs a lot of love, because from love we find strength, hope, and the support we need to move through challenging times. I don't know about you, but I'm especially thankful for the Kentucky Derby Festival and events like this one right now, because they bring us together to find the joy so many of us need. Let's not take these moments for granted. Let's enjoy every second so that we can hold on to these memories with our loved ones for years to come. Thank you to the Kentucky Derby Festival for continuing to show that true Team Kentucky spirit and for making special events possible year after year. Now, I hope you enjoy the best fireworks show in the world as we officially kick off the 2023 festival with Thunder Over Louisville. We love you, Kentucky.
Thank you, Governor Beshear. And first, we're enjoying this tremendous air show, and the this Black Hawk chopper here has certainly been showing off for the crowd. Look at that.
Yeah, it's no stranger. We've seen it at just about every Thunder, I think, or at least many of them. It happens to be one of the most versatile of the aircraft that will be performing, because it can perform in just about any environment. I mean,
Waving
we see
high.
it in,
Hello.
Look how close they get, too. And they'll send up that spray from the river just right here on the Belvedere. It holds up to 11 soldiers. Rob, tell us a little more.
Yeah, so it's a utility helicopter that's been used in a variety of ways across all the branches of the U.S. military. It's the most ubiquitous one you'll see today. Out in the force, and even our own Kentucky National Guard flies this helicopter, and it's been pivotal in the relief for the tornado and for the floods out in eastern Kentucky. It'll carry 11 soldiers, like you said. They'll do assault landings coming into areas, but they'll also bring in supplies. They'll do reconnaissance and a variety of other tasks just to be able to keep the battlefield all together.
Well, you mentioned...
It is a workhorse. Yeah.
You mentioned the flooding. You were on board one of those, I think, during the Eastern Kentucky floods, because I saw you down there.
Yeah, I might have talked my way into one of those helicopters, and it was great. We were delivering water and food and baby supplies and things to people that were cut off. And what's really interesting about it is these helicopter pilots are fantastic, and most of them have combat experience in Afghanistan or Iraq. And they're able to fly these helicopters into places you don't think a helicopter should go. We were literally landing in backyards out in eastern Kentucky. And you had to work your way in the ridge lines to get down through the terrain and down to the landing areas, which were literally backyards. It was wild. Yeah.
And it can carry
I can't hardly hear you, Shannon, but it carries about 4,000 pounds of cargo, speeds of about 170 miles per hour. So it can be fast, it can fly high at 15,000 feet, and in just about any condition, which makes it so versatile, as we've pointed out.
Yeah, and it is a workhorse, and different variations of this do different things. The Air Force has a version that's used for search and rescue. The Army has special operations versions of this helicopter, and then you have the basic one that you see here, which is a transport.
All right. Again, the Black Hawk giving a show to all of the folks on both sides of the river. So we've got several of these out here today, not just one. You'll notice that the Black Hawks get low. They sort of raise up. The spray from the water comes off. Let's go over to the Indiana side, where Myra and John are getting a show of their own from the Black Hawk UH-60.
Yeah, let's talk about the real-world effect. You went through the stats. Let's talk about the real-world effect of the Black Hawk chopper. Guys, when I'm trout fishing over on Otter Creek, right next to Fort Knox, and these Black Hawks roll in, like I want to run through the woods like Rambo to get away. They are scary.
Yeah, it's an impressive weapon.
Well, it was pretty cool when they came, like, literally right behind us.
I know,
here.
wasn't that awesome?
Yeah.
Little turn for us, get a little peek.
There's kind of, as they said, showing off a little bit.
Exactly.
Is it hard to do those maneuvers?
So Rob and I are both fixed wing aviators. Rotor wing is a different skill set, and I have not flown a helicopter. Everybody I know that has said it's very difficult. Especially, did you notice, Myra, when they pulled up and it just kind of hovered there?
Hovered, yeah. And
That's
tilted a little bit.
Yeah, that's like the hardest part, I'm told. And then when they start moving through, it's a little easier, but it's still a very challenging thing to fly a helicopter.
You know, it's one thing to hold a news chopper into a position, a drone or a news chopper, but these Black Hawks are larger than life. You don't realize how sprawling they are until they get up next to you.
Yeah, big twin engine motors. I mean, there's a lot of power behind it.
And they play such a huge role. We heard Rob talk a little bit about it, but tell us more, like so much that they help in what we do.
Yeah, I mean, as Rob was saying, it's just used for so many different missions, from being like an aggressor with weapons attached to it, to search and rescue, to just hauling troops around. They get into the most austere parts of a conflict. So they're brave Americans. I mean, we're lucky to have them.
Yeah.
They've been around quite a while too, and Vietnam and modern day engagements. They're tough rascals too.
Yeah. Remember the movie Black Hawk Down? That's what a different version of it, but the UH-60 is that's the version that was in there. But yeah, for example, in Somalia, they did a lot of work in Somalia. Unfortunately, they had that incident there, but been around a long time and do great things.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I was sort of kidding about Fort Knox and when I'm trout fishing and those things rolling in, but they're constantly rolling in and out. They must have a lot of them down there.
They do. It's a big training base for them, both of active duty. This was an active duty unit, I believe, and the Air National Guard is down there as well. They have air crew that will kind of share some the assets themselves, the helicopters themselves. So yeah, big training base. A lot of deployments take place out of Fort Knox.
And has it evolved over the years? Have we seen the Black Hawk evolve?
It has probably evolved in the sense that the mission sets change a little bit. The platform itself, I think, has not had big changes to it. Upgrades to motors and electronics, avionics, etc.
What about weaponry out of them? We always see them in the movies as rescuing, the wounded soldiers. What about weaponry?
Yeah, it's a very powerful force. Yeah, I believe I remember like in Black Hawk Down. I keep going back to that. I'm not sure, but yeah, it has a lot of capability for that as well. Other helicopters are probably a little more designed in particular for that, but there is capability with that.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Barry. As we keep looking at the HA-60s, we have another hokey Thunder fact we want to get to here. Let's bring Ryan on board right now and find out what he's got to share with us, because sometimes it's a curveball. Sometimes you have no idea what's coming with these facts.
Yeah, John, sometimes these can be a little tricky, and actually this is kind of a tricky-ish one. Let's get right to it, shall we? What percentage of Thunder Over Louisville days since 1990 have had at least a trace of rainfall? So I'm going to give you three choices here. It's either 34%, 46%, or 50%. Which of those three numbers? The answer is C, 50%. Yes, half of the Thunder Over Louisville days since 1990 have had rain. So it's kind of a toss of the dice whether you're going to have rain during Thunder Over Louisville during the day or not. Thankfully, today has been at a minimum when it comes to that. All right, coming up in just a few minutes, we've got the C-155, we've got the C-130, the hometown team, and of course, we will be back with more Thunder Over Louisville here on Wave after this.
All right, welcome back here to Wave News coverage of Thunder over Louisville. You are looking at the C-155 Hawk. Look at that. We can hear it just right over us. Beautiful aircraft, Barry.
Absolutely. Isn't that gorgeous?
Yes.
Yeah, these guys are out of Winnipeg, Canada. The CT-155 is the primary trainer that the Canadians use to train their fighter pilots. Okay, so in the United States, we use the T-38 as our primary, is coming out of pilot training. This is what the Canadians use, so it's a high-performance airplane. Yeah, full aerobatic capability, so it's a good lead-in for when the Canadian Royal Air Force transitions to, I think maybe the F-18 is their primary fighter.
When I was looking up this plane, the thing that stood out to me is Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. It came from and produced. What kind of a need is there in Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan for a real good Royal Canadian Air Force
I can think of two good reasons. One is to train the fighter pilots in Canada, and then to get out of there really quickly and fly someplace south.
Of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan.
So the Hawk nickname actually came from the bird of prey commonly found in Alberta region, where the fourth wing is based, right?
Yeah. Interesting heritage there.
Yeah, absolutely.
1,000 mile an hour. Well, our screen says top speed about 921, but gets up near 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah,
that is incredible that they can make the moves that they can make at speed like that.
So they're not at that speed now, but yeah, they'll roll into 350 knots in a roll and pull 6 to 8 Gs, and yeah, it's a high performance airplane.
Okay, when you're going 921 miles per hour, what's that like in there?
So it depends on your altitude, right? So they probably can't fly that fast low to the ground, but as you get higher in the air gets thinner, so there's less friction on the airplane. Things just move quicker. Depending on the pressure altitude, they may be exceeding the speed of sound when they get to that point, which is interesting.
How fast have you gone?
So most of my career has been spent flying C-130s, okay, a transport airplane. During pilot training, I flew the T-38, which is the U.S. version of this secondary trainer that the Canadians use, and that's a supersonic high-performance airplane. So I flew that about 6 months or something like that.
You've gone from the C-130 to the supersonic is like a Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in the paint to like Steph Curry on the perimeter.
Yeah, you know, the Air Force training program is amazing. So as much as you make that comparison, it sounds like a little crazy. Honestly, if I can do it, anybody can do it. It's a program that you have to be very diligent to get through, but phenomenal instruction in the Air Force.
Well, speaking of that, I've always wondered, you know, pretty much every year that we've had Thunder in the Louisville. Oh, wait, I'm going to cut that question off because we want to get over to the Belvedere and Shannon and Kevin, and they have the mayor of Louisville with them right now.
Yeah, John, Myra, thank you. Craig Greenberg is here with us, and while we keep the aircraft on the screen so folks at home can see the demo going on with the CT-155, the Canadian Hawk, we want to welcome in the mayor of Louisville, and it's great to have you join us here today.
Great to be with you, Kevin and Shannon and Rob. It's really wonderful.
This is your first Thunder over Louisville as mayor.
As mayor, yes.
How is it experiencing it from that position?
Well, so far it's been wonderful. So far I've spent the early part of the air show thanking all of our first responders, members of LMPD, EMS, the other emergency services for everything they're doing today, but every day. And got to meet some of the folks from the Army that jumped out of the helicopter, out of the plane to start the show. That was really fun to meet them and see the big F-16, whether it's the F-16s or UPS airline flying over the river. It's just such an amazing day, and seeing all the great families that are out here having fun. This is what Louisville is all about. This is what we need right now.
So many people think that it is Thunder that kicks off the Derby Festival and the festivities leading up to Derby, but really it is the They're Off luncheon, which was yesterday. And you were there and you had a chance to speak, and by the end, everyone was on their feet applauding because you were saying, we are strong, we are good, this is our city, and that's essentially what you just alluded to there.
That's right. I mean, it has been a very tragic couple of weeks for Louisville. We've had far too much gun violence in the past couple weeks and just in general. And so my view, though, now is that the Derby Festival and the Derby could not come at a better time, because Louisville is today. Louisville is people, support, love, hospitality, and you see all of that today in Thunder. You see that at the Kentucky Derby Festival events. You see that at the Kentucky Derby in Oaks and 5-0 Tuesday and Thursday. So that's what I want people to know about Louisville, is that this is Louisville. This is who we are. And these type of events are going to bring us together stronger in unity to move forward to deal with the biggest challenges we have in our community.
There's a lot of comfort in traditions, right? And this is such a wonderful tradition that we have here.
It's a fantastic opportunity, Mayor, and it's so great to see you out here celebrating with all of us. We're bringing American air power to Louisville. Think of all the lives that we're going to help by recruiting them, by getting them interested in careers in aviation, whether it's the UPS or the military. It's an awesome opportunity for that to happen today.
It is, and the lineup.
And good job on the weather too today, Mayor. I don't know how, Kevin said he did it, but we know it was you.
We'll give Kevin the credit for that one. But yeah, seeing this amazing lineup. I mean, this is an all-star lineup for the air show. Truly one of the best in the entire country. Louisville deserves nothing but the best, and so I think everyone is having a wonderful time today, and encourage people to come down to downtown Louisville to enjoy the festivities if they're not here already.
And much like making the best air show, it's similar in making the best community that we live in, and that takes allies. You were just watching the Canadian Air Force. Those are our allies to the north. We all have to work at it together to be the best.
Right. By the way, we all love your sweatshirt, and we asked where you got it, and you can't go out and buy it. A friend made that for you.
Well, online I was inspired by seeing Jack Harlow wear this sweatshirt about a year ago downtown at Slugger Field with the basketball team, and so she made that. We've got a little extra special on the back with the heart and the fireworks and the fleur-de-lis for Louisville. So it's right now 1 of 1, but I've gotten some positive feedback. So maybe my colleague Sophie Call, who made this for us, will put them out there for more people.
Did Jack sign it for you, Mayor?
No, he's not yet signed it, but I'll have to ask him.
Yeah, so you're going to go all around, and you don't know where you're going to be watching the drone show and the fireworks show from yet.
I am definitely going to be watching it, but we're going to be doing a lot of thanks to the first responders that are out here, also to all the sponsors for the Kentucky Derby Festival that make this a reality and make other events a reality. So we're going to just be out and about meeting people today, and just continuing to spread the message of coming together, meeting people that we don't know before to make our city stronger.
It may be your first Thunder as mayor, but you've seen Thunder many times. Do you have a favorite part?
I love everything off the 2nd Street Bridge. That is just absolutely so unique and one of a kind, and I just love one of a kind things that happen here in Louisville. So it's usually, we'll see the drone show. That's what I'm most excited about today, is to see what's going on there.
Can't wait.
I'm talking about
300 drones. Yeah, sorry, Rob.
Of course not. The aircraft.
The
are the best.
manned aircraft.
The aircraft are the best, Rob.
Yeah,
I mean, if the
we're on a
Thunderbird.
roll. Yeah, that's.
I'm talking about the post 9 p.m. portion of the show.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Okay.
Mayor Craig Greenberg, thank you so much for spending a few minutes with us here on Wave.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Right now, let's go to our Now Desk with Marissa Burke.
R&B Roofing and Remodeling.
Through the decades, Thunder has always served as the official kickoff to the Kentucky Derby Festival. Its roots go back to 1989, when Wave TV simulcasted a massive balloon release along the waterfront on TV screens inside the Bear Off Luncheon, inside the Gold House. The first official Thunder Over Louisville came in 1990 with a 3,000 shell fireworks show at the fairgrounds.
We absolutely maxed out our safety zone for the fireworks there at the stadium.
When show producers wanted to make Thunder even bigger in 1991, there was only one place to move it, right back to where it began, to the banks of the Ohio.
I'm looking at that going, man, you are old. Because I covered the 89 Cardinal Stadium Thunder.
Yeah, the balloon drop. I mean, think about it. We went from balloons to this massive fireworks show. I mean, that's amazing.
I know. The staff now is incredible, up over 900. Okay, let's clue you in on one of the conversations that's going on here on the Indiana side. There are a lot of people who come along and they look at the river and the air show and they go, should we watch the air show or go over to the Jefferson for some music? And they're like, let's go to the Jefferson for some live music. So let's get over to David Mattingly and find out who's playing now.
Oh, you got the shades on now, looking cool.
That's right. This is the place to be right now. We're hearing from a Louisville singer-songwriter playing the call. Here is Kevin Niehoff.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I lost somebody that I loved last night. Yeah, sure, I'll paint the picture. We were drinking bourbon under neon signs. I was trying to take it slow, yeah, like I always do. And then she said, listen baby, this has got nothing to do with you, and it's probably way overdue. I knew that it was coming, but I didn't know what to say. So I called my best friend and said, hey brother, are you free to hang later? Stock the beer refrigerator. I think it's really over this time, and I'm not sure I'm alright. He said, hell yeah, she was crazy anyway. Glad you finally turned the page. Don't you know I'd never run from your side? Just tell me who to invite.
Kevin Niehoff, we will be back with more Thunder after this break. Stay with us.
Oh, isn't this a great sight right here? This is thanks to our Kentucky Air National Guard, and they just jumped out of a C-130, right?
A C-130J from the 123rd Airlift Wing, or the 165th Airlift Squadron. And, you know, these were Colonel Gorder's guys, right? So he was the wing commander of this wing. And there's the C-130J. It's a new aircraft that our Guard just got, and it's a incredible capability plus from the old H models that they used to have.
I counted 8 of them in one of our camera shots there. There they all are in the shot on your screen. You were talking about the 123rd Airlift Wing as being pretty specific, pretty special to Louisville.
Yes, it is. So Kentucky Air National Guard, they fly out of Muhammad Ali International, and they give us a great capability to our state, but also they integrate very well with the active duty all around the globe. And the guys you see hanging in the chutes there, these are not your average parachutists. These are the 123rd Special Tactics Squadron. They are Air Force commandos. We're the only Guard unit to have one of these, and they are specialized in recovering downed air crew, dropping in behind enemy lines, picking out targets, getting weather conditions and stuff to enable American air power to bring power to bear on the enemy.
Wow, and we were talking about how the wind speeds are pretty intense today, but thankfully they're still able to jump.
Right, and these guys are capable of operating in all kinds of environments, and they were doing high altitude, low opening today, Halo.
Halo, okay.
A lot of people talk about it. It's not just a video game, it's actually a tactic where they'll drop from a very high altitude, fall for a long way, and then open low so they're exposed less to enemy fire or observation if they're trying to sneak into some area.
Wow, so they'll drop for like until what feet above the ground?
Well, just enough to open the chute. No, so they've got different altitudes that they'll do this at, depending on the threat and the terrain and things. They're going to hang in the chute a little bit longer today for the crowd to be able to see. But they can really take it down pretty low before they open up their chutes.
And today's probably a little different than most days they have to jump. You could tell they're having fun up there today, just kind of flying around. But indeed, when they are doing this for real, it's got to be intense.
Oh, of course. You know, jumping into a combat situation would never be an easy thing. But right now, there's got to be a little bit of tenseness because that water, I am sure, is cold. And these guys are going to go into the water. So it should be an interesting thing to see.
All right, and Rob, you mentioned this just a minute ago. Barry Gorder, the former commander, he's on the air with us today. And Barry, your thoughts as you see the parachutists jumping down?
Yeah, it was a privilege to serve as in the Guard, and as the commander was even more of a privilege, I guess. Yeah, as you said, Rob, these guys are the best of the best. Everybody's familiar with the Navy SEALs. That's a special operations segment of our military. The Air Force has combat controllers, pararescuemen, and special ops weather team. The gentlemen you're seeing today are in one of those 3 specialties in the Air Force. So that's what we contribute to a special ops team. So they're trained right along with the Navy SEALs and the Army Delta Force folks. And as Rob said, they are unique individuals. They're the best of the best. Today we've got Major Brian Hunt was leading his guys down today, and you'll see the accuracy of their jump.
Just incredible. Now, it's a silly question here. What is the little thing behind the main chute?
That's a drogue chute. That helps pull the chute out when it helps them stabilize while they're free falling, but then it also helps pull the chute out, and it'll just trail behind, and they'll recover that and repack that just as well.
Ooh, that's got to be cold.
You know that's cold. I mean, come on.
Yikes.
Not to mention, there's some big catfish in there. I mean, you don't know what's going on.
So is there any kind of a body type? Like, let's say you're a defensive end on the Bengals. Can you be like 6'8", and like, 380 and do this?
Of course, you're just one of the first guys on the ground.
So now we're going to have a boat come pick these guys up, and Sean Bowdy is on one of those boats, and so we're going to be talking to some of these jumpers.
Well, it's interesting because we saw the Golden Knights land in their specific zone, which was a tight zone on the waterfront.
I would rather land there.
Right.
How about you?
This is not a mistake that they're landing in the water. This is part of where they are supposed to land.
And they're trained to land in all types of conditions. Landing a water insertion obviously is one of them. As Barry said, these guys are Air Force version of Navy SEALs or Army Green Berets. So they got to be able to go into water and then ingress ashore. Right now they're getting picked up, which is cool. And, the capability of our guardsmen here, our air guardsmen here in Louisville, is phenomenal. And you're getting to see the team pick them up in the boats as they go into the water.
Wow. It takes a lot of work. Yeah.
Wrangling that parachute looks hard too, a lot of work as well.
It's one of the things you get trained in survival as a pilot. If you go down in the water, you might go down underneath your chute, and they have to teach you how to get out from underneath the chute, because you get all those lines and things you don't get tangled up in. So you learn how to follow a seam out to the side, and of course these guys are such professionals, it's not a big deal for them.
Where's the towel? Isn't someone supposed to be there to warm that jumper up right away?
Oh, I think that's the next boat. That's the one that's the coming from captain's quarters. Soon.
The water temperature right now, I don't know about the Ohio River, but Green River is about 59, so it's not as terrible as you might think. But still, these guys can get into water, right down by the freezing mark, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they're trained for all environments, as Rob was saying, and that doesn't make this easy, but they expose themselves to so many different environments and extremes, honestly, so that when they get into something like this, it's not a traumatic event for them.
Is it harder to land in water versus landing on the ground?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it's just because of logistics afterward. You've got the wind factor, the current of the water, trying to get out from underneath the parachute. Yeah, it's much more difficult in the water.
And Robert Berry, speak to these huge C-130s. They're no stranger to Louisville. We see them all the time, but these are beasts.
Well, I'm going to let Barry talk about it, because Barry, welcome home.
Yeah, I got to tell you, just seeing this just almost puts a tear in my eye. It's a beautiful airplane. This is obviously the Kentucky Air National Guard. This is your family, friends, and neighbors that are a part of this unit. It's been deployed all over the world, literally. The C-130, this version of the C-130 is used for, it's unique to the Air Force because it can do short field landings and takeoffs. As you can see right now, the back door is open. That's what we use when we drop paratroopers, i.e. the special tactics guys you just saw, or we drop cargo. We can drop cargo from high altitude or low altitude, and then land in short and take off in short runways as well.
And what type of cargo would you typically be dropping from this aircraft?
It depends. If we're supporting someone in Afghanistan, it's going to be food, water, and ammunition.
All right, we're going to go to Sean Bowdy now, who's on one of those recovery boats. Hey, Sean.
Yeah, hey, Mariah, this is definitely one of the coolest experiences I've ever had working here at Wave. We're on the boat, like you mentioned here, and we're getting to see some of the people who've just jumped out of the plane. They're getting onto here. The 123rd is such a special squadron when you think about how unique they are and what they do. I mean, we're on an Air Force boat, which I didn't even know existed up until this week. Let's come this way a little bit. I want to show you just what it looks like. I'm going to make sure the camera gets through here, okay? This is them preparing. It's so hard, they tell me, just to get the parachute back into the bag, pulling it through the water, because if it starts pulling through the water and starts catching all that water, well, that's when it gets really dangerous. Here, if he a second, we were going to talk to him, but he's obviously working. He was the jump master, so he's the last one that comes out of the plane. He's the one that all the guys up there are listening to. He's the one making sure that everyone's getting out of the plane safely. Major Hunt, do you have a second?
Absolutely.
All right, we're going to start moving here, so let's make sure that we're holding on to something. Major Hunt, just tell me about, first of all, what are you feeling right now? You just got out of the water.
Oh, I mean, I feel a little bit chilly, but that's to be expected at the Ohio. Awesome. I mean, it's just amazing to be able to be a part of Thunder and part of one of the acts, if you will, and getting training out of it at the same time. It's just amazing.
You guys, I was saying a second ago, you guys are so unique in kind of what you do. The para-rescue obviously being one of the most important parts that we're seeing kind of in display here. How cool is it to be able to showcase to all these hundreds of thousands of people what you guys are capable of?
Yeah, it's absolutely breathtaking for us that we're able to display what we can do to the population and Louisville specifically, the state of Kentucky. We get to be a part of the great times and the worst times here in Kentucky when we talk about events like Thunder, and then you have stuff like the floods that we get to respond to and help Kentuckians out. It's awesome to be a part of the Kentucky National Guard.
All right, here's the question that I have the most when I think about this. What is the sensation of jumping out of a moving airplane like?
I mean, it's just part of the training. We have to be able to do it. We have to be able to employ by land, sea, and air. So we get 2 of those boxes checked here.
Is it exhausting physically, mentally, both?
No. I think, if anything, it's invigorating.
Tell me what it means to be the jump master.
So I'll preface this. I was the assistant jump master. We actually had Master Sergeant Mike Lover, who was the jump master, who knocked it out of the park. He did a phenomenal job, as you can see. Everybody landed exactly where we wanted to, right here in the water, just shy of the 2nd Street Bridge, and got to showcase all of it, so kudos to him.
So far, a successful jump?
Absolutely, 100%.
Now we're going to get you back to the waterfront and let you watch the rest of the show?
We're looking forward to watching some of it and having a cold beverage.
Major Hunt, thank you so much, guys. It's amazing seeing what these guys are capable of, and I'm excited to see the rest of the show from right here on the water.
All right, Sean, thank you very much. So that goes out to everybody who's watching this and thought they had an eventful day. You did not have as an eventful a day as a guy that just jumped out of a plane, landed in the river, and got out into a boat.
Absolutely. And you know, this air show is just a big lead up to the fireworks show. And you think about all of the people that are watching here today. Just looking at this crowd, guys, I see all the kiddos, and it makes me think, they're thinking, I want to be as cool as that. They want to jump out of a plane. They want to be cool as Rob and Barry, knowing all this stuff about airplanes. And you know, this is a great recruiting tool.
Absolutely.
For the U.S. military.
Air shows can entertain and inspire. Just ask the commander of the Air Force's 123rd Airlift Wing, based here in Louisville.
That was kind of the spark.
An air show over the Ohio River changed Colonel Bruce Bancroft's life.
I remember standing on Zorn Avenue. It was the first time I ever saw the Thunderbirds perform. That put me over the edge, saying, hey, I want to fly one day. I went to Wagner High School, graduated from U of L in '94 with a biology degree, joined the Air Force a year later, so 27 total years in the Air Force. It's been an incredibly rewarding experience, so that I can trace all that back to that one small spark that I saw at an air show in high school.
How cool is that?
That's all it took.
Yeah.
Barry, what did it take to recruit you quickly?
Just as a young kid, I just grew up in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, and I just saw the airplanes flying around. I thought, I want to do some of that.
You want to do that.
Like that.
Yeah. Your dreams came true.
Well, we got there.
Yeah, all right. Let's go over to Ryan Hoke now. Hey, Ryan.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, amazing sights with the C-130 and, of course, the skydivers there. We, of course, are out here at the Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport, the Kentucky Air National Guard. We literally just saw some A-10s take off. We've got the P-51 Swamp Fox coming up as well. But before we head to a break here, I want to get to our 5th hokey Thunder fact of the day. Let's talk about attendance, shall we? How many times has attendance topped 800,000 people at Thunder Over Louisville? Was it 1 time, 3 times, or 5 times? And you'll be astounded to know it was 5 times. 1997, 2006, 2007, 2018, and guess what? Last year as well, and something I was able to connect with all of these years, good weather. Good weather equals high attendance. We are right back with our coverage of Thunder Over Louisville here on Wave right after this.
And welcome back. We have the Swamp Fox in the air right now, the P-51 Mustang, doing some loops and some rolls and a whole bunch of tricks. And the pilot is R.T. Dixon, and he's been flying since he was 3 years old.
I think
That's
maybe
crazy.
as a passenger a bit, yeah.
Yeah, but his first solo flight was at 16.
Yeah,
That's
so
incredible.
Actually, you can do that at age 16. It's a great thing, you know, to learn to fly. And what you're seeing is that aircraft, the Swamp Fox, the P-51 Mustang. And so there's so much great stuff to talk about with this thing. Yes. World War II era fighter. It's what helped win the skies over Europe in the 1944 and 1945. Interestingly, this particular aircraft actually used to fly for the Kentucky Air National Guard when we still flew fighters as reconnaissance aircraft. We did P-51s, and the last one we did was the RF-4 before we went to the C-130. And for me personally, the pilot of this aircraft, we were talking last night, and apparently we figured it out. We were both at Myrtle Beach at the same time. I was a new lieutenant that had just shown up, and he was headed out to the Air Force Academy to become a cadet.
So you might have met back then.
We probably did at that point in time. Yep.
You see this plane in so many air shows because of its great history, but there are so few of them, and as every year goes by, there are fewer and fewer. So they've been restored, and they are air show jewels.
Yes, that's true. And the neat thing about this, anytime you get to see a P-51 or any World War II aircraft, think of it as a flying museum. But not only do you get to see what it looked like, you get to hear what it sounded like, right? What those engines, they sound of a different sound than a jet engine, and that's what World War II sounded like. And so that's why it's such an important thing to be able to get to see.
Well, there we go.
Incredibly maneuverable aircraft. Was capable of taking off out of the United Kingdom and flying all the way over Berlin. It helped change the course of air warfare in the Second World War.
And actually, RT takes this plane all over the country so that he can teach people about the P-51. And let's listen to it, Rob, so you were talking about that. Very fun.
You talked about the sort of nicknames, but let's talk about Swamp Fox. Where's it get its name?
Well, because it's from South Carolina now, so that's where they put the Swamp Fox name into it.
All right, we have some A-10s in the air. That's coming up next. That's over at Slugger Field right now. There it is. Let's check in with Brian Good and Don G. Hi, guys.
Hello, guys. Yeah, we're standing by here at Slugger Field, keeping an eye on the the A-10s are coming, the Warhogs, and of course the Swamp Fox, the P-51. Don, you were looking up some information too about the Swamp Fox. It has a celebrity connection to it, right?
Well, it does. I want to thank them first for shouting us out on their Facebook. They said, hey, we're bringing the heat to the weekend. We're missing Key West, but we're going to be in Louisville this weekend. We'll see you at Thunder Over Louisville, so it's all over their Facebook page. So I want to say thank you. They were supposed to be in Key West the other day. They were supposed to be in Key West, but who knows the saying, I feel the need, come on, say it.
The need for heat.
It's for speed.
Oh, okay, I was close.
I feel the need for speed. Tom Cruise has a Swamp Fox. He has everything. He has a P-51, which is really very cool. He has the money for a P-51. Yeah. It's so crazy because there's only about 150 P-51s that have been refurbished or they're worth restoration or flying, and he's one of the folks that have one. There's only 150 of them left, in museums or flying in restoration. So, I mean, that has got to be an honor. You see the plane flying, and it's pretty cool. That's the A-10.
That's A-10. That's the Warhawk that's they're flying over. They all, of course, have their different nicknames flying overhead. You saw the onboard camera just a second ago. That was a wow view.
It's amazing how they all have different names. The A-10, but then it has the Warthog.
Yeah, absolutely. And, of course, Swamp Fox, also known as the Mustang as well. So there you go. Look at that cruise speed. How appropriate is that? cruise speed
Can you
for the A10
imagine?
there. Yeah,
Would you do that?
348
Would you
miles per hour.
get in a plane like that? Everybody always looking up to the sky, and you can hear the planes when they come in. The roar of them, they're all so cool. And the plane is noisy, but the crowd is just so quiet, because when these planes come in, everybody is just in awe to see what they can do as they go over the sky.
Absolutely. You know, the past few hours have been a little rough here with the wind being strong, but now that the sun's getting a little lower, we've noticed the clouds decreasing in the sky. That should continue as we hit the next hour or two especially. But still, that wind has a bit of a chill to it. Crowd here at Slugger Field, it has been busy and steady all day today, and you're right. Right now, they're getting quiet.
And the question that people have asked you most, Brian, is everything going to be okay? Is the show going to keep going? Is anything going to stop?
It'll keep going.
It will keep going.
It'll keep going. All right, stay with us, guys. We got much more here of Thunder Over Louisville right here on Wave. More of the Warthogs as well.
Thunder coverage on Wave. We've just been looking at the A10 Warthog that was nasty looking with the Gatling gun on the nose and the armor-piercing uranium, and the pilot's using night goggles in the dark. But the maneuvers right now are pretty fantastic.
Yeah, they are very impressive, Barry.
Yeah. It, for a fighter airplane, it travels about 400 knots, okay? And for a fighter aircraft, it's actually very slow, but that's one of the reasons as it stayed in the inventory for so long. These guys are out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. They've been part of our air show for many years now. The Warthog was designed for close air support. So when we have troops on the ground, it can come in and it kind of clears out a battle phase, because as you were saying, John, is the cannon on the front it can dispense as much as 3,900 rounds in a minute. It's hard to comprehend.
Those are some of the coolest scenes in movies, in war movies, when they fire up the Gatling gun on the front of the plane.
It's amazing, yeah.
And it has a really unique design too.
Yeah, it's a straight wing airplane, unlike many of the other fighters that are swept wing airplanes. And again, it's designed for slower speed, tighter turn radiuses, and it can come right back on the target. And man, the Army and the Marines, that's their best friend. It keeps them safe.
I couldn't quite see on our monitor, but when I was researching the plane, they had the painted teeth on the front. Does it have it on this one too?
I didn't see this one, but yeah.
Because I don't care what you're saying. When a plane's coming at me with
that
big
teeth, yeah,
it's
like
intimidating.
Oh
makes
yeah,
me more scared.
You're gonna move.
Right.
All right. Well, let's make a move and go over to Ryan Hoke at the airport. Hey, Ryan.
Hey guys, lots of activity at the airport here. We've got a full cast of airplanes. We just had the C-130s touch down on runway 29. We've got the C-17 Globemaster that's right behind the Spirit Airlines Airbus here. They're all using kind of the alternate runway today. Runway 29, partially because of the gusty winds out of the west here. So we've got a front row seat to all these takeoffs and landings. It's been quite the sight here. Want to get to another one of our hokey Thunder facts. What is the warmest temperature we have had during Thunder over Louisville? Was it 83 degrees, 87 degrees, or 92 degrees? And spoiler alert, it happened last year. The answer is 87 degrees back in 2022. What a contrast this year is with temperatures in the 50s and 60s today. Before we go to break here with Waves coverage of Thunder over Louisville, we want to toss it over to the Now Desk.
Back to our coverage right here of the 34th annual Kentucky Derby Festival, Thunder Over Louisville. Kevin Harnett, Shannon Cogan, Brigadier General Rob Givens on this side of the Ohio. We are looking at a partly sunny sky, a day where temperatures have been in the low 60s, a little breezy if you're coming out and haven't made it.
I feel like it's very windy.
Hey, the parachutists are jumping. That tells us it's just
true.
a little breezy, right?
That is true. We are joined right now by Ken Selvaggi, the Kentucky Derby Festival chair this year, overseeing more than 70 events.
Wow.
Been a blast.
We know him well for a long time. You were the
colleagues,
vice president of Wave Television, and now.
Congrats on your 75th anniversary this year. I mean, Thunder's only 34. You guys are 74.
Right?
I know you've been there about half of that time.
Yeah, I feel like it anyway. I had hair when I started. Listen, you've been busy though. When we talk about 70 events, what's it been like being the chair?
It's spectacular. I mean, we kicked it off in January with Justice Fest, so I have the visual of a third grader doing a PowerPoint trying to convince stakeholders in the room to support his initiative for his buddy and the team to get a first of its kind handicap accessible playground for the school, and all of the projects that the middle and high school kids did, 24 different projects. Most of them, I think nearly all of them, have been funded by the community. The volunteer support for this festival has been off the charts.
How many
volunteers? Business support. We have over 1,000, but we have capacity for 4,000. So the over 1,000 do about 4 different volunteer jobs. And then we have a board of 75 people that I'm privileged to chair, and they do amazing work because they're boots on the ground, and they're all running around today because it's all hands on deck, as you all know from your coverage. But it's been great. I mean, that visual of that third grader, all the visuals. I mean, the woman that sang the national anthem last Sunday morning for Tour de Loup, incredible. You know, the Bourbonville the other night, they're off luncheon.
Was yesterday.
The mayor was terrific. You know, that was awesome. We're looking forward to nearly 10,000 runners next Saturday for the mini and the marathon. And I noticed the weather went from sunny this morning next Saturday to rain.
It's
now.
a week away, Ken.
So we're always looking at that. But all the events are spectacular. Robo Rumble, I remember the visual of a dad and his son, you know, working that. It's great. Talk about your planes here.
Well, no, I wanted to just point out, you talk about all the visuals that you've seen through the time as the festival began this year, but today it's all about the hundreds of thousands of people who've gathered along the banks of the Ohio. This has to be a pinnacle of it.
I met a guy who's first Thunder. I met a woman who's 35th Thunder, and everybody's in a really good mood. I mean, it's very festive down there. It's been terrific.
Well, thank you.
We're excited.
Thank you for all that you're doing and your entire team and all of the volunteers, because the Kentucky Derby Festival and all of the events, it's something that, as the mayor talked about, it's something that we really need it right now to really reconnect.
Our goal always is to build community, connect folks in the community, uplift spirits, bring joy, bring memories. Everyone has a great KDF memory, and this year more than ever it's important to do that, to connect people and, you know, uplift people, because, you know, we need the good too. And there's so much good that outweighs all the horror that we've experienced, and you know, enough is enough. And so just to sit back and you know, beautiful day, and appreciate you know what's to come. The fireworks are going to be spectacular tonight. The air show is spectacular.
It's underway now. This is the Matt Yonkin, the Twin Beach. He's been flying since he was 16 years old, or 14 years old. Let's take an on-board camera. We'll get a bird's eye view of what it looks like from the cockpit from Matt Yonkin. There you see it. Rob, explain and jump in here. It looks like a lot of controls on this type of plane.
Yeah, so this is you know, one of the first real dedicated air show acts that we're seeing today. So this guy will go out and take this airplane that's really not designed to do most of this stuff, by the way.
Really?
And take it out and maneuver it. So there's a couple things he's got going on in there. Right now he's working the line, because air shows are always designed with safety in mind. And he's making sure he's keeping the airplane maneuvered inside the aerobatic box, which is the area free of spectators, so that everybody's safe. And he's got a twin-engine airplane that was built to train navigators and bomber pilots in World War II, and he's going to do aerobatic maneuvers with it. So this guy knows what he's doing, and of course we always get a chance to see him again when it gets dark because he does this at night as well too.
Several of the acts of the air show will come back around doing those night performances. This is one, as Rob has mentioned. Ken, while we watch this, hear the sort of crowds cheer as the plane passes by. You've always preached servant leadership. It's something you've been doing with the Derby Festival. And what are you looking forward to as we get past Thunder Day?
Well, parade always kicks off festival always. It just started last year, kicking it off, but that'll be next Sunday. That'll be spectacular. And then, of course,
you can watch it on Wave, of course.
Yeah, watch it on Wave, and then Monday night, watch the bed races on Wave of Derby Week. And then, of course, the boat races Wednesday. Wine Fest is that Tuesday. We open Festiville Thursday, so Chow Wagon.
Right, of course, yes.
Some good bands.
It's hard to break away from calling it the Chow Wagon.
It'll be fun. So that's about a 10-day run, too. Gospel Fest is Sunday night next week. There's something every day for somebody, and sometimes 2 days. The hole-in-one, the finals are Tuesday night, same time as the Taste of Derby Festival at Slugger Field. So there's always something going on.
Well, listen, we appreciate all the work you've put into it. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you guys.
Ken.
You do great work and great telecast as always.
Well, good luck for the rest of the Kentucky Derby Festival.
Thank you, and thanks to everybody that has supported us. The civic mindedness of our businesses is off the charts.
Wow, I love listening to this, Rob.
I'm just amazed because I think you've upstaged my jacket here today with the Kentucky Derby one.
No, that's impossible. That is impossible to upstage your jacket.
Yeah, we see the Twin Beach here that Matt's flying. So he's taking a transport aircraft and he's doing over-the-top maneuvers with it, which is not what you would normally do with this.
Now, what would make someone say, you know what, this plane doesn't really do this, but I'm going to try it out anyway?
Have you ever heard the expression, hey, hold my beer, right? So the guy is just out there taking a look at what he can do with aviation and putting the aircraft to the absolute limits of it. So he is, you do something like this because you can.
That's
actually.
a certain personality, someone who's going to do something like that.
Yeah, all a little bit, on edge. But again, while it looks like it's very challenging to do, it is, of course, designed, like I said earlier, with safety in mind. He's making sure that everything he's done, people will say, well, what type of stunt was that? Now, well, none of them are stunts. They're maneuvers. You know how fast you have to be, how high you have to be, how hard you have to maneuver the airplane. And it's all done because obviously you want to land from it, but you also don't want to make sure that anybody, on the ground, no one gets hurt, which is what we see. And Matt is an incredibly professional pilot. Had a chance to talk with him quite a bit over the past several years and discuss some tricks of the trade. And as a twin-engine aircraft, rotary engine, he's had to sync those engines up perfectly so he doesn't have any type of adverse yaw when he's doing any of this maneuver. So it's a lot of fun.
And he comes from Arkansas, and he knows how to fly nearly 100 aircraft.
Well, we all know how to fly 100 aircraft, Shannon. It's if you can fly one, you can fly all of them. The question is can you start it? No, his ability, his experience in aviation far exceeds the average pilot's. And he's been able to fly other type of heritage aircraft as well. But he clearly knows what he's doing in this thing.
All right, Rob, thank you. This is Yonkin out and about over the friendly skies of the Ohio River. We're not the only ones enjoying the show here. We've got people both in Kentucky and Indiana. Dusty Baker's in New Albany. Dusty.
We have the air show going on. It's very loud, and we got a large crowd in attendance as well. I've got a few people that I want you to meet on top of that, if you can hear me. We've got Jamie, Joyce, and Jim as well. These are the parents and grandparents of the two kids that I'm going to be talking to today. First, we got Clark over here, and we also have Trip. Clark, I'm going to start with you first, buddy.
All right.
Hi there. You're here watching these planes go by. How cool is this to be out here today?
I think it's really fun watching planes soar by, and I'm really excited to see what's going to happen next.
Yeah, it's a loud noise. Okay, loud noises, but you're handling it pretty well, I gotta say.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people covering their ears. You're not. How are you able to handle this?
I'm a really risky person for myself, even though I'm kind of young.
You're a risky person for yourself. I love that. And also, Clark, one last thing. You got a lot of planes coming your way today. Ultimately, you got fireworks on top of that. What is the most exciting part of being out here today?
Probably the parachuting out of a plane.
The parachuting out of the plane. Okay, so you got a lot to look forward to. I'm going to turn to your brother, okay? Right. This is your brother, Tripp. Now, Tripp, I got to start with this, okay? You're a high school student. That is a beautiful camera you got right there. What is that you're working with?
Canon 250D with 70 to 200 millimeter.
And you are using that today because you are a huge fan and a photographer and a huge fan of aircrafts and, of course, aviation as well. Where did that inspiration come from?
It started a while ago. My dad bought a plane, sold it to oil issues, and my grandpa got me into it by taking me to the airport. Used his camera, then got my first camera, then got this one last Christmas, and I've been using it ever since.
And I know that this is not your first time going to some sort of aviation exploration, if you will, and so today you've seen a couple planes go by. You got a couple shots as well. What are you looking forward to most today, though, as this goes on throughout the evening?
Probably that 35s with the flares.
What is the reason behind that?
Because they don't really shoot out flares at other air shows, and it's very rare that they actually use it in demo, so, yep.
And your work, by the way, I've seen his work. Pretty incredible. Check him out on Instagram. What's the handle?
Bluegrass_aviation.
Bluegrass_aviation. Check that out. We'll be out here all evening. Until then, though, back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Dusty, thank you. You know those flares are something. I saw him practicing yesterday. You want to see something. Oh, my gosh, that F-35 plopping the flares out both when they were flying verted and inverted, and it's wild. Wait till you see it.
I can't wait.
It ought to be good. Hey, just a quick message. So if you're out here today, make sure that you're not flying a drone in the wavered airspace. So, you want to keep everything safe, and if you are flying it, odds are LMPD is going to find you and ask you to stop.
Well, we already know that's, they've already gone to a few folks and said, hey, land the drone.
Right. Yeah. Look how many people are out on the water right now, and what do we have coming in here now, Rob?
This is the T-38 Talon. So it is a great aircraft. Barry talked a little bit about it earlier, but this is the secondary trainer for U.S. Air Force pilots. You start off in a T-6, and then if you're going to go to fighters, you fly a T-38.
Wow, that's a T-38.
These can go fast. Look at that. Top speed, 858 miles per hour?
Yeah, it is a supersonic jet trainer.
Wow.
Tandem cockpit, one person in front, one person in back. And you learn all the basics about flying fighters. You learn high performance, you learn formation flying, you learn tactical formation. So today, when you see airplanes like this, or you see the Thunderbirds in close formation, despite what the movies show, you don't go to war like that. And if you're going to fly tactical formation, you're about a mile to a mile and a half apart from your partner, because you don't want to be in the same piece of sky. And you'll start to learn to do stuff like that in a T-38.
Love the onboard cameras. Let's bring in John and Myra and Barry from the Indiana side. Guys, spectacular sight in the sky again.
Yeah, absolutely. And you guys were talking about the T-38s. Now, what's interesting is that it's used for training for the United States Air Force, but I was also reading it's also used by NASA?
Yeah, NASA uses it as like a shuttle pilot for their astronauts to fly.
Yeah, I was reading that. Why do shuttle astronauts need to arrive in these?
Well, I mean, it's a pretty cool airplane. Better than a Corvette. So.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like like a limo.
Yeah,
That's more than a limo.
Yeah.
A little bit more than a limo. By the way, that live shot we just had with talking about the cameras, we're sitting right on the banks of the river with the best possible seat, and I'm turning around and watching it on Wave because our photographers are locked in right on this stuff. It's actually better on television than it is right on the riverbank here.
Yeah. Well, we've got a great view for you here on Wave News. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be right back.
Thunder Air Show coverage continues on Wave as you take a live look here at the Globemaster, the C-17 Globemaster, not the Globetrotter, the Globemaster. And it is a master of all trades, a very flexible cargo aircraft here. It has things like thrust reversers that can knock down the dust intake so it can land on small airfields. Really quite the versatile craft.
It's very enormous.
It is. It's a big airplane. This is like the key to strategic airlift in the United States Air Force. So whenever we're moving people or parts from one area to a long distance away, this is the backbone of doing that. Very capable airplane. As you said, John, short field capabilities. We use it for airdrop, and then primarily mission is just to haul valuable assets around the world.
And it can carry a lot of people, a lot of, I was reading Humvees. I mean, it is a lot, you can put a lot in there. 130 troops?
Yeah, and that's at different configurations. It can even go a little higher than that. Yeah, very versatile airplane.
130? It looks like it can carry all of Jeffersonville residents, actually.
It's a beautiful airplane.
It is. It is. Tell us more about, it's about 2 70-ton Abrams tanks?
Yeah, they can fit in the back of the airplane. These folks are out of Martinsburg, West Virginia, the 167th Airlift Wing. They were actually a C-130 unit, and then they switched over to the C-17, worldwide capable, as you mentioned, can carry a couple of tons. That usually the limiting factor on the airplane is space and not weight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What is the, every time you see like C-130, C-17, what is the 17 and 130?
So it's like Ford makes a lot of different cars. Okay, they make the Mustang and the Bronco, and they're just different, but there's inside the Ford Mustang, there's a lot of different versions of the Mustang, right? So the C-17 would be like call it a Bronco, and the C-130 is just a different model of airplane, different mission sets, okay? So where the C-130 is a straight wing designed for short field, this is a swept wing designed to go at like a normal airliner would, 8.6 Mach, something like that. So much faster speeds to transit, like when they're flying over to wherever they're going to fly in the world.
When you see this aircraft, what's your initial thought? What do you think?
It is such a over-capable airplane, honestly. I remember when they were designing the C-17, and they were debating using the 767 instead. And instead of 2 engines, they put 4. And it's because it's just enormously capable. Some would argue over-capable because it can do so much, but all those things come at a little bit of a cost. I had the chance I was over in Afghanistan and in Iraq serving at a couple of different times on deployments, and all the big things that came in would come in on the C-17 and then would transload onto the C-130, and then the C-130 would take them into the smaller locations. But without the C-17, that backbone of strategic airlift of taking big chunks of people and materials, and you mentioned Humvees. Humvees were transported by the C-17 just in the hundreds.
So we talk about it's one of the good things about it is it can land in small airfields. It still looks like it needs an incredible runway to take off and get down, though.
Not as much as you think, because it's a 4-engine airplane. Most modern design airplanes of this size would only have 2 engines, and it's a lot because of fuel efficiencies, etc. When they added the capacity of the 4 engines, that's what allowed for shorter field takeoff and shorter field landing.
And also, like, this has the capabilities of transporting patients during aeromedical evacuations.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the added benefits of almost all of our cargo airplanes is the ability to take someone that is hurt in an austere environment and take them out. And we have teams of medics, essentially EMTs, all the way up to regular surgeons on the airplanes, and they can configure the airplane with litters and really just almost like a mobile hospital. Although they try to minimize the treatment until they get them to a hospital, but it's very capable.
All right, Barry, thank you so much. We're going to go to Tawana now. Hey, Tawana, how's it going?
Hey, it is good out here. I'm out here at the Kentucky Science Center, and behind me you see the families here. There's a little bit of dancing going on. along with the music. You might even hear some hammering with some of the kids learning a little bit more about some physics off behind me as well. So we are having a lot of fun, and the weather has been cooperating mostly so far today, and that's exactly what we like, right? So families out here having a good time. I've been watching people even like throwing some footballs around, you know, enjoying the nice weather that we have across the region for today. So let's talk a little bit more about that weather. Here's what we have going on. Right now, temperatures are sitting in the 50s and low 60s. So overall, pretty nice. For those of you, especially across Kentucky, you are dealing with those nice upper 50s going on right now. And we're going to continue to keep an eye on those temperatures and the wind. Right now, sustained between 10 and 20 miles per hour across the region. And we, of course, have been talking about the wind in terms of the aircraft and everything across the area. So in terms of rain, a lot of that has moved out of our region, so that's been good. A couple of sprinkles still in parts of the metro, but overall it's more about that sunshine and a few clouds overhead. And that is it. So that's some good news there. In terms of our current conditions, we're at our area airports seeing 61 at Louisville International Airport, 59 at Bowman Field, 57 at the Clark County Airport, with the winds still gusting between 20 and 30 miles per hour at those locations. And of course, the main wind gust that we have to keep an eye on is for more of those parachuters, the skydiving winds. Of course, we have to keep an eye on that for later on this evening. For later on this evening, we're talking about those wind gusts still in that 20 to 30 mile per hour range. So we'll have to watch that closely. The wind mainly coming out of the west and northwest as we continue through the afternoon into the evening. Good news for the fireworks is the wind looks to calm down just in time, so that should really help things out overall. So smoke direction going to be coming mainly out of the northwest, so keep that in mind if you're in the Clifton area, and we'll cool down into the 40s for later on today as well. So things looking great out here. Ryan Hoke, I know you're still at the Muhammad Ali International Airport. What do things look like over there?
It is a very loud environment out here at the Kentucky Air National Guard at the airport, like you said. Got the A-10s behind me. They just returned. We've got the F-35 starting to get some of their pre-flight checks in place here. A lot of great aircraft coming our way here in just a few moments here. I do want to get to our next Hokie weather fact, though. We talked about during the last time you saw me what the warmest temperature we've had was during Thunder. What is the coldest temperature, though, that we've had on the day of Thunder in Louisville? Got three choices here for you. 25 degrees, 29 degrees, or 34 degrees. And believe it or not, 34 degrees. It was back in 2005 when we had sleet falling on us during Thunder over Louisville. If you can believe that. That was definitely a landmark year weather-wise for us. Before we go to break here with Wave's coverage of Thunder over Louisville, let's head over to the Wave Now studio.
AIDS is sponsored by R&B Roofing and Remodeling.
Fireworks at Thunder have just about always gone off on time through the decades, except for one year when bad weather ignited the show, the night before Thunder.
The night before.
3 o'clock in the morning.
Somebody came over to the production side and said, "Are y'all testing fireworks out there?"
There was a heavy storm going on.
And we looked out and our jaw dropped.
A waterfall of fire came cascading off the bridge 24 hours early.
It was beautiful, but I don't think 3 or 4 people saw it.
It was a heck of a show for about 15 guys.
And I thought I couldn't wait for Thunder. That year, Mother Nature couldn't wait either.
Could you imagine? And in the sky now, not the fireworks just yet. We'll wait for that show coming up later. And we've got about a 18-minute drone show, too, that will precede the fireworks. But now the air show is underway. This is Nick Coleman in his Taylor craft. And a little weather history about his plane. He bought it after a hangar that was torn apart by a tornado
in
crashed
Texas.
down on it in Texas.
Yeah, I love this onboard camera. And there you have Nick Coleman. And what's interesting about this plane is that he's clipped the wings, so they're not as long, but that allows him to do more maneuvers.
It allows him to pull more G's in the airplane, actually. And so the cool thing about Nick is, first, he's done this many times. He's a retired colonel from the Air National Guard. He has got great aviation experience. But think about any type of performance you see, like a dancer performance or ice skate or anything like that. He's doing the same type of stuff. Everything is choreographed, but now he's going to do it in 3 dimensions. So he's got to stay positionally aware all the time he's maneuvering down the river, and the wind's blowing him around. He's adjusting for the conditions. But he'll spin that airplane. I mean, you saw him do multiple rolls, and he'll put it almost out of control, but he's always able to maintain his position vis-a-vis the show center, which is amazing.
I think the theme that I've taken out of everything you've said about these pilots today is like, well, that aircraft's not meant to do that, but he does this. This aircraft,
so
they clip the wings a little bit, but it's like the sky's full of daredevils today.
The sky's the limit, too, on what they can do.
Highly qualified professional pilots, actually. But yeah, it is. But these guys, they love aviation. They love showing what aircraft can do. And also, not just what the airplane can do in this case, but as you see him rolling there, what the human can do. Because he is doing all this. There's no instrumentation he's using. He's doing it all through visual means. There's no autopilot on this thing. He's doing it with just his hands and his eyeballs, been able to keep the craft in the appropriate space.
Pretty incredible. So Nick Coleman is the pilot, and he lives here in town, and he now is a pilot for UPS. So he's a guy who loves to fly.
Yeah, he's met all the right check boxes, right? So UPS guy, Air National Guard guy, and an air show guy. Great friend to the Thunder Over Louisville, and a great motivator for aviation careers throughout the city.
I know a lot of pilots, but at what point do you push the limit and say, you know what, I want to try to make this plane do something a little bit more different? Like, where's that kick in?
Well, it kicks in a sense of adventure, I think, as you're able to fly. But really, it seems like you're really pushing the envelope as it is, but it's not so much that. You know what the airplane can do, you know what you can do, and also it changes on every given day. And some days you can't do as well as you could on other days, and you'll adjust as appropriate.
All right, well, coming up, we're going to have the F-35. We're so excited about this. We can't wait to
you want to see.
this.
Yeah.
And you want to hear it, too.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
For Thunder is Humana. I've got Dior Cotton here with Humana to tell us a little bit more about why they continue to be such an important partner of Thunder, because you guys get people to and from the big event.
Yes, so Humana has been a part of Louisville for 60 years, and it's really important for us that everyone has that sense of belonging. So one of the great things that we do with the Kentucky Derby Festival as well as Churchill Downs is sponsor free TARC transportation all day Saturday, every route, just in case. You never know what you need to connect to and from to get downtown, so everyone can enjoy, the greatest fireworks show in the country.
And if people are still making plans, trying to figure out when and where to go, how do they find out more information about maybe some of those stops or pickups?
The best thing to do is to visit TARC's website. They've got all the information there, as well as you go to their any of their Instagram sites. They've got a map out there that shows how to get downtown. But everyone knows, get downtown to the waterfront, the Belvedere. Get there early because the air show is going to be amazing this year, and find the best spot.
It'll be certainly fantastic. Thank you so much for what you guys do and for sponsoring yet again.
Yes, we love the Kentucky Derby Festival. This is one of 3 events that we try to wrap our arms around to make sure that everyone has a great experience.
Fantastic. And we'll send it back out to the waterfront for more Thunder Over Louisville coverage.
All right, thank you, Josh. And here it is. We've been excited about this. This is the F-35 coming in to show us what it can do, and this one is for the Air Force. We're going to have another F-35 coming in a little bit later. That one's from the Navy. So, Rob Givens, you were saying that we might see a little bit of a difference.
Oh, that's right. So we're looking at the Air Force. You gotta love the sound. And if you saw the red things popping out of the back of the aircraft, it was putting out self-protection flares. And that was what it would do if it had an enemy heat-seeking missile tracking it at the time. So this is the cutting edge of military aviation. This is what gives the United States a lead over any other country on the planet today, is the F-35. The Air Force version is built to take off of normal runways and operate in any type of environment against any type of threat. When you watch this thing fly, it's almost like watching aliens maneuver. Look at the ability of a jet to do a loop in such short amount of airspace.
Wow.
And again, he's putting out self-protection flares there to show you a little bit more what that's like.
We are maxing out the Thunder meter on the side. You can hear the sound. Let me tell you a little bit about who's in the cockpit. This is Major Kristen Wolf. She goes by Bayo. She was the first female pilot of the F-35 demo team. She has flown with the 75th anniversary of the Air Force over the Super Bowl, and she joined the military in 2011.
And actually, she is a combat veteran as well, too. Her first airplane was an F-22, and she dropped her first bomb off of an F-22 in a deployed location. And she's maneuvering this airplane perfectly today. Look at the shape of this aircraft. As you've seen the F-16s earlier, we'll see an F-18 later, but the F-35, it's sleek, it's designed to help evade enemy radar. It's not invisible to radar, it's just a very, very small target.
Seeing that onboard camera too. We've said that time and again. John, Myra, Barry, all on the Indiana side. Yeah, I'm sure it's rocking your seats too.
Our seats are shaking. I think this is so far one of the most amazing aircraft that we've seen. I mean, they're all amazing in their own way, but that roar just, it hits you in the chest.
This is the most sophisticated airplane we'll see flying today. 5th generation airplane. This is what allows you to sleep well at night. That you got people like Kristen that are flying this, as Rob said, perfectly. Gives us air superiority against any of the people that have bad intentions against us.
You know what's funny is watching people who even expected it jumping as our standard with our 10 here was shaking and the ground was shaking and quivering below us, and people still jumped with fear. I don't know what they could throw up.
Rob, jump in here. Tell us about how fast I see the speed that it can go, but how fast is she flying that plane today?
Well, she'll take this airplane up to about 0.97 to 0.98, so almost the speed of sound. You can't go over the speed of sound at an air show like this, but she'll get close to it because she wants to demonstrate the capabilities of the aircraft and the capabilities of the pilot. The airplane is capable of over 9 Gs, which is an incredibly tight turn capability, but it's also capable of negative Gs to be able to push over and do things that normally you wouldn't do in a 4th generation fighter, which you can do in a 5th.
Well, it went up into the clouds. We're looking at a replay right here, but then I don't know where it went. Where did it go?
So surprisingly, in a day like today with clouds like this, if the aircraft was having to come below the cloud to employ ordnance, we would also try and get above clouds because you're trying to avoid visual detection as well as radar detection. And you can use hills, you can use clouds, you can use weather patterns to help try and do that. And the camouflage as well, too.
We've talked about having not 1, 2, but 4 demos today. That comes with the slow pass, the fast pass. That is awesome. Rocking the skies.
Yeah, so a little bit of tactical surprise to be able to come in quickly into an area. You want to be able to go fast to get in, hit your target, and get out.
This is also a unique airplane in the fact that it's flown by the U.S. Air Force, the U.S. Navy. When you get cut out by afterburners, that's a beautiful thing. I was just saying, it's a unique airplane in that it's flown and developed by the Air Force, the Navy, and the Marine Corps, which is very unusual for a fighter airplane.
In addition to the United States, our allies are starting to fly the F-35 now. It'll become the standard fighter for all of NATO countries.
And it was developed by those same countries, Rob. You're absolutely right.
I was just reading here where the U.S. bought 2,500 of them. They just ordered them on Amazon.
and John, UPS delivered them, too.
Cheaper by the dozen.
Yes, UPS
Same day delivery.
And that they plan to use them until 2070. So what you guys have been saying, that just underscores everything you've been saying. Like, this is what we're all in on.
This is
it.
This
is going to rule the world.
This
now
is
for
exactly
decades.
right.
Take a look at that shot. That's a great shot. It's the bomb bays. It's the internal weapons base of the aircraft. In full stealth mode, you don't have weapons hanging off the airplane because it gives a radar signature. So that those weapons bays will have missiles or bombs up inside. And you have to have that door be able to open quickly, release the weapon, and close back because you're a vulnerable radar target when those doors are open. So it's got an
And you know, just looking at this plane, I just have to say it's amazing. But what's also so amazing is I'm so proud that a woman is flying this.
Absolutely.
I
It's
want
so
my
cool.
daughter, Nor, if you're watching, to know that it is a woman out there who is flying this plane. All the little girls watching right now, that can be you.
Absolutely.
How amazing is that? That is so cool.
Well, and that's a great lead into, you know, you're doing well in school, but to fly one of these, start math now. You need to have a good background in math in high school to go to a commissioning source to get to fly one of these airplanes.
Upside down?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's inverted, shooting off flares.
And Rob is sitting here. You're jumping up and down. You're so upset that you're not in that cockpit right now, right?
I always wanted the chance to fly the F-35 because, you know, it's going to be in the inventory for so long. And, you know, at the end of your life, you can sit there and go, well, I still flew the current aircraft.
Yeah, that's right.
It's an amazing piece of technology, and it's not just the fact that it's an incredible airframe, but it's also a flying sensor platform. It can sense all kinds of electronic emissions from radars, from radios, and things that the enemy would put out. And like any good piece of modern technology, it's capable of sharing that information on the link across other aircraft to help assist in targeting and engaging the enemy in a more cohesive way while being distributed, because you don't want to be close to somebody when you're fighting.
Right. That thunder meter almost just broke with the with the level of sound there. Now we're looking in the sky. Oh, there. Okay, there she is.
Talk about what her body's going through, Rob.
Well, she's pulling a lot of G. She's working very hard, obviously, as she flies this, because she's, again, despite the airplane being so advanced, she's manually flying this airplane. There's nothing automatic about what she's doing. Now, she's got a lot of sensors on board in her helmet. She can see her altitude and her airspeed and how many G she's pulling that's projected through her helmet out to infinity. So that allows her to keep her head out of the cockpit, and she can change any mode of the airplane with her hands on either the throttle or the stick. It's called HOTAS, and it's hands-on throttle and stick that allows you to not have to look inside the cockpit, because even though it's advanced aircraft designed to fight beyond visual range, if you get into a dogfight, you never want to put your eyes in the cockpit.
Well, this is starting to beg the question, how many G's can the human body withstand?
Well, every human's a bit different, John, so we can, we try not to pull more than 9 G's, but the human body is capable of training and taking maybe a little bit more than that. And it's also a question of whether you're laying flat or whether you're sitting upright. So most of our fighters today operate and train at 9 G's.
Wow. I'm pretty sure she's parking that thing right here.
So amazing. You just think right now, you really you feel it in your chest. And so imagine how she must be feeling right now.
She's feeling it for sure, because and she's wearing an anti-G suit, or G suit as we call it, and that helps inflate bladders to remind her to do her straining maneuvers, and also to keep the blood more to the upper part of your body and
like to clench
into the brain.
You clench your
you tighten all muscles, right? And everything. So, and the whole purpose for that is so you don't black out, because it is a threat to fighter pilots. If you pull too many G's, you can black out. Most people have seen it in movies. It's actually a thing. It can happen. But you train for it, and you also have what we call G shape, right? The more you fly, the better your G capability is. If you haven't flown for a little while, you got to kind of build back up.
And now look at how it's just floating. Yeah. Just like a change-up for a great pitcher. I'm going to go slow now and float.
We were talking about, what type of physical fitness do you have to be? I mean, does it require any type to fly?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, just to sustain the G load that Rob's talking about. Kristen and all fighter pilots, anybody that's going to try to pull AGs is in very good physical condition. They spend large amount of time just doing nothing unusual in terms of their fitness, but they have to be very physically fit. Rob, you touched on a little bit on the heads-up display through the helmet. It's interesting to kind of elaborate on that. So much information, like some cars now come out with a little bit of a HUD, and it tells you your RPM or the miles per hour, but the amount of information Kristen's getting through her HUD right now is much more than that.
I want to ask a question, because what we're seeing is the demo. It's the capability of the aircraft. When she came through slow and sort of floating, as John pointed out, what would that be used for?
Well, because in a dogfight, you're going to get slow. And what you want to be able to do is, when you're slow, still have nose position and be able to maneuver your nose towards an enemy to put a weapon on that enemy. So that's what it demonstrates. But it also, if you notice, when she was going slow, she could then, actually accelerate it going straight up. And that type of performance allows you to have a better type of maneuverable capability against a normal adversary. So she's able to beat somebody in a dogfight much easier than like the F-16s we saw earlier today that I used to fly. We always used to joke it's like fighting aliens when you're fighting a 5th generation aircraft, because even if you survived to meet them face to face, they'd outmaneuver you.
Beauty of the F-35 from the U.S. Air Force. I was reading in an interview with Bayo. She was saying the F-22 she loved for air-to-air combat, but the F-35, the air-to-ground combat.
And so that was the shift. In the 70s, we built the F-15 and the F-16. The F-15 for air-to-air and the F-16 for air-to-ground is how it transitioned out. And we did the same thing with fifth-generation capability, the F-22 for air-to-air and the F-35 for air-to-ground. But make no mistake, this airplane can...
There's the thunder meter again.
This airplane can fight in the air very well. It can fight in visual range and can fight beyond visual range, and is more than capable of handling itself against an air threat.
Wow, what a demo this is. At what year did they introduce the F-35 again?
The F-35 started coming online at the earlier part of 2012 to 2013, and we're still in the process of bringing it up to speed throughout all of the Air Force and the Air National Guard and the Reserve.
This is where we see the tradition, the heritage flight coming in. Rob, tell us, so what we're seeing, obviously we've got the F-35 still, and then the P-51.
Well, what you're seeing there is the technological marvels of their time. The P-51 with the laminar flow wing and the ability to go long range and perform air-to-air combat like it did in World War II, versus the F-35 Lightning, which is capable of ingressing through hostile territory by denying the enemy the range it needs to fire a radar missile and striking any target with precision. And it's just great to see the 80 years that have transpired from the P-51 to the F-35, what we're capable of doing
What
today.
a sight that is. Now, this looks like they're so close here. How close do you think they are?
They're going to get no closer than 3 feet, and with the wind conditions today, they'll be a little bit further apart than that. But this is something that they practice because it's important to remember our air power heritage for a variety of reasons. Primarily, America is an air power nation. We travel by air, we move goods and services by air, and clearly we fight by air. And it's one of our advantages in any type of military situation.
Hey, Rob, when you're 3 feet away from somebody riding bikes, you feel like you're about to crash. How can you be 3 feet away with a jet in a plane?
Well, actually, you just practice. But, you know, when you're if you're all going the same airspeed, it's like being against, in a bike on the same speed. Now, I wouldn't want to be 3 feet away from an airplane and being on a bike. That would be different. But you practice, you get used to it. You trust the person that you're flying with. You know the flight lead and the wingman. You've got that contract going on. And everything's briefed and practiced, and it's... it takes some skill set, but
I think
it's something
that's
to do.
crazy. I think how many times I fell off the bike practicing. You don't have that option in a jet.
Well, that's why you have bikes. You start with bikes and you work up to jets. Yeah.
I got to ask Barry a question, because watching this come by, and when we have the thunder meter going up and it's in the red and your chest is pounding, what's that it has to be physically exhausting for the pilot as well when they're done, right? Because I imagine that their body is going through so much after something like this.
Yeah, the anti-G maneuver to keep the blood in your head. You're basically tensing up all of your muscles from your toes all the way up, and you're just pushing the blood, as much blood up in your head when you're pulling anything above 3 or 4 Gs, but she's pulling up to 9 Gs, so she is working really hard, basically tensing up her entire body and holding it through that G maneuver. So when Kristen gets on the ground, she'll probably have a little bit of water and take a little break, but yeah, she will be exhausted.
Absolutely. Is there like a time limit that you can fly an aircraft like that because of how physically straining it is?
Well, like for the demo team for Kristen, she's out here and she's showing the capacity that this airplane has and that she has flying it. So she is taking it to the edge throughout the maneuver. So this would be unusual unless you're in a dogfight, and that's what they train for. She trains to fight in a dogfight where she's up against an adversary and does everything she can to keep herself alive and to hopefully take care of the adversary. So what we're seeing here would not be unusual for her if she's out on a training mission.
Whew, I'm exhausted for her.
I don't even know if they still do this, but for years they would always invite a member of the media to go up and do a story on, take them up in the jet, And it was the same old story every year for 20 years. They go up and they black out and they throw up all over themselves.
Yeah, I did that, John.
Okay.
I went up with the Blue Angels and I threw up 12 times.
So have we stopped doing that? We just admitted we can't do it anymore, and we just stopped trying to do those stories.
Well, you're safe, John, because if you notice, there's no two-seat version of an F-22 or an F-35, so you're safe.
Unless suddenly he learns how to fly. All right. As we look at this incredible shot right here, we're going to take a quick break right here. And coming up next, we have the KC-46 Pegasus as you continue to watch the air show right here on Wave.
And welcome back. You're looking at the F-35 as Kristen Wolf was flying through the skies, putting out the flares. You see that slow pass, as Rob Gibbons was explaining, in case you got into a dog fight. She could make a maneuver pretty fast. This is the Heritage flight where both the F-35 and the P-51 have paired up.
And now we have the KC-46 Pegasus, and Rob, you were talking about that this is what really sets the United States apart when it comes to aviation like this.
So we saw the F-35, you see it on the screen there now. That is American combat capability of being able to put ordnance on target. But we're going to see the KC-46 Pegasus, which is an air refueler, and that's what gives us the range to take our combat ability anywhere on the globe without landing. It's a significant capability. It does set us apart from a lot of our adversaries, and it's a skill set that pilots have to establish both from the refueling airplane and from the receiver, which just allows us to, again, fly from continent to continent.
You talk about how much of a recruiting tool these air shows can be, and just think, you know, you're a kid looking at this right now, and wow, you know.
Yeah, you know, and
thrilling.
that is the purpose of doing this. People often ask, well, you know, aren't we spending too much money on doing air shows? And I go, well, you know, you cannot put a price on the amount of recruiting that you can do from this. Right now in Louisville, there is someone watching this that says, I am going to go fly. We saw Colonel Bancroft earlier from the 123rd. He was at an air show.
When I was a kid, seeing the Thunderbirds one time at Fort Knox when they were flying the T-38, all of these things have a lasting impression. And if nothing else, it gives them a goal to set their academic standards to and their personal lives to get a chance to fly one of these aircraft.
All right, the flights that have been going on, you see the F-35, the P-51, they're headed back to the airport. We'll come back and be able to show you. She's going to get there in about 2 seconds.
She can get there pretty fast if she needs to. Yeah, absolutely.
We've got the refueling squadron coming up with the KC-46 Pegasus when we come back with Wave's coverage of Thunder like you've never seen it before. As we go to break, we'll take you back to the studios and the Now Desk with Marissa Burke. Coverage of Thunder Over Louisville. It's been a fascinating day so far. We just had that demonstration of the F-35. It's been my favorite so far today.
So many people have been texting me. Wow, that was incredible! I loved it. Now let's talk about the airbox. Now you've flown in Thunder.
I have.
It must be, and it's actually kind of difficult, right?
It is
to fly in this show.
Yeah, it is, because the majority of the crowd actually isn't along the side of the aerobatic box. So you want to make sure, again, air shows are designed for safety. Safety for the crowd, safety for the pilot, safety for the aircraft, in that order. And so you want to have a safe place for the crowd. So that's why you build an aerobatic box. It allows you a safe maneuver space.
And we're looking here. This is the KC-46, and this refuels aircraft in the air. Can you imagine that? So, Rob, you were saying that that pilots are told to wiggle their fingers, wiggle their toes to kind of like de-stress, because it can be a very stressful moment when you're doing that.
So this is the newest tanker in the U.S. inventory. So a tanker is an airplane that will have extra gas, and it gives it to the airplanes that are receiving the fuel. And you see the probe that it's hanging down behind it. That probe will actually make contact with your fighter or your bomber, and you will take fuel. And so you saw airplanes flying formation earlier. You don't just do that for air shows. You do that to learn to do things like air refueling, because you will take your aircraft and a fighter, you'll cruise up to the tanker.
Wow.
And there's a procedure. Some guys go up on the wing, on the side of it, fly in formation, and then the first person's got to drive straight up to that boom, and you will get plugged. And once you've got the plug going, they'll start pumping the fuel in. And you know, this is a critical thing to be able to do, because if you're over the Atlantic Ocean or over enemy territory and you're getting low on gas, you need an aerial tanker to get you there.
How long does it take to refuel?
About a lifetime. Because
feels like that,
it does. You know, about 5 to 10 minutes for a fighter. Now, a bomber sometimes will be underneath a tanker for, 20, 30 minutes of air refueling on those things.
It gives us the global reach. It's undoubtedly one of the most important planes we have in the military. Piloting the aircraft that you see, the KC-46, known as the Pegasus, is Lieutenant Colonel Nick Arthur. And believe it or not, it was an air show just like this that inspired him to become a pilot.
When I was a kid coming to watch this air show and seeing the aircraft flying over, never in a million years did I think that I would be in the position I am now, getting to come back and do the same air show. So it's a huge recruiting event for the area.
That it certainly is, and we have a lot of locals on this plane, an IU grad, a UK grad, an Oldham County High School grad, a UPS pilot, someone from Northern Kentucky too. I was reading about this one, and I'm curious, Rob. It said that this is the first aircraft in the Air Force's fleet that has a toilet system designed for female pilots and crew members. So do you know what that means exactly?
I'm shocked that it took this long. Normally the first question everybody has is for aircraft is, how do you go to the bathroom, right? Well, as a fighter guy, we're always jealous of aircraft like this with their ability to get up out of their seat and go to the bathroom, because in a fighter you can't. But most of our military aircraft were built and designed at a time before women crew members were integrated quite the same way that they are today. Obviously, you and I were talking about it. We're making rightfully a big deal over the F-35 pilot being a woman. But as a pilot, I don't even think about it any longer, because
that's wonderful.
We've had so women fly for so long. But so as they designed the new aircraft, they designed it to make sure that it was good for both of the sexes.
So is it like a commercial plane where you go and is that what it sort of looks like?
It's not first class in there, Shannon. Not exactly.
It's a military secret, Shannon. We don't want to share technology with our adversaries.
Yeah, I've been worried about the toilet setup here on the Belvedere myself, but I know where there are better ones, and that's over at Slugger Field. That's where we find Brian Good and Dawn G. Hi, guys.
Hey there, Shannon and Kevin and Rob Givens there. We appreciate that information that he's able to give, all the little details that we don't know. And I have to say, yes, the bathrooms over here at Louisville Slugger Field are very good, along with the music, the food, the people, and everything else.
And you got your cotton candy,
I
so
got my
you
cotton
got that taken
candy.
care of.
I was so worried
Yeah.
about that. Look at that plane there. It is.
I need a Pegasus to really help me out on rush hour traffic. You know, just come by, refuel me.
That's
and
going to
move me on.
cost you $2.4 billion
Yes.
if you'd like to buy that.
That's it. That's not too bad. Hey, we have an amazing crew here.
We do.
That's been helping us out. We've been giving the runaround all day today because we're kind of scattered all over the place, but their effort is a big support for us here today.
Yeah, we are here. We are on the Belvedere. We are at the Science Center. I mean, we're literally everywhere. And in order for that to be done, it takes a lot of our Wave family that you never see. They're always working behind the scenes, and we appreciate them, but we want you to appreciate them too. Have you ever wondered what it takes behind the scenes here at Wave for Thunder Over Louisville? To get this production on the air, our engineering team runs 18,000 feet of fiber optic cable, and they started this process weeks ago. That cable runs from our engineering mobile office at the Goth House to all of our broadcast locations in Kentucky and Indiana. That's enough cable to run across 50 football fields. Those cables connect all of our cameras and bring those signals back to our production truck. This year, we have 25 cameras providing views all over the area, including one on a skydiver and one inside an airplane.
I'll talk.
All right, and I have to say real quick, thank you to my mama and my daddy who are in the trailer feeding the crew as well.
They're so sweet.
It
so supportive.
takes a
Appreciate it.
village.
That's right. Let's check in with meteorologist Ryan Hoke, who's over at Ali International with an update on some of the flights. And I believe Ryan had a chance to talk to his C-130 pilot.
I'll tell you what, this has been quite an active day out here at the Louisville International Airport. We continue to monitor, of course, all the planes that are out and about here. It's been such a windy, gusty day, too. You noticed I had to put on an extra layer out here. Want to bring in Crew Chief Norman. Crew Chief Norman, you are with the C-130 team here in Louisville, kind of our local folks. Tell me a little bit about what your job as Crew Chief entails here.
Well, as a crew chief, we do anything from refueling to replacing engines. We just keep them flying.
So you guys keep everybody flying here, but on a day like today, when it's Thunder Over Louisville, what is different about your job than just, say, like another Wednesday in April here?
Well, it's just the best opportunity to just give back to the community and serve everybody, and it's just awesome.
We indeed have a lot of community gathered around here today for Thunder Over Louisville. Crew Chief Norman, thank you so much for that. Want to get to a quick hokey weather fact here real quick and show you exactly what we got going on for the year that Thunder Over Louisville moved from Old Cardinal Stadium to the waterfront. When was that? That was 1991. We had it 1 year there at the Old Cardinal Stadium, and since then it's been at the current spot at the waterfront. All right, we got the KC-135 tanker coming up for you coming up in just a few minutes when our coverage of Thunder Over Louisville here on Wave continues right after this.
You're looking here at the KC-135 Strato tanker, and that thing hanging down there, that is a 40-foot tube that connects to another aircraft, allowing fuel to be transferred. They call it the refueling boom, and that's something that, Rob, you've had to connect to a few times.
I've seen that angle on quite a few occasions. Yeah, so the boom extends down, and the neat thing about this is we saw the KC-46 a minute ago, which is the newest version of the tanker. This is a KC-135. It's an old 707 airframe. I mean, nobody flies these things anymore. This is a great look that you'd see. The boom operator in the back will actually maneuver that boom. The fighter comes up right up to it, and then he or she will plug the aircraft, as you see there. And once it's got a good connection, then they'll start transferring fuel. And the fighter pilot, or the pilot of the fighter, is got to fly in perfect formation, because you can actually get a limit disconnect. You can get, if you're not flying in good formation, you can break away from the boom, which you don't want to do. So you try and concentrate on watching the tanker, and none of this is done with instrumentation, by the way. It's all done visual. Now, this is good because it's clear air and it looks like it's stable. Sometimes it's night, it's in bad weather, and you can barely keep position just by looking at the lights of the airplane. But you have to be able to do it in all types of weather.
Now, how often would you have to refuel? Like, what's a tank of gas get you in one of those?
Well, again, it depends on how much you're pushing the throttle up, but you would refuel on pretty much every combat mission. You would take off and you would do pre-strike refueling, and then sometimes you'd come back and do post-strike refueling, depending on how far you'd go. And then as you go across the ocean, we take our fighter squadrons and we deploy them from the United States to Europe or the Middle East. You got to be drug across by a tanker because there's no place to land, obviously, in the middle of the ocean. No, we were not going to land on aircraft carriers. But you get drug across and by a tanker.
You think about how important that job is, to be the boom operator, to make sure that all goes well. This is a view inside the cockpit. So this plane just uses 3 crew members too.
That's right, and so you've got a pilot in command and a co-pilot, and then you'll have a boom operator as well too. Sometimes there's a flight engineer or maybe a loadmaster if it's carrying cargo as well. But it's a good, tight crew coordination. These folks are having to navigate to get to the right spots to make sure that they rendezvous with the refuelers, the people that are going to be taking the gas, and then making sure that the airplane is being as stable as possible to allow the fighters to effectively refuel. Because there are times when that's the only thing between you and jumping out of an airplane.
Well, exactly. Yeah. And how many fighter jets could this plane refuel?
So it'll carry up to 7 tons of fuel, and it'll just meter that gas out depending. And normally what you would take, a fighter in full afterburner is going to burn about 1,000 pounds of gas a minute, right? So we measure fuel in pounds, not in gallons, but it's about 5.6 pounds of fuel per gallon of gas. So you're going to use a lot of gas in combat. So the normal fighter would, they would do anywhere between 12 to 20 aircraft, depending. Normally no more than 6 at a time.
And you said that when you were in combat, one of those saved your life once because you were running very low on fuel and you needed it.
Yeah, it was February of 1991. I was flying A-10s at the time, and we were hitting an important target. There were guys on the ground that needed the help, and we stayed to the last ounce of gas that we could, and I was the flight lead. I probably kept us over the target too long. And then coming back, it was bad weather. The A-10 doesn't have a radar, so we couldn't find the tanker via radar. We had to, we were below the weather, and it had to come below the weather to about 7,000 feet, which is low for an aircraft of that size, to find us, and we were able to rejoin, and they got us the gas that allowed us to get home.
Well, thank goodness for that.
Incredible story.
That was the KC-135 you were watching as we span the view of all the folks lined up, the beautiful Belle of Louisville. Just above that is the command center on the 24th floor of the Galt House. Kendrick Haskins there with some special guests and the CEO of the Derby Festival.
That's right, Kevin. We've been having a blast up here all day. I'm here with the man who's making it happen, the all-powerful Oz, Matt Gibson.
So they say I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I mean, this is kicking off everything. It's just how special is Thunder Over Louisville?
It is a spring rite of passage, and we've been down on the venue all day, and it is magical down there. Considering the way that the weather was looking at the beginning of the week, I mean, I don't know who's living right. It must be you, because to have a day like this and the clouds and the ceiling the way that it is, it's just fantastic. And you can feel that energy on the ground. It's incredible.
You can also feel the energy of the jets as they were whizzing by us up here.
Absolutely, you can. I mean, you can't have the conversations down there because it just rattles everything that we've got. And I swear, the people in the buildings have to feel those windows rattle.
Oh, trust me, we felt it up here. I've also had the honor of being surrounded by the Royal Court. I'm going to have each one of you introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Miss Shaw Tahiri, and I'm the 2023 Kentucky Derby Festival Queen.
Woo! Hi, everyone. My name is Valerie Tran.
Hi, Louisville. I'm Mallory Hudson.
Hi, everybody. I'm Haley Benson.
Okay, so you all are everywhere during the Derby Festival. What's the craziest thing you all have done so far?
Craziest thing? I mean, the Derby ball was really fun. I've never been to a ball before, so it would be the ball for me.
Yeah.
For you?
I think the craziest thing is just getting to see everything behind the scenes. I mean, like being in the command center right now is just insane, and we're just so grateful and happy to be here.
It's so crazy to see all the stuff that goes into it. I mean, has it blown your mind?
Oh my goodness, I've said it so many times. It's so special to see everything that goes into these massive events like Thunder Over Louisville. I said during my interview for being a Kentucky Derby Festival princess that this was the one event I was looking forward to the most. So I'm so happy to be here.
So what's the event you're looking forward to most?
Derby. I mean, I personally have never been, and I think 4 of us on the court haven't been either. So yes, definitely looking forward to it, and never would have thought I would be a princess while attending.
So you'll be at the bed races. How wild is that? Have you ever seen that on television?
I've seen it on television, but never in person, so I think it's going to be fun.
It's going to be so fun. We're so excited.
I'm so excited because I get to be a part of it as well. As you can see, the party is still going on up here in the command center. We're eating and trying to avoid the Krispy Kreme donuts up here. So we will be back with much more Thunder Over Louisville when we return.
And welcome back into Waves coverage of Thunder over Louisville on what's turned out to be a decent day. It's a little on the cool side with the wind, but hundreds of thousands of people are gathering along both sides of the Ohio River. There are folks having fun everywhere you look. We've got you covered with live music going on in southern Indiana. On the Kentucky side, you can see near the Belvedere, lots of folks gathered as well. We're over here. We've got our whole team assembled, bringing you views from the airport. If you're just joining us, to the Science Center, where Tawana's been giving us weather updates, the Indiana side of the river,
Slugger Field.
Lynn
Family Stadium.
We're pretty much everywhere. If downtown Louisville can be covered by the views, the sights, the sounds of Thunder, we've got it covered here.
We have 25 different cameras as you look live right there at the number of people all gathered for this fantastic air show. We're about 3.5 hours into the air show now, and then we're going to have the drone show coming up later, and of course the fireworks. We're going to be bringing it all to you right now. Let's go to Natalia Martinez. She's with one of the pilots who flew earlier today. Natalia?
With two pilots, because of course two are better than one. And we're here at the pilot station. We're on the 2nd Street Bridge, and boy, you can't get a better view than this. Although I think you guys got a better view from up there. So just introduce yourselves and tell everyone what you guys did earlier today.
Sure, I'm Lieutenant Katrina Prout from Mobile, Alabama with Aviation Training Center for the Coast Guard. We flew the HC-144 a couple hours ago. We did 3 passes. One was a demonstration of one of our drops that we do. We can throw out radios or rafts or anything to anybody in distress.
So what is it like? Is this your first Thunder flying, and what has it been like?
Yeah, this is both of our first Thunders event. Louisville's been great so far. We're really enjoying it. Weather's been great, a little windy today, but the city's awesome. The vibe is awesome. It's been a great event so far.
So are you guys stationed in Alabama? Is this your first time in Louisville?
It is,
both of us. Both of us, yeah.
So are you going to stay for the show, and then what do you make of Thunder Over Louisville?
We did not know what to expect. Both of us had to Google what Louisville was about, and we were kind of surprised, and we've been amazed. The city's been awesome. The people have been amazing. Everybody's so excited to see us, so we've had a great time.
So when you guys are up there, how much can you look down and actually see? Like, can you see the crowd, the setup, the amount of people?
Yeah, a little bit. It's a busy flight once you get in here over the bridges and see the city. We do a little checklist and a little bit of flight. We pick some peaks out, but seeing the bridges and the views of the downtown are pretty awesome.
Well, thanks guys so much for chatting with us. We're going to be here at the pilot station. What a great job today, right? And we'll have much more from the people who are involved. And of course, we'd like to thank you for participating, and welcome to Louisville.
Thanks for having us. Yeah.
Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Natalia, as you look live right here at the Ohio River. And that is the center of the aerobatic box.
Well, it's the only boat this far downriver. Kevin Roppel is the show center in that air box. It's a critical part for the pilots who are flying overhead.
That's correct. You know, everybody always thinks that all this is done with instrumentation, and it's just not so. There are lights on the bridge to help define the show line. There's the show center marker, which is the boat, and that gives pilots the ability to keep a reference. You know, you heard the Coast Guard pilots talking about they don't have the ability to really look around all that much. I somehow always seem to be able to pick people out of the crowd when I was flying. But,
yeah, right.
Yeah. But no, you need things like you need show center marker, and what you'll also find is that for any of the demonstration teams, they'll use that to grade the performance on how far off of show center they were.
Well, and you think of the wind being a problem for the aircraft. It's a problem for Kevin out here, too. That boat is constantly having to move in place. An anchor does not just hold it there. And in fact, last year he lost his anchor, which was a very expensive anchor, by the way.
I bet it was. All right, we're going to take a quick break. More Thunder action, and let's go to the Now Desk with Marissa Burke.
Sponsored by R&B Roofing and Remodeling.
Thunder Over Louisville has always set the standard for fireworks through the decades. One of the biggest breakthroughs came in 2001 when the Zambellis figured out a way to light up the 2nd Street Bridge with a rainbow of fire. It was the first time in history that anyone created that effect in such a grand scale.
We are go.
Now, fast forward decades later to 2023, where tonight the Zambellis promise to deliver an enhanced rainbow effect that will be brighter and more colorful than ever before.
All right, and welcome back to our coverage here of Thunder Over Louisville. The Zambellis tell us that the rainbow is going to be even brighter, even more spectacular than what we've seen before. So we're going to see how they step it up over the years.
Well, the KC flight team is pretty spectacular already. Already in the air. Let's take you up and take a look at them here. Started with 4 guys, and they went to up now to 16, a civilian formation team. Look at that. Perfection in the sky. Been doing this since 2009. They're aerobatic. They constantly practice. And my favorite factoid about them is they even perform at high school football games. My high school could not afford them, but that is fantastic if you're at a high school football game and the KC flight team is your halftime entertainment.
So, Barry, we've seen so many planes, but when you have planes like this and they're aligned perfectly, that takes a lot of communication and hard work.
Yeah, coordination and practice and hard work, absolutely. So they will run through their routine, because you've noticed that the formation is constantly changing. They'll come in and intentionally stay right in formation, and then they change their formation often, and all that coordination. Yeah, a lot of practice. You can tell these guys love having aviation as their hobby because they spend a lot of time doing it.
You know what it reminds me of? Like birds in the sky when
Isn't
they're
that
kind
cool?
of like taking shape and shifting and moving around.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, so much is taken just from the beauty of watching a formation of geese fly by. And a lot of those same aerodynamic qualities that the geese have is what they incorporate in the aviation.
When you see the smoke trailing, that's because they've got a mixture, right, that goes in with the oil?
Yeah, they actually see in the exhaust. Exactly right, John. They just dump some type of oil. Sometimes it's baby oil, sometimes it's other formulas, but dump it in the exhaust, vaporizes, and kind of gives a nice little visual for the smoke.
And visually, the planes don't look exactly alike, right? There's little differences.
Yeah, so these are all privately owned airplanes. They're all RVs, so I think they're all home-built airplanes. Very safe to fly, but yeah, they all have their own unique paint.
You know what they look like? They look like when you bring your son in here, Myra, to the store, and he wants to buy a
all
toy.
Of those, yeah.
And there's a little set of like 9 planes, all individually painted, and that's what they want.
Yeah.
Yeah,
very beautiful.
My son has a collection of these things, and Zach just loves to take them around and, on the ground, do a little formation with them, and yeah, that's all fun stuff.
Can you explain to us in layman's terms? I've always wondered how, when they're up there, look how close they are right now, on the top especially.
Yeah.
How you avoid, is there a sensor or something that kicks off? How you avoid actually nicking a wing?
So there'll be a lead, and everybody that flies off the lead. So if you're number 2 in that, okay, so there, in this case, you see formation right now, there's 3 people leading.
Yep.
And the one in front, the guy in the middle is watching him, and all he's doing is flying off of him, a position off of him. And the people that are closer in the formation, they have one particular airplane they look at. They look at the wingtip and the tail, and they just stay right in that position. So they don't really even know where the other airplanes are. They just look at one airplane at all the time.
Well, okay, so to use an analogy we've used before, when I'm out biking with a bunch of guys and my only job is to look at the rear tire of the bike in front of me.
So when you're drafting, that's exactly what you're doing.
Okay,
yeah.
Well then what happens when I screw up and I nick that tire and then I go into a crash like I have before, and then like everybody behind me crashes?
Yeah. So Rob talks about, it's typically in the military, especially the 3 feet wingtip separation. There's also a lateral separation, so there may be there's a little bit lower. Yeah. So it's all very safe. Again, as stated before, a lot of practice goes into it. The visual appearance that you have here, I mean, it looks like they're almost touching here, right?
Sure does.
And there's vertical separation built into that. So it's not as close as it looks. I don't want to take anything away from these guys. They're amazing aviators. But yeah, when you factor in the lateral separation and the wingtip to wingtip separation.
And they hit the trigger on the smoke at exact same moment. All of them.
So they're all in on the same frequency. And again, lead is making a countdown just like you guys do every day when you're doing your job. 3, 2, 1, smoke.
What's
hit a button.
it like to have 9 planes kind of flying all together? That can be also very dangerous.
You know, I will tell you, I've never done a 9-ship in close formation like that. So I'm sure it takes a lot of coordination to do it. The cool parts to me are when they separate and they come back in together. That's where a lot of coordination is really involved, and a lot of practice, because they draw out these routines on the ground, go through them, memorize them, and then they go out in the air and start practicing.
So what do they say? Do they say to one another, now we're doing the blah, blah, blah formation? Like, do they have names for it? They know exactly what to do?
Yeah, they know at every point in the formation what's coming next. So when they say, I'll just use the term bombers, probably not what they use, but they say bombers, they know that if you're on the far right side, you're going to make a break off at 2 Gs and go to 30 degree off your heading or something like that. So but it's all, again, all planned, choreographed, memorized, so they know exactly what the next move or coming is, and they just basically give the timing to have the airplanes move apart.
Okay, well, as we look at that big old loop-de-loop, smoke-filled sky, let's get over to Ryan at the airport for the latest.
All right, guys, it's all about the Navy out here. We've got the E-18 Growlers in motion here. We are, of course, going to see them in just a little bit. Want to get to our next Hokie weather fact, or thunder fact, if you will. What has the massive finale of Thunder Over Louisville's fireworks show been historically called? I got 3 options here for you. The Motherlode, Gargantua, or Mammoth. And it's my favorite word ever, Gargantua. All right, we got some live music and the F8 Bearcat coming at you when Waves coverage of Thunder Over Louisville continues right after these messages.
By R&B Roofing and Remodeling.
Thunder Over Louisville has set countless records through the decades. At first, it claimed the title of largest fireworks show in Kentucky history. And in 2000, another record. That year, we set off more fireworks in the first minute of Thunder than had ever been launched in the first 5 minutes of all previous shows combined. 58 tons of pyrotechnics. And apparently it was powerful enough to induce labor. It's the only Thunder we know of on record where a mother gave birth at the event. She appropriately named her baby girl Thundasia.
And you are going to hear from Thundasia coming up in our primetime coverage at 8 o'clock. It sounds like we're doing the Olympics when I say coming up during our primetime coverage.
Well, it's funny because when the story aired the other day on Wave News, I was telling John, I'm like, I've heard of Thundasia all these years. And then to finally meet her.
Yeah.
Like, it was kind of like...
We're besties now. She just texted me. She's down over on the other side. She never misses a Thunder. And if you thought you knew the whole story about the birth of Thundasia, you don't. Watch our story coming up here between 8 and 9 o'clock tonight.
She was a great interview.
Great interview. Very delightful.
Yeah.
All right, let's get over to David Mattingly now with some more live music here. Going to fit the theme of what we're going through.
John, this band we've been listening to has been putting out such a cool vibe out here right now. We've really been enjoying the sounds of Kevin Cummings and Laura Ide. They're going to be performing for us twice tonight. Here's their first song of the night. This is Painkiller by Kevin and Lauren.
You never meant to say what you said, why'd you say it? Baby, I should have left you alone. Just a four-letter word that you used against me. Like a weapon, you cut me to the bone. I need a painkiller for the time that I wasted. My antidote for the night is just get wasted. And find the remedy in the arms of someone new. She come to my door late at night to replace you. Till I wake up in the morning and I hate you. But I guess that's just what lovers like me do. When you say I love you, it's like it's nothing. Like it's saying hello, how you doing, or goodbye. When I say I love you, it's a little different. It has the power to make you happy or make you cry. And I need a painkiller for the time and I wasted. My antidote for the night is just gonna waste it. And find the remedy in the arms of someone new. She come to my door late at night to replace you. Till I wake up in the morning and I hate you. But I guess that's just what lovers like me do. Wide open, let me in without a question. Silly, silly me, I should have backed around, checked you. My words are breath, wasted, no, they never meant nothing. My heart is lady bleeding, feel that chest pain coming. I just need a painkiller for the time that I wasted. My antidote for the night is just get wasted. But the remedy in the arms of someone who isn't you. I should come to my door late at night to replace you. Then I wake up in the morning and I hate you. But I guess that's just what lovers like me do. Oh, yeah. never meant to say what you said, then why'd you say it? Baby, I should have left you alone.
Kevin and Lauren getting romantic here. It's not even 7 o'clock at night. We need an F-35 to get us back on track here, but that was beautiful, and we'll have more Thunder coverage on Wave in a moment.
It is a wonderful Thunder in 2023. Brian Good and Don G. were at Louisville Slugger Field, and the crowd has been unbelievable, even with the chilly weather, but the sun is out. We've had a pretty big crowd here.
Oh, and the sun, yes, and the sun makes a big difference too.
Yes.
When those sun rays are hitting you, it's like good, because that's been one of the bigger issues today has been the wind, no doubt. That cold wind that we've had in an area.
Excuse us if we blow away.
Do you mind if I could just cuddle next to you for a body heat?
Yes, you can.
Is that
I know you well enough.
Thank you, Don. I appreciate that.
It has been really windy, though, but the crowd has been good, and I think it's kind of thinned out now because I've never seen such food like behind us. Honestly, there's so much food out there.
We've been naming off everything: corn dogs, elephant ears, everything. We've been trying to one that tastes.
Dirty garbage fries?
Yeah,
I don't even know what that is.
What is that?
Like, what's a dirty garbage
I have no idea. I'm not sure if we should even Google it. Anyway, hey, if you are heading out, still going to hit the roads, head out this evening. no doubt the wind is going to take a bit of time here to relax. It's slowly doing that. It will do that, though, but the temperature is also dropping as well, so make sure you're ready. Wear extra layers, wear the gloves. A lot of folks here at Sugar Field have been carrying blankets around, which is very smart. Wrap you and the kids up as you venture on out, and you'll have a good time.
Yeah, you will have a good time because it's really great. You can eat dinner down here. They have everything you could imagine. They even have healthy things for you, like a turkey leg is healthy, right?
I never had a turkey leg.
Well, I think it is. I know a turkey that's up in the command center. I called him a turkey. It's Kendrick Haskins, but his name is Cowboy now that he's in the command center. Hey, Cowboy.
Hey, Don. Yes, I'm the cowboy up here. I'm here with the man of the hour, Wayne Hettinger.
Rick, how are you?
I'm doing great. Just less than 3 hours, 2.5 hours away from showtime. Like, how excited are you right now?
Well, it's pretty much showtime right now. So, I mean, so far it's been a picture-perfect day, and we've gotten every bit of the aircraft up and doing what they were planning on doing. So I'm thrilled with that alone. So getting into the fireworks is icing on the cake.
Well, you've been doing it since 1989. When you first started doing it, did you envision it being what it is now?
No way. No, we had no idea. We were so thrilled to do it for the first year. We weren't even thinking about the second year. But now it's, boy, that's what we live for. And it keeps building every year, obviously. And the amount of people that are involved anymore, it's all become family.
Right.
And boy, I tell you what, that's what it's all about. That's what makes it happen.
Speaking of family, you've made sure to have people constantly up here and touring in and out. Why is that so important to you?
Well, it belongs to everybody, you know, so we're anxious to show it off. So, yeah, it's nice. Everybody comes in and wants pictures. And of course, you know, this is the day to get it all done. So, yeah, it's a thrilling day.
No kidding. You can get all the pictures you want. It is showtime. In 2.5 hours, we'll be hitting the button. Start Thunder Over Louisville. We'll be right back.
Turning the switch.
Meteorologist Ryan Hoke here, and we've got a very special opportunity to interview one of the pilots here that you've seen today. I want to bring in Major Kristen Wolf here from the Air Force. You're an F-35 pilot. You're the first female F-35 pilot to do a single-site demo here. Talk to me about what led you into aviation.
Yeah, I was a military brat through and through, so born on an Air Force base. My dad was still in the Air Force when I joined the Air Force, so he was a fighter pilot as well, so that kind of got me interested in aviation, but honestly didn't even think about it until I was in college.
All right, so the weather today, it's been really windy out here, kind of windy and cool. I'm obviously a meteorologist, so I got to ask, did that affect your demo today at all?
A little bit. I'd rather have today's weather for sure rather than yesterday's weather. No clouds makes it a lot easier on me to perform the demo. And then the heavy winds definitely make it challenging to stay inside the aerobatic container, which is where we're legally required to stay when we're doing all the flippy-floppy upside-down stuff. So it was a little bit tough, but it was great seeing everybody out there on the coast.
It's always good to be able to see where you're going, right? And one final thing here, for other young women and girls who may want to go into the Air Force or into naval aviation or any branch of the military, what kind of advice do you have for them?
For anybody, we just hope that they see somebody that, maybe looks like them or has a different background than the norm is, getting out of a cockpit, taking a helmet off and saying, hey, I can maybe do that one day myself, whether it's on the general aviation side or the military aviation. We just hope that we inspire somebody out there, or even one person today is a win for us.
Excellent advice. Major Kristen Wolf, F-35 pilot. You saw her perform a little earlier this afternoon. Fantastic show there. Real quick, before we go to break, we got another Hokie Thunder fact for you. And it is, for a brighter, more colorful fireworks display, does the air need to be more humid or less humid? The answer is less humid. Less humidity increases the visibility because there's less water in the air that you have to see through to see the beautiful colors. All right, the E-2C is in the air. You're seeing that there, the Hawkeye from the Navy. We are right back with Wade's coverage of Thunder over Louisville when we return.
And welcome back. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at the E-2 Hawkeye. It's a Navy command and control aircraft. That round thing you see on top of the wings, that's the radar. And what this airplane does is it allows it to get airborne, better picture of radar coverage near the carrier battle group, so they can help extend the eyes of the carrier battle group.
It's like a command center in the air.
It is exactly a command center in the air. They could probably start the fireworks, from that aircraft if they wanted. But it's a great capability that we have to be able to, a radar does better when it's higher up in the air. And so they'll get up airborne and they'll be able to see, for hundreds of miles and give situational awareness to all of the aircraft and ships operating underneath their control.
Well, the Navy is well represented today. Not only do we have the E-2C, which you're looking at here, called the Hawkeye, but we also have the Navy P-8 coming up here.
Yeah, and so this is a great example of the Navy advancing itself a bit. They flew the P-3 Orion, which was a 4-inch propeller aircraft for years. Now they've just transitioned to the P-8. The P-8 is an aircraft designed to do anti-submarine patrols. So this aircraft will patrol the maritime areas looking for enemy submarines and ships, and also provide that information back to our subs and ships and aircraft to show the picture of enemy naval capability.
And they call this Poseidon.
Yes, apparently the Navy likes to do things that have to do with naval type things like Poseidon. But these aircraft are stationed around the world. They've got a great loiter time. You hear a lot about them today because they're flying through the Taiwan Straits and South China Sea as well, too, as we keep a monitor on the Chinese Navy. And all of the skill set that the Navy had before in the Cold War about hunting submarines kind of atrophied a bit as the Cold War ended, but now they're back into it full swing. And the P-3 Poseidon, not Orion on the thing, the P-8 is the airplane that's giving them the ability to do that.
All right, well, we have this coming up. We mentioned the Navy well represented. You saw Ryan Hoke interviewing Beowulf. She was the pilot for the U.S. Air Force on the F-35. We also have a Navy F-35C that will be coming up right after this plane. So just pointing out, we have so many more planes to go. We're just sort of in the middle of the air show today.
Well, it's going to get really loud here in a bit because we're going to have the Growler demo, and then we're going to have the F-35C, the Navy's F-35. And the fun thing is hopefully you watch the F-35A, the Air Force demo. You'll see the Navy's demo with the F-35, and we'll be able to figure out which one was better. Air Force.
We know where you side with that, Rob. All right, we're going to take a break right here on Wave, but first let's check in with Marissa Burke on the Now Desk.
More Thunder coverage right here on Wave. You know, Myra, I've been kind of struck this afternoon. All these names of these aircraft, like Warthog, Growler, you know, Sabre, all tough guy names. There doesn't seem to be a snorer or a hesitant, or you know what I mean? It's all it's all like aggressive.
I want to see the Gonzo. Have we seen the Gonzo?
The Gonzo's coming up.
Yeah. I like all these creative names for
Oh
sure.
yeah, the Gonzo canceled.
Well, the crowds, you know, the people are getting settled in, finding their like location they want to get.
So what are your thoughts on that? I've had some people texting me who are on the crowd saying this is like the weakest they've seen it, and they wonder if it's because of weather or if it's because of safety concerns. I don't know.
I don't know, but I think look at the waterfront there. I think there's quite a bit of people out there. Maybe it'll fill up more as the evening goes along, and we get closer to the fireworks.
Yep. Okay, let's get over to Ryan at the airport right now.
All right, guys, yeah, it's windy out here at the airport, that is for sure. Behind me, I've got a couple of these E-18 Growlers. In fact, oh, what serendipitous timing. They are getting ready to taxi out of runway 29 here for your viewing pleasure a little bit later, just so we can get to our break real quick before they are taking the skies here. I want to get to another hokey Thunder fact. The question is, which direction does the wind need to blow for the best fireworks visibility on both sides of the river? And the answer is somewhat what we have today, from east to west. The EA-18 Growlers, they are coming your way right after this on Wave's coverage of Thunder over Louisville.
And welcome back. We have the Growlers in the air right now, 2 of them, and they are loud. Can't wait to show you this. Here they are. Tell us a little bit about these planes.
So this is the EA-18 Growler. It is a version of the F-18 fighter. But what this aircraft does, it specializes in electronic attack and suppression of enemy air defenses. It has jamming capability. It'll try and disrupt enemy communications and radar, but it also has missiles that can home in on enemy radars, and it knocks down the radar missiles to allow the rest of the Allied fighters to get in and hit their targets.
Look at that top speed. That's just incredible. 1,181 miles per hour. I think it's going to be coming by us here in a moment.
The thing is, it passes by and you don't realize it until you feel it shake you out of your chair. It's like, wow. Let's bring in also our colleagues from the other side of the river, John Bowl, Myra, and Sari. You guys are got a bird's eye view of this too.
Here's what I want to ask to our aviation experts. I just read that they had a $2 billion upgrade. Like, what do you get when you upgrade, your car?
Yeah.
But when you upgrade,
much better leather seats. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's listen. That is the sound of freedom right there.
Yeah, definitely. And these folks, they're busy this year. They're taking place at 15 air shows this year. That's a
yeah, they're
jam-packed
busy.
schedule.
This demo team is really good.
I feel like this was louder than the F-35.
Well, it's got two engines when it's in full afterburner, but no, I think if you put them side by side, you'd realize that that F-35 engine is going to be more loud.
When the F-35 went over a couple of times, I thought that we should check for building damage in Louisville. And our entire standard here was shaking to where I thought it was going to come down. Seriously.
It was beautiful.
It was beautiful, yeah.
You know, the skies have sort of cleared, but that's the true Thunder over Louisville right there. I mean, that is a massive machine cranking out some enormous amount of power.
Okay, so tell us more about this term, tactical jammer. What do they mean when they say this is a tactical jammer?
Well, so any jammer that, an aircraft this size isn't very large, so you don't have a lot of electronic power, right? A lot of juice to be able to jam. So tactical jamming is more designed to take down things like individual surface-to-air missile radar sites. Big early warning systems and things like that, you're going to use bigger type of jamming capability. So in addition, this aircraft is able to, since it's a fighter, it can escort the fighters all the way into the target area, so it's not doing any type of standoff jamming like some of our bigger systems.
Is this just one pilot?
Well, there's two. It's a crew of two. This is based off the F-18G model.
Beautiful silhouette.
You'll have a pilot in the front, so one pilot, and then you'll have a weapon system operator in the back that will run the electronic systems and help fire the missiles.
How many missiles, like how well equipped are these craft?
Well, they'll normally carry about 2 high-speed anti-radiation missiles. Those are the ones that'll take out enemy radars, but it'll also carry a mix of AIM-120 advanced medium-range air-to-air missiles and AIM-9 Sidewinder heat-seeking missiles to help defend itself should it ever be engaged by an enemy aircraft.
So you're saying, we were talking earlier about the Gatling guns on the front of the airplanes. You're saying, is that kind of a technique that we no longer need, the Gatling gun on the nose?
No, actually this aircraft has a 20mm cannon that's used to defend itself against other airplanes or shoot down airplanes.
Yeah.
Now, we saw it go by just a moment ago. It had its landing gear down. It also looked like it had the hook that would grab the aircraft carrier.
It did, that's right. So these airplanes operate off of aircraft carriers. And they need a hook to, take the cable. So everybody's seen Top Gun 2, right? So they're flying a version of this aircraft in Top Gun 2, the F-18.
And so when it lands on the aircraft carrier, what does it do with how does that work?
The hook, as long as the pilot's doing everything properly, the hook will actually hit a cable, a metal cable that is got tension in it that will stop the aircraft short. Because these aircraft carriers, I mean, we're talking about a short deck. Normally you land at an airfield, it's 9,000 feet. These things are, hundreds of feet long, so you've got to be able to stop right away.
A question for Rob and Barry, speaking of Top Gun. When you guys walk in with your cool jackets to like the bars, is it, just like a different feeling, right?
Well, like
we don't go to bars, John. What?
Okay, restaurant. You did too go to Tom Cruise kind of places.
Did you wear your jacket when you went to see
You should
Top Gun
see
2?
Rob just walking around here, putting on his jacket
Yeah, that's
and
what
his
I'm saying.
glasses, and everyone's asking to take pictures with him.
I don't have nearly that effect. I'm just going to.
Yeah. Okay. I should get a picture of that because Barry answered that question with his wife standing literally 5 feet away, doing better electronic surveillance than any of these aircraft on it.
Yeah, Rob's not only changed his jacket out twice, but he was changing his socks and everything else over here. He's like ready to go.
It's cold, yeah.
Do you even have the sunglasses like Tom Cruise too?
Oh, he does.
Rob.
Yeah, put them on. We'll show you guys later.
Okay. I want to see it.
After this demo here.
I want to see it.
Hey, the neat thing about the demo, going back to the demo, you know, how do you know when your date with the pilot's half over? Well, enough about me. Let's talk about flying. All right. So the neat thing about the demo is there are 2 of them here, and so what you get to see is that fighter aircraft will normally operate in pairs, either 2s or 4s, because you want to be able to keep the enemy, from being able to track any one person. So they can work together. Where they were doing some tactical passes a minute ago, so you'd see one, and then your eyes would be focused on it, and the next one would come by. Now they're getting back into formation again. Normally, like we talked about earlier, you'd never fly this close in combat unless you're air refueling, but if you're out doing tactics, you're going to be a lot wider apart.
You know, we're so lucky that we have this incredible air show here in Louisville every single year, and this year we have 4 demos. Sound is just so incredible. But as I was saying, other air shows just have 1 demo. So what an opportunity for us all to see what our U.S. military is capable of and the power.
How does this air show rank with air shows across the country?
It is absolutely the best air show in the country. No, it is a great air show. The neat thing about our air show is most air shows are really constricted in where the crowd can be. We've got crowd on both sides of the river, so we get significant amounts of people out for this air show. And
how big is, you guys keep talking about the air box. It seems like an air box would be severely limiting to what these planes are capable of doing.
You're picking up something really unique about the Louisville Air Show, and it kind of is a testament to our aviators. A typical air show would take place over an airport. Okay.
Yeah.
So the beauty of this, as Rob said, is we have spectators on both sides. You can see this show from a lot of different places and big spread out geographically. When it's over an airport, the crowd is much more limited where they can seat, but the box itself is much bigger.
Right.
So it's a challenge here. The FAA has to prove the box every year, and there's always some massaging that has to take place based on history and the things that they change in criteria. But yeah, it's a challenge for the pilots. That's why the practice day is really important here. They come out here and they study the box. They spend extensive time studying their maneuvers and how they fit in the box, where they can have their energy. They have to have their energy away from the crowd so they can't be, for safety reasons. So a lot goes into the preparation of it.
All right, we are going to take a break. Stay with us here for your Thunder coverage. We will be right back. Bridge here, and we are on the Indiana side. I'm here with John Bowl and Colonel Barry Gorder here, and we've got the U.S. Navy F-35 demo that's going to be flying over. Tell us about that.
Spectacular. Yeah, well, this is a little contest of services here because we saw the Air Force demo, and it was, I mean, spectacular, right? Probably the show highlight.
And here it comes, by the way. Keep talking. Go ahead.
Well,
we're going to put it up.
We know what's you know.
Well, we already know what's going to happen. You're saying. Who's better?
I mean, it's going to be great, but yes, no, this is going to be fantastic. This is the airplane. Actually, we just saw the F-18. We saw the Growler version of the F-18. The F-35 is what's going to be replacing it here in probably the next. They stopped production on the F-18 in 2025, and this is obviously the future of all of our.
Okay, in all seriousness, how competitive is this between the two sides here with the F-35? Does like the Navy, for instance, they get to go second. They see what the other guys do, and they're like, all right, let's change it up a little bit. Let's do this. Let's do that.
I would like to think that there's it's that spontaneous, but no, they have their routines together, and you're going to see another amazing demonstration right here.
The other demonstration was longer than I thought it would be. That was a long time of major G-force on that pilot.
Yeah, and a lot of gas. They were an afterburner like through most of that thing. I just kept thinking, wow, this is a lot of gas they're burning here.
So, Barry, tell us, what is this aircraft specifically used for typically?
So the unique thing, or one of the many unique things about the F-35 is there's just small tweaks to the version of it. So the Marine Corps is buying one that's called a stall, where they actually do short takeoff and landing version. The version that the Navy has obviously has to land on carrier, so it's got a little beefed up landing gear. So the basic qualities of the airplane are the same.
We picked up pretty high there.
Pegging out that meter, that's fantastic. Yeah, so the basic qualities are the same, but they just make small tweaks for the missions of that particular service, for the Air Force, Marine Corps, and Navy, just small differences.
Okay, let's bring in Kevin and Shannon and Rob for their take on what they're seeing from over there. And I question, I guess, for Rob, if you got to go second, would you vary it up a little bit and try to show off?
Ooh. That bird better watch out.
No, actually, because being an Air Force pilot, I know it would be superior in demonstration regardless.
Yes.
And no, like Barry said, these routines are all plotted out. They're plotted out on a map. The pilots are going to fly them the same way every time. They're always going to try and do their best, and it's going to seem very similar. Now, if you're watching at home and you take a look at the wingspan, if you've DVR'd this and you see the other aircraft, you'll notice the wingspan on this airplane is just a little bit bigger because it's the Navy version, the C model, and it, like Barry said, it's got beefed up landing gear, but there's got to be a place for that landing gear to go, right, and be supported. So the wings are a little bit stronger. And also this airframe takes a much more of a beating because it doesn't flare and land. It just smacks on the carrier deck when it's taking the cable. So they're definitely matching out on the loudness,
yes,
between the two.
Yeah, we are so grateful to have. We're so grateful to have Rob and Barry with us because Kevin, you and I were joking earlier. We would say, "Wow, that's really cool
pretty?
and that's fast." But so, looking at this flight compared to the F-35 with the Air Force, what differences are you seeing?
Well, there's just some differences in the wing shape. The wings are a little bit bigger, but essentially, like Barry said, this airplane is designed to do the same thing, and it's to penetrate hostile airspace and hit targets. So, the Navy is excellent at projecting power from the sea. That's what the F-35C model will do. You're able to go into enemy radar-controlled areas more stealthily and strike targets.
Here it comes again. Just listen in. talk about the condensation coming off of those wings. That's not something the aircraft is putting out. That's just mere moisture in the atmosphere.
That's right. As you pull the G's, that moisture comes off, you'll see it. And what's interesting is if you are dogfighting this aircraft, if you start to see the vapor coming off the wings, you know that it's putting a tight turn on you. So you learn to look for all these type of signals and things when the environmental conditions allow. So you know, hey, he's turning tight. It's time for me to turn tighter.
So you watch this, the supersonic stealth, all the abilities, all the things they do, and then it hits you that they still land on a Navy carrier. And ever since I've been a little kid, even with the old World War II jalopies, I haven't been able to understand how it all comes down to a cable and a hook. You know?
Yeah, it's a 3-cable system, but yeah, they tried to hit the middle cable. So when they come into land, they have a very small touchdown area, and with the hook catches it. So if they go beyond the cables, they actually, right when they land, they go straight to full afterburner. So in case they miss the cable, they can have a short period to take off again.
So you hit the cable and then go to full afterburner.
Full afterburner in case you miss the hook.
Okay.
And you would just do essentially do a touch and go off the carrier. But if everything works as planned, you'll catch the cable and it will pull you. It'll stop the aircraft.
I had a chance in 2012 to actually do a carrier sortie back seat, so I was not flying the aircraft in an F-18. And what was really interesting is the takeoff, the catapult launch is pretty significant. You feel that, but you know, if you've flown a long time, it's not as big of a deal. The landing is, you know, it's got your attention because it's a very short landing, but...
And you're jarred?
Yeah, you're jarred. It's good weather. Let's listen to this second. If it's good weather, you know, it's not that big of a deal to land, you know, force landing. But what was challenging for me as an Air Force pilot sitting in the back seat of that aircraft was taxiing around the deck of the ship, because people don't realize that the nose gear is actually under the pilot. So that means the nose of the airplane can be over the deck of the ship when you're being marshaled around on the thing.
Wow.
And it's definitely a tension getter. And the pilot I was talking with said, "General, please don't unstrap until we get the airplane shut down and chocked." And I go, "You have nothing to worry about. I'm going to be ready to eject if I have to." And they said, "You think this is bad? Try taxiing on the deck of the ship at night in bad weather." And I'm like, okay.
Wow. You're watching the Navy. F-35C. Maxing out the Thunder meter. When we come back, we have the Navy Legacy flight. You don't want to miss that. We've got you covered. An air show you won't want to miss as we wind it down and get into the drones and the fireworks right here on Wave.
At that F-35 and the F-4U Corsair, so something similar to what we saw earlier with the F-35 Air Force demo.
That's right. So we're seeing Navy legacy. You're seeing, again, 80 years of carrier aviation. The Corsair was groundbreaking in its time. In the Pacific War from 41 to 44, and then of course the F-35 with it. And what this really, when you stop to think about U.S. military capabilities, carrier aviation is still, there's nobody on the globe that does carrier aviation better than the United States. We're starting to see the Chinese Navy have aircraft carriers, but they still don't understand carrier operations the way we do. We've been really, the tops at this for 80 years now, and there's the past and there's the future, which will keep us ahead of that ball game.
I love this. It's so wonderful to see.
We think the Heritage flight, this is the legacy flight for the Navy, and again, watching the F-35C and then the Corsair, what a beautiful sight that is to just see how far we've come and to imagine where we may go from here.
And, people might recognize the Corsair. If you ever watched the TV show Baa Black Sheep back in the 70s, and you think about the impacting kids, right? I was a kid watching that, and I saw them flying the Corsair was about a Marine fighter squadron flying Corsairs in World War II, and it was just a really interesting thing, and it captures the imagination for aviation.
Let's check in with John and Myra and Barry over on the Indiana side as we look at this incredible sight.
I don't know if we can deal with the going all the way back to Baa Black Sheep in the 70s.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about there.
That is such deep information.
That was your first year anchoring, wasn't it, John?
It was. Yes.
We got two blank stares over on this side. We're like, what?
That was so deep. Okay. No, so Barry, why don't you share with our viewers what you were just telling me about how the two different aircraft having to get on board the same page in terms of like miles per hour speed.
Yeah, we were mentioning the airplanes that were going to fly in the Navy Heritage flight, and I wasn't sure what was going to fly, and I was just mentioning that the big challenge is the speed of the aircraft, trying to make them all match. So as the Corsair obviously flies a much slower airspeed than the F-35 does. Now, having said that, the F-35 is an extremely The F-35 is the unique airplane in that it does have the ability to fly slow. That's one of the things that Rob was talking about earlier, is it makes it such a challenge because it can fly slow. Many aircraft, the F-18 doesn't have quite the ability to fly so slow. So for it to fly a formation with the Corsair would be very challenging, because the Corsair is going to go as fast as it can go, and the F-18 will have to go as slow as it can go, and they may not match speed.
Okay.
Now, I saw another plane in the camera shot a while ago.
Wow, it's amazing how close that looks from that shot there.
Right?
Oh wow. Gosh. Yes, I'm sorry, Kevin.
That's all right. You jump in anytime, Shannon. We're just watching this happen before us. But the Growler is also out there. The Legacy or the Heritage flight's not always just two planes, right?
Yes.
That's right. It can be more than that. And the F-18 has given us a tactical surprise. So as we're watching the formation flight, the Growler's zipping by, making the noise, showing how they'd sneak up on you if they had the chance.
Yeah.
But, you see the wing on the F4. Hey, John, it's going to get even deeper here. But if you notice, it's a gull wing shape. It's because the size of the prop and the size of the landing gear, so that it could do carrier operations, right? So
yeah, right.
That they had to be able to design it to be able to keep it further off. And the engine was so powerful that pilots, when they first started flying it in World War II, they were starting to go out of control on takeoff because they would apply too much throttle. So you didn't want to put too much power in the thing because the torque was so high, you'd lose control of the airplane until you got it airborne.
We just heard that you can hear the Growler all the way out to J-Town from here.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. I'm looking for the Growler up in the sky. I don't see it here.
I was thinking we might have the opposite problem of all the people calling 411 complaining about the F-35's noise.
Well, as Barry called it earlier today, yep, all right, it's one day a year. It's the sound of freedom.
That's right.
Absolutely. So when you were talking about the speed of the F-35 and that it has the ability to go slow, how slow could it go?
Well, I mean, it can go down. I mean, the thing can still keep the nose maneuvering at 0 airspeed, falling out of the sky. It can still spin the nose around. So it can go pretty slow. I mean, it's going to land, somewhere around 120 knots, which is slow for a fighter. But in an air combat situation, it'll take it down to 0 airspeed.
Give me an example. One of the notes I made on this is it has the most advanced sensor suite, they claim. Give me an example of what it's like being in the cockpit with a sensor suite that they're talking about. Like what kind of advancements?
Well, what they're looking at is this airplane's got the ability to soak up electrons, for lack of a better term. So if an enemy's got radar energy coming out, this thing can see it from 360 degrees. And the computing processor, that's literally a flat screen laptop, essentially, in the cockpit of this thing. It's a glass cockpit, but it'll feed all that information into a processor that'll give the pilot situational awareness in 360 degrees from the airplane. But it'll also take whatever it's seeing and transmit it to other F-35s or other aircraft that'll be operating in its vicinity. So it's a shared common operating picture, or a COP, as it's called.
Okay. All right.
And one thing about this F-35, if you take a look, we talked about F-35 in the weapons bay earlier on the Air Force One. This aircraft has a weapons bay as well, too, but it's also, on this particular airplane, has got external racks on its wings because the F-35 is designed to ingress in a stealthy manner, but after the enemy radars have been destroyed and beaten down, it can carry external ordnance like you see this airplane configured for now.
All right, we are going to take a break and we'll be right back.
Of Thunder Over Louisville through the decades, and this again is the F-35 that we just saw from the Navy. And boy, that was loud. Certainly was.
Loud, and it's just a beautiful aircraft.
It really is.
One of the final passes that it'll make here downtown as it starts to make its way back toward the airport. And I know we've got a lot of folks watching across the region. We want to say hello to you and everybody watching. We appreciate that,
yes.
Rob. I know we've got some flight teams watching.
That's right. We've got some young Louisvillians out at Bowman Field that are watching with Flight Club 502. So these are the folks that are the future pilots of aviation. They're learning how now. It's a program run by high school kids for high school kids and younger to come out and learn about aviation and learn to fly.
And it's really wonderful because these people are learning at a very young age. In fact, when it's interesting when you look at the biography about many of these pilots, they start so young. How old were you when you first started?
So actually my first flight ever, I was a sophomore in high school, and it was a man named Earl Garr who used to own a bar down on by Churchill Downs. His son is the head of surgery at the VA here today. But he promised me an airplane ride if I built him an airplane model. So I built an airplane model of the one he flew in World War II, and he took me for an airplane ride.
Well, I tell you, a lot of folks get started early. A lot of folks get started by using training aircraft, of course. The Yak 52 is among those developed in the 70s. Shannon, you've had a chance to fly in a Yak.
I certainly did, along with Rob Givens. Rob actually owns a Yak.
Well,
and so did you.
Well, the military might we've seen here today will soon be replaced with some of the civilian aircraft like the Yak in the sky. And just a while back, I did have a chance to take a fly.
It wouldn't be Thunder without the sights and sound of aircraft darting through the air. But have you ever wondered what it'd be like to be up in one? There's only one way to find out. The guys at Louisville's Red Star Pilots Association were nice enough to let me get a taste of flying in Thunder firsthand. I put on a flight suit, strapped on a parachute, and buckled in for the ride of a lifetime. On board a Yak 52, which is a World War II-era Soviet trainer, the same kind of plane that Russian fighter pilots learned in. We buzzed the tower at Bowman Field, dove into ground zero for Thunder, flying right over the river downtown. We even made a low pass near Captain's quarters. Simply put, we had a blast.
I had to keep asking him, hey, are you okay back there? And he's like, oh man, I think he was just soaking it in. Every time I looked back, he was looking back at the other airplane, looking around. I think he had a great time.
It was a great time. Now, they're based out of Bowman Field. What a great group of guys.
Yeah, we're going to get to see him fly here in a minute. You know, it's fun because you get guys that were military pilots, fighter pilots, and you still want to keep that skill set up. You're able to fly something like a Yak 52, kind of the four-wheeler of airplanes. But it's just a lot of fun to fly.
Can't wait to see that. Okay, John was asking if you have the glasses like Tom Cruise. So, yes, you do. John, I hope you're watching.
Here you go, John.
He looks spitting image
here,
of Tom Cruise right here.
Yeah, pop the
There
collar.
you go.
There we go.
This is it. All right. We're going to go right now to Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport, where the F-35, I think, is going to be coming in soon, Ryan.
Yeah, the F-35's just touched down here, Shannon. Speaking of Tom Cruise and naval aviation, right? We've had the E-18 Growlers. They also are just getting in just now. So a lot of the naval aircraft now descending upon the Kentucky Air National Guard here. Want to get to our final hokey Thunder fact of the broadcast here. We're talking more about fireworks as we descend into evening here. What is the weather condition that makes fireworks sound louder for viewers on the ground? I'm giving you three choices here: low clouds, fog, or no clouds. And the answer is A, low clouds, because the sound waves from the fireworks are bouncing between the base of the clouds and the ground, and they're able to travel farther and make it to your ears more efficiently. You actually want low clouds when there's fireworks today. Well, we don't have a whole lot of low clouds to talk about, which is a good thing for the air show. Speaking of the air show, Waves coverage of Thunder Over Louisville continues with the Yak demo in just a few minutes.
Until fireworks time, it's 8 o'clock in the evening. Look at that crowd along the banks of the Ohio River. It has been a decent day. It is a little cool, but we expect that this time of year. Temperatures have been in the 60s. An air show of its own with birds flying overhead.
In formation, too.
Actually,
Look at that.
Our producer just said, I see the yaks coming, and then he said, no, I'm sorry. Those are birds.
Hey, look, let's not make fun of yaks.
So
okay,
much alike.
They're not going to.
Okay, now these are the yaks. So now we see the difference between birds and
It's like the pre-show.
yaks. Yes.
Let's bring in John, Myra, and Barry from the other side. We're just having a conversation as we watch the yaks. Rob was talking during the commercial break that this is sort of unique because they're back again. It's been a couple of years since the yaks have been in Thunder.
It's been a couple of years, right? So flying out of Bowman Field, it's a great group of guys. You've got former military pilots and most of everybody. I'm the only non-UPS pilot. But it's just a good opportunity to show what aviation's about. They're going to demonstrate some formation maneuvering here, which is kind of neat, and in a very versatile aircraft.
And these are all local guys, as you said, and Todd Reifert, this is his second time today in this show. Earlier, he was flying the UPS plane.
He was in the Airbus, absolutely. And so now he's out flying, and the guy that's leading the flight today is a Navy pilot. We also have a Marine pilot and 2 civilian pilots that are with us today.
Barry, what do we call this formation?
Loose.
Straggler.
They're going to an echelon to the left as they maneuver around. And so for those of you looking at that airplane, you see the landing gear down there. The landing gear are fully retracted. It's just that's the way it works on the aircraft. This airplane was built as an initial trainer, so the designers made sure that it was capable of being beat up as it was landing in. So if the landing gear don't ever come down, it can actually still land on a little bit of landing gear as it slides down the grass.
All right. Well, we all have something in common here. We've all flown in a yak. We can show you what that perspective looks like from the cockpit. Of course, it's a trainer, so you're sitting tandem in a plane like this with controllers both in the front and in the back.
But you did not touch those controllers when you were in the back.
Well, I tried, but they were quickly like, leave those alone.
Yes, smart. I know. There you are, Kev. And you were expecting
Look at me flying that thing.
You were expecting to do some loops and rolls and everything, but
I've just now found out. I thought, here's what I thought. I thought, they're thinking he can't handle this. We're just going to go out here and putz around. But I just found out from Rob, you can't do that if you're flying in formation.
Yeah, it's hard.
Of course.
Yeah, it's harder to do in formation. So they're demonstrating the skill of being in formation, and you need to go out and see the capabilities of the airplane, because despite the fact that it's a propeller aircraft, it is capable of +7 Gs or -5 Gs, which really hurt, because the negative G is where all the blood goes to your head. You start to get red vision as opposed to blacking out. But this is an aerobatic champion aircraft, actually, that it's used all over the world in aerobatic competition. That's a nice shot of them into the sunset.
It really is. And is your yak among this?
Nope.
No. Okay.
My yak is still sick. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
So, fly an hour and work on it for about 10, at least.
Gotcha.
Barry,
All right.
can you give us some of the history behind this? This has ties to the Soviet era military.
Yeah, exactly. It was built in the Soviet Union. Interesting, in the time that it was coming out was right about the time of the fall of the Soviet Union. The company that was developing it had a declining market, so they started to market the airplane throughout Europe. That's when we started to see more of them come over to the United States, purchased by rich civilian pilots like our own Rob Givens. But yeah, that's it.
Easy there, airline pilot. Let's not compare paychecks.
They started expanding some of their clientele, but originally designed as a trainer with just so much capability that for someone to come in and own this privately is really it's a privilege, because it does a lot of things.
Well, to be honest, when I hear the word Soviet, I want to cheer for the other team, the other side, but there is no other team here at the air show. So, and I don't know if you guys can answer this question, but I guess, to be blunt, what is the state of the Air Force, the current military strength of the Soviet Union after we've been watching them fight to a draw against Ukraine?
It's very interesting, isn't it?
Well, while we're not supposed to correct the anchors, John, the Soviet Union doesn't have much of a military anymore since it's gone.
Since it doesn't exist.
The Russian military, though, is taking a beating. But also, these 4 yaks that you see flying here were all built in Romania, which is actually a NATO partner today. So these were liberated yaks.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Now, why are 2 just putting off smoke and 2 are not?
Not each one of the aircraft has got a smoke generator on it. So that smoke, it's a really fine, almost like baby oil that comes out into the exhaust, and it causes the smoke. And you'll use that obviously for on days where the crowd can see better, but it also helps pilots see, what the winds are doing to the smoke when you're doing formation maneuvering like this. For a demonstration, you wouldn't do it for anything else.
And what a beautiful shot that was with the setting sun and the yaks flying there. That was just gorgeous. Again, 4 of the yaks in the sky here, and the folks along the waterfront have been enjoying a great air show today. It's 5 hours strong at this point. We're still underway with the yaks, and one final group coming up called Smoke On before we start to get a little closer to the drone show, which will be followed by the fireworks.
Hey, Kevin, before we go to Smoke On, though, we need to drill down. You're getting away with something here. I have not heard nearly enough from you about your ride on the yak there. We saw a couple of shots of you just sitting in the back. You're all quiet. You're never quiet in life. You're all quiet.
It's called the yak for a reason.
Yeah, well they zip me up in this. I mean, first of all, I'm not a small guy, but they all are. So I'm wearing like one of their flight suits, thinking I'm going to pull these G's. So they squeeze me in this flight suit. They're like 2 of them zipping me in, and it's like, and I'm thinking, oh, this is going to be amazing. I'm going to go out here and do rolls and tumbles, and if I throw up, that's fine. So give me the puke bag, whatever. We're all sitting there. Well, I get out there. What you saw was my flight. I was I wasn't disappointed because it was fun, but I was like, all right, next time I want to go and attack the barges, as Rob called it.
You looked like just like a basic United Airlines passenger.
Yeah, I was waiting for like the service, where's my Diet Coke and peanuts?
It's more like Spirit Air. There's no service.
All right. I mean, if that's what happens, that's what I wanted to find out. Okay.
All right. We have Smoke On, a local group coming up. We'll be right back here on Wave.
Over Louisville, this is Smoke On, the flight team that is local. They are making their way through the skies of Louisville. They are spraying out, which we learned earlier if you were watching, baby oil to help create that smoke sensation as it looks, and they really do wow the crowd. They perform at a lot of things around the area, and we've likely seen them overhead before because a lot of them are pilots, as we've mentioned, either with UPS or other commercial airlines.
Well, hopefully all of them are pilots.
Right.
At the
Well,
moment.
yeah,
Kevin,
yeah,
I mean,
exactly. Yeah, well, good point.
Let's just keep it in perspective. What's neat about this is this shows, that this type of flying, formation flying, doesn't have to be uniquely to military, because actually in today's flight of 6, there's only one previously military qualified pilot. The rest are either air transport pilots from either the airlines or UPS, and there's one guy that's just a pilot, hasn't flown for an air transport company or has not flown for the military. But they go out and they practice, they get qualified, they get certified by the FAA, and they're out there doing formation work, and they're doing a great job.
Terrific, and they're from Louisville. This is their first time appearing in Thunder Over Louisville, and we're bringing you this shot right here. So as they're in these formations, are they talking to each other all of the time as we're listening to this?
So normally as they're doing, so they've got to listen in to air traffic control and the air boss that's talking to them, but normally they'll only listen to the flight lead. The flight lead will call out the turns and the power changes and things so they can stay in formation a little bit better. And the wingmen normally don't have to respond.
Now, you see the cockpit camera there. This is Yips. All of the pilots have nicknames. Yips, Kicks, Blizzard, Taz, Juice, Not So, and Whammo are the ones flying today. And much like the aircraft have nicknames, pilots sometimes get nicknames as well. And I understand you had a nickname at some point along the way.
Can you share it?
It has been such a great time being on the set with you all today. Yes, it's not that big of a surprise. So I actually got the nickname Snort. Which was when I was a lieutenant, and I always heard, never complain about your nickname or else it'll stick with you forever. Well, I didn't complain, and it stuck with me for forever.
And why were you called Snort?
That is a long story, Shannon. But I tell you, I'll just leave it with this. Anytime anybody tells you that their call sign is like Goose or Maverick or something really
they're
cool,
lying.
They're lying.
Yeah, it's always
They've done
something.
it because they did something stupid or they have a funny last name that it works with. So. Like, Major Wolf today, Beowulf, right?
Beowulf.
So, and yes, Miss Pollard, that Beowulf reference is for you if you're watching. My English teacher. You got to throw in that reference.
So proud.
But so the pilots have call signs, aircraft have call signs, but normally you got to do something a little bit silly to get it.
And they're running through various formations here.
One of the challenging things in formation flying is not only keeping your position, but it's changing the formation as you fly. So they'll change from, an echelon formation to diamond formations to their multi-ship formation that you have here. And the commander will the flight lead will give a command, and they will transition to the next position.
Obviously, we've got smoke on in the sky. They've got their lights on
and
the
they have their smoke
ends
on.
of their wings. Also very important as the sun is starting to set here. Just makes them a little more visible, which is why they throw out the smoke anyway.
Yes, and that helps them. Plus, it's a nice visual for the crowd. And so, as we talked about earlier, the Yaks were made in Eastern Bloc countries, either Russia or Romania. All of these airplanes were built in a garage. So these are all home-built experimental aircraft. Most of the aircraft were built by the guys that are flying them, so they've got faith and trust in them. But it's the RV models, the 7s and 8s, are very popular with aviation enthusiasts, and you get a chance to see a lot of them fly.
That's just amazing when you think about that, building your own airplane. How long would that take?
For me, a lifetime, actually. But it's one of the unique things about aviation is there's piloting skills and there's maintenance skills as well too, and engineering skills, and those don't always connect up. And for any young folks that are out there that say there's no career in aviation for them because they don't like to fly, well, you don't have to. You can build them, make them, and maintain them.
I'm doing just some rough math. Most of these guys have over 15,000 hours of flight time, 100,000 hours up there. I mean, that's impressive.
Yeah, it's years in the air. Yeah. But most of the flight time, if you're, think about it. If you're going to fly like some of the UPS guys that from Louisville to Shanghai, I mean, you're in the air for 16, 17 hours.
Is it much more challenging now that the sun is setting to fly during this time, or is it more difficult when it's night time?
Well, it changes the visual aspect of things. And so when you're up in the air and it starts getting darker on the ground, it's still daylight for you in the air, but on the ground it starts to become more nighttime. And so you do have to pay a little bit more attention as the night goes on. Your visual acuity, your depth perception as it gets dark also changes. So they're working a little bit harder. And then, they'll go back and they'll land as it gets dark. But we'll see, when we see guys come out and do stuff at night, it's crazy when they're doing some of that stuff at night.
Well, we're watching on this side. I know John and Myra, as well as Barry on the Indiana side, are also getting a glimpse of this. Guys, smoke on. How you like it?
Love it. Well, I want to talk about something. Barry, you said they called Rob, or that Rob was saying that his nickname was Snort. What's yours?
So, I wish I had a fun, interesting story. I was in pilot training. I was Gordo.
Gordo.
And it. or Dolph.
Dolph.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a little like, remember the Rocky shows, Dolph Lundgren?
Yes.
Yeah. So,
Wait, Dolph Lundgren was this big, imposing, chiseled, manly man.
But the thing, it was really sort of
so
like.
You should be proud of that.
No, it was a play on that. It was like, oh, you're.
I get it.
No, it wasn't a compliment.
Like you're the flip
Antithesis.
version of.
Well, you know what? You know, Barry, what John says now. Come to us from a viewer.
I
can't believe you're gonna. Okay,
I don't know it.
Can I tell it?
Yes,
Can I tell it?
Go ahead.
All right. This viewer tweeted at John and said that he looked like a total zaddy.
Zaddy.
So I didn't know what zaddy was.
So he looked it up. It's like a spiced up daddy.
Yeah.
This is going to be fun. I like this.
So there you go, Rob
Zaddy.
Gibbons. My nickname is Zaddy.
Zaddy.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
so what we'll figure out, John, is what Zaddy will stand for. Z-A-N-D. We'll figure out a way, and then it'll be appropriate.
Okay.
Yeah, it might get ugly.
That is perfect.
I tell you one place that's exciting, and that's where Natalia is. We thought we'd find her there, but it's a pilot's party. Of course she's there. Natalia?
I know, with other zaddies, is that right? You learn something new every day, right? But I am here with another pilot who flew earlier today. He flew the C-130, and tell us your name and your title, what you do, and this isn't your first Thunder over Louisville either, right?
No, I'm Nick Coleman. I'm retired at the Kentucky Air National Guard. I didn't fly a C-130 today, but I have flown the C-130 a lot in the past in that little air show. And I've got a civilian airplane I fly the air shows in. I flew it today. It's a little clipped wing Taylor craft. An old, it's a modified aerobatic airplane made to do exactly what it does here.
So one of the coolest things that I've seen that I don't know that the public generally gets to see, and that is you still see all the pilots here with their phones up to the sky. You were doing it just a second ago, filming all the planes, just like everyone else, as if they don't fly them themselves.
That's true. I see the airplane fly, I got to look up and take a picture of it. But here, Louisville's kind of my hometown air show. So all these guys flying, I know them. A lot of them, except for the people from the military guys from off base. But the locals that was flying around, there's a lot of community support, a lot of pilots that come out here and love to fly on this air show.
So one thing that I think is really cool, and I've spoken to several pilots here today, they said this is what, an event like this is what inspired them to become a pilot. Was that the case for you?
Absolutely. I went to air shows at a young age, always loved airplanes, and you see people flying in the air shows and doing aerobatics, and the military guys doing their thing, making noise, a lot of noise, and having fun. So it kind of inspired me at a young age. And it's a great recruiting tool to get people, not only military, but into aviation, period.
Yes, and also it's very cool that we have the Air Force, we've got the Navy, and also the Army here. So
Coast Guard down here, too.
Oh, yes, we interviewed some of them earlier as well. So it's nice to see all of them together. Is there a sense of camaraderie today?
Oh, absolutely. And it's neat to come to Louisville. You know, we have the Kentucky National Guard. We don't have a huge, like an active duty base or whatever. So it's great. We don't see it as much as the locals here. And so it's great to actually get all the active duty guys in, all the cool airplanes, the guard guys, the reserve guys, and they can actually see what the airplanes do.
It's so cool, and it's been so fun to be here with America's finest. And just a little tidbit. So before I wanted to be a journalist and after I wanted to be an archaeologist, I took the ASVAB because I wanted to fly. So it was a long time ago, but this has been great.
I thought you were going to ask me what my ASVAB score was.
I don't even remember mine.
All
right, well, John and Myra, we'll send it back to you guys.
Natalia, there's still time. You can still get on a plane and learn how to fly.
That's true.
Yeah. Well, there's a very special woman that's out here in the crowd for Thunder Over Louisville, and John got to meet her.
Yeah, so if you Google like the greatest moments in Thunder history, one of the consensus things that pops up all the time is a birth of a little baby that was named Thundasia at 8th and Market Streets. So a lot has been said about it over the years. If you never heard the story, you're going to hear it right now. If you thought you really knew the story, you didn't know the whole story. But Thundasia is going to explain it to us here because she is 23 years later, by the way, she's far from shell-shocked about what happened.
The most famous development in the 33-year history of Thunder Over Louisville didn't involve a firework, a skydiver, or a jet. The most memorable moment, under tons of exploding shells, was the little firecracker born in the middle of the mob.
One of these two parking lots. This is where it all went down at.
23 years later, she met me to talk about it in the exact spot where her mother lit the fuse on her birth, the parking lot at 8th and Market.
All I know is when she got right here, the first boom went off. And then the second boom went off. Then the fireworks went off, and she said all she could remember was trying to fight the ambulance from pulling her pants down so that she could get somewhere safe. But they told her that, like, ma'am, her head's right there. Like, you have to have this baby right here or you're going to have a stillbirth.
Mom named her Thundasia.
Are you good with the name?
Yeah.
I think it's really cool.
Yeah, I like it. I used to not because it's like, I got to explain why I got this name every time, and then I got to tell people how to pronounce my name every time. But now that I got older, it's like, it's unique, it's different, I'm the only one.
Okay, now I understand your dad saw all this, but he didn't really know what he was looking at. Tell me about that.
All right, so this right here used to be a jail, and my dad was actually in this facility. And he was sitting back there, he was watching everything, he was amazed. He had called my granny like, hey mom, I just seen this lady give birth to a baby on the street, and she was like, dude, it was your baby.
U of L Hospital has reported as high as a 40% increase in baby deliveries during Thunder, but only one in a parking lot.
So you think there is something about the loud explosions and all that?
Yeah, them
fire
kids,
up that baby?
That's fire, making them shoot right out just like I did.
Thundasia had her own son 3 years ago, conventionally, and it renewed appreciation for what her mom went through.
I could not imagine, like, I asked for epidural as soon as I walked in them people's doors, like, help me, it's hurt.
Get the epidural.
Man, get the epidural.
There were no epidurals out here, you know that.
She's a warrior.
Thundasia has never missed Thunder. She's a working mom now who coaches basketball at Central High School and wants to start an AAU team. She is surrounded by love, just like she was when she came into the world in a Market Street maternity ward jammed with thousands of people.
Like, my aunties was there, my cousins was there, my brothers and sisters was there. Like, it was people here. My mom wasn't by herself.
So
she
you
was
had a
with
big
people.
old audience when you came out to the world.
Yeah, I came out as a star. Came out as a star.
She is a star.
Yes, dude, that's your baby.
That's your baby. That's the best soundbite in a long time.
I've heard it like 6 times and I still crack up.
Yeah,
like, it's the first time I've heard it.
Said she gets gifts sent to her all through the years from people that hear her story and just love to hear it. So
that's amazing.
And we love to tell it. She hasn't told her story in 7 or 8 years, so it was really nice to get down there. She just turned 23 on April 15th.
How did you find her?
Our boss, Val, looked her up on Instagram. She said, absolutely.
That's
Let's meet.
awesome.
Let's talk.
Awesome.
Yep.
Well, happy birthday to her. We are so glad she shared her story with us and to see her doing well and successful. And as a mom herself, great to see things come full circle.
We're going to have some live music still ahead. I don't think anybody's written a song about Thundasia, though.
No,
we could go
that
there,
needs
right?
to be next year.
That needs to be next.
Yeah, maybe we could talk to Kevin and Lauren about making a song, Thundasia.
All right. Waves coverage of Thunder Over Louisville. Kevin and Lauren are going to be performing next. And, of course, the main event, the fireworks, coming up. Stay with us.
Anderson with Meyer, one of the sponsors for this year's Thunder Over Louisville. First off, I got to ask, why are you guys involved again? Because you guys have been doing this for quite some time.
We have. We've been doing it for 17 years. We've been a community partner for over 25, and so this is really an important thing for us, that we're able to connect with the community, support the events that matter and are very important to the community. And we're very excited to be a part of this one. It's going to be quite impressive. We were updated on just how exciting the fireworks show is going to be this year.
Yeah.
The colors that are going to be in it. So we're very excited to be a part of it.
Is anything different with what you guys are doing this year?
Yes. Our family fun zone has moved to the Big Four Bridge. Mm-hmm. And we're excited because anybody can come along, get some face painting. There's a bounce house. It's just a great area to support the family and to be a part of the community and the event.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for being part of this. I know we couldn't do Thunder without you.
Thank you. We're very happy to be here.
And we'll send it back to the waterfront for more live Thunder Over Louisville coverage.
Thank you so much, Josh. Beautiful shot here of downtown Louisville as the sun is going down. We still have the Golden Knights making their nighttime appearance. And it's been wonderful today because we've been bringing you live local music throughout our broadcast.
Yeah, it really has been fun. We've heard from Kayla Griffith. We've had Kevin Niehoff. And Kevin and Lauren are now taking the stage where the party is on over in southern Indiana. And that's where we find our own David Mattingly.
Going down. It's getting a little bit cooler out here, but we need to warm some things up here. Who's ready for some music? They were so good the last time that we're called them back for an encore, so welcome back. Performing for you, this is Kevin and Lauren.
Sing the hormone and watch your cheeks get pinker. I didn't know you were a red wine drinker. Shattered glass on your bedroom floor. Then you sweat a situation on your bedroom door. And your lipstick's like Sunday. Got them burning stain. My nails and I want you. I don't believe you. Guess there's nothing else left to do but to fall for you. For you, for you. Take her out there to your car, so invite me. I wanna see what goes down every time your main chick ain't walking around. But her lips taste like Sunday, got them bourbon stains, money, and I want you. I don't believe you. Guess there's nothing else left to do but to fall for you, for you, for you. Oh, I gotta fall for you, for you. Let me see, when I love her like me. Let me watch, let me see, yeah. What your lips taste like Sunday. Got them bourbon stains, my nails, and I want you. I don't believe you. There's nothing else there to do but to fall for you, for you, for you. Oh, I'm gonna fall for you, for you, for you. To fall for you, crazy is crazy do. I'm about to fall for you, crazy is crazy do. I'm about to fall for you, crazy is crazy is crazy.
And you're listening listening to the great local sounds of Kevin and Lauren over on the sunny side in southern Indiana, over at New Albany and or over in Jeffersonville. We are just under 1 hour until fireworks time.
So excited. 57 minutes away. We'll be right back.
Through the decades of Thunder, only once has the show launched from somewhere other than the command center perched atop the Galt House. That was when the Gopher launch code came from space, sent in by astronauts in orbit aboard the International Space Station. It was the year 2008 when Thunder's theme was, appropriately, out of this world.
Thunder Through the Decades is sponsored by R&B Roofing and Remodeling.
Welcome back out here to the set. We've got George Zambelli with us, the president and CEO of Zambelli Fireworks. Shannon, what a treat this is. George had time just to slip over here just before you get into your position before the fireworks, which just edging in on less than an hour away.
Well, everything's loaded and locked, and we're ready, so I had a couple minutes to stop by and say hello.
This must be a lot of work putting together a show of this length, and then that finale, of course, too.
Certainly. 3-4 days after this show, we'll start to think about how we can make next year's show better and different. And, the shells have to be made. They have to be packed. There's the choreography, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, you talk about the choreography. That goes on throughout the day with the air show. We're sort of listening to God bless, or I'm trying to listen to the song
Lee
there.
Greenwood.
Lee Greenwood, yeah, I hear it there. While the Golden Knights are jumping out, so we see that. But speak just a little bit about your family. You are the first family of fireworks. So you came over, you were born into this.
I was born into this. My grandfather brought his pyrotechnic dream from Italy. When he came over, he worked through the night in the steel mills, and he toiled in fireworks during the day.
I'm looking at you with President George Bush there. There's his son, George Bush, the Pope. You've met them all.
Wow.
Well, yes, it's been a great life and a lot of great experiences.
A wonderful journey. This show, we are going to see more vibrant colors. Why is that?
Well, you know, when the choreographers put the touches, they close their eyes, they illustrate what they'd like to see and how they'd like to paint the black skies. And then they listen to the music and they want to portray the emotions. So this year we thought we needed more brilliant, more vibrant colors, more forceful movement in the display. You're going to see chases. It's going to be a spectacular display.
And I love the way you phrase that, to paint the black sky.
Well, that's what it is.
You can
It's
see the
an art
barges. They are locked. They are loaded. You mentioned the choreographing of the show. Also, talk a little bit about the people at the plant in Newcastle, Pennsylvania. I had a chance to go up there a couple years back. We had an awesome time. But these folks are working super hard to make these fireworks.
They certainly are, and just packaging them and making sure that they label each pyrotechnic effect so that it will be, you know, choreographed in the right sequences. So there's a lot to it.
It really is a lot more than anybody could ever imagine, more than we could imagine. Talking about the way the shapes are formed, the colors, how they are formed with the different minerals that they use.
It certainly is. But it's a labor of love, and none of the pyrotechnicians would do this if they didn't love it.
So my favorite part is always, and I've heard that we're not doing it this year, but the fireworks off the bridge. What is your favorite part of Thunder, of the fireworks show here?
Well, my favorite part, my dad, you know, taught me when I was very young to turn, look at the crowd, look in their eyes, listen to the oohs and ahs. And at that point, they all turn into kids. So that's the most fun for me.
I love that.
All right. George Zambelli, we appreciate you being here.
Well, it's great. And when this spectacular is over, Universal Pictures, Mario and Luigi are going to say, Super Zambelli Brothers.
That's right.
We'll all be saying it too. All right, George, thank you very much. Shannon, we have to take a quick break, but we're getting so close.
We are, and we have some golden nights coming down. We'll be right back.
Sponsored by R&B Roofing and Remodeling.
The American flag has always been a part of Thunder through the decades. The tradition really took hold in 1992 when locals looked up to see a 60-foot flag flying over the river, a record for the largest flag to have ever been flown from a helicopter.
It got down to a science of how much weight had to be holding those, which is 165 pounds underneath the flag to hold the wired taunt, and then at the right speed to make it furl the way that it does.
Now, decades later, we're about to see the flag in a whole new light, as hundreds of illuminated, computer-controlled drones take flight over the river.
We're really excited in the form of being able to perform at such a large venue. The show is visible for 3 to 5 miles, depending on your line of sight.
It promises to be a display unlike any seen before through all the decades of Thunder.
The show is visible for 3 to 5 miles, depending on your line of sight. It promises.
All right. Yeah, the drone show is a big ordeal. By the way, big shout out to everyone at Slugger Field right now that's watching us on the big screen this evening here, trying to bring you the chilly weather. But hey, the drones, I'm excited about the drone show. We had 75 last year. We're going to 300 this year, and the American flag is going to be a big part of that. Big giant waving flag. It's going to be really cool to see this. This is going to be a brighter show overall, and I'm going to have, again, 300 of them.
We are excited now, so I'm telling everyone to just make sure you set your DVR. If you're listening to us here over all of the big sound system here at Slugger Field, you want to get your cameras ready. You want to get everything ready to record these unbelievable Aurora light show drones, because they're going to do things you've never seen before. It's going to be better than it ever has before, and they're going to do some wonderful things. It's going to be really beautiful.
You saw the Golden Knights just landed there again, not too far away from the Great Lawn. Always a beautiful sight right here as we get past sunset, heading to the big show. And again, the drone show is going to fill a big part of the gap that normally was just music playing that we have as we waited for the countdown. Now you got a big show that's going to last about 18 minutes. Shannon and Kevin, we'll send it back to you as we are getting ready. The countdown continues. We're about 45 minutes away from the big show, guys.
I am so excited about this drone show, though, because they've been talking about some of the formations and what they're going to show, and it'll show a magic wand, and as you mentioned, a horse running, turning into a Pegasus. So it is just going to be incredible.
Well, and there are a couple of special effects that we're going to see, too. This just happened. You'll see the Golden Knights jumping again, of course, this time in the night with some sparks coming off the heels of the shoes. Rob, once again, when we saw these guys earlier in the afternoon, such precision. The winds have died down a bit, so the afternoon jump was probably a little harder or more difficult than what they've had to face tonight.
Well, that's true, except, they're landing in the darkness, so that is a bit of an issue for them as they come in. Hopefully they're well lit, but again, Army paratroopers have the ability to day, night, whatever. These guys are very well trained and do a great job with it.
Yeah. We added another layer here because it's getting a little bit chilly.
I haven't. It's still cold.
I know. Well, thank you so much, Rob, for being our expert today. You are just the coolest person, first of all, that we know. And just, you add so much to the show, because Kevin and I would just be going, ooh, that's a nice plane.
Well, you guys are great to work with. Obviously, this is the third one we've done together, I think, and it's an awesome opportunity. It's great to be able to work with Colonel Barry Gorder, too. We knew each other when he was still in command of that. So it's an awesome opportunity to come out, share a little bit about air power, and also just to remind the city how important it is for us to come together. But then also, this broadcast will most likely be repeated to Armed Forces Network on the 4th of July. So to all the men and women of the United States military that are deployed overseas, when you see this, come home safe. And when one of those is my kid, Second Lieutenant Givens, come home safe.
Oh,
Well,
so proud of him, I know.
Rob,
so now,
thank you.
now Rob gets to go walk around amongst the crowd showing this off.
Did you just have that like laminated and blown
Yeah.
up for that big, or is that a real?
Oh, this is the small one, yeah. No, actually, so if you notice, most pilot patches are on Velcro, right?
Right.
But Thunderbird patches are always sewn on, because if not, they would always be ripped off. So that's there.
Yeah.
You've added so much context
few.
today. Thank you so much. We appreciate your expertise. We appreciate everyone at home getting a clearer picture of what was happening here thanks to your words today.
No, thank you all very much. It's always a pleasure.
And leave the extra pair of socks if you don't mind.
Yeah, right.
My feet are getting cold.
Brigadier General Rob Gibbons with us today. Let's go over to the Science Center. Tawana Andrew with a weather update for us as we get ready for the drones, which are a little weather sensitive too.
Yes, they are. We have to pay close attention to the wind when it comes to those. But I'm doing an involuntary dance as we keep an eye on what's going on. So let's talk about the weather and what we have going on for today, because we do have to talk about the chilly temperatures since the temperature has dropped quite a bit since that sun has started to come down. So we're seeing clear skies overhead here downtown across most of wave country as temperatures right now are starting to drop further into the 40s across the region. That wind still gusting to near 15 miles per hour at times. So that is certainly helping to add an extra chill as more of us are falling down into the 40s across the region with some of those winds. But good thing is that the wind will calm down as we head over the next half an hour to an hour. So that's some good news, but still going to feel like the 30s a little bit right along the river. So keep that in mind. And as we continue over the next 12 hours, continuing to fall down into the 30s overnight. So for those of you with, more sensitive plants, you might have to protect those and you're getting back home. So yeah, overall things are looking pretty good, and I have that graphic over me. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on everything going on throughout the rest of the night, but at least the weather part of everything is looking fantastic. And that is an amazing shot of the moon there as we send things over to the Now Desk with Marissa Burke.
Thank you to this guy right here, Barry Gorder, our aviation expert. If it wasn't for you, I don't know how I would have gotten through it.
No.
John,
Colonel Barry Gorder,
Yeah.
you've been actually his first year doing this. How much was it like you thought it would be?
I got to tell you, it was awesome. I feel so honored to join you guys today. Think about it, from the air crew, from the command center to the technical team at Wave. It was pretty flawless. It really went well today. I enjoyed spending time with you guys. I learned a lot about how all this stuff works. It's pretty complicated, and you guys make it look easy all the time.
You made this so easy for us to understand, for the viewers at home to understand, and thank you for doing that, because there's so many times where we don't know what we're talking about, and that's where you step in to kind of help us through it all.
I enjoy spending time with you. It was great.
Okay, so tell the truth. Now, when you go back to your job at American Airlines, flying the commercial flights, after seeing this today, do you just want to kind of maybe do a little wing dip, just play around like the F-35 a little bit?
Yeah, maybe just take that 737 a little bit,
Yep.
play a roll or something like that.
Yeah.
Do I want to? Yeah. Probably not going to.
Well, thank you for being here for us, and we're going to go now to the Ninkies at Lynn Family Stadium.
That's right. They came to Lynn Family and they were outside the gates last year. This year they decided they wanted to be in the stadium for the fireworks show, and what a great decision it was, except it's a little bit cold. Okay, Raina, can you last through the fireworks?
Yes.
Yes. She is bundled up. We are doing everything we can to stay warm. Kiara, why is this a great place to enjoy this for your family?
I mean, they have a lot of fun. There's games, there's food. They definitely like the food.
A lot to keep them occupied. Josh, I think we're having some trouble with your mic, so back over here with Kiara. What have you liked this year about being at Lynn Family Stadium? Because there are maybe a couple hundred people in the stands right now, but we need more. People need to know.
I mean, it's a lot of fun for the kids. I mean, you have fun too. There's a lot of stuff for adults.
The air show has been incredible. Raina, you told me earlier we've seen how many planes today?
100 million.
And you are entirely correct. I'm sure we can check with our aviation experts. I think it's been 100 million planes that we've seen, and every single one of them an incredible show in themselves. Sending things over now to Shannon and Kevin.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate that, Kathleen. And Josh out at Lynn Family Stadium, where several hundred people there are gathered. Slugger-filled people are gathered. What they're watching now happens to be another delight in the sky.
This is incredible. This is Matt Youngkin's night aerobatic spectacular in the Beach 18. It took a year and a half for him to just get the lights just right. He calls this aircraft magic by moonlight, and you can certainly see why.
You know, when he was here earlier in the day, we were watching the spectacular moves he was making, saying, well, he really is pushing the limits. And obviously at night, it looks completely different with the lighting that he's put on the plane.
It's beautiful, and he said he would like to dedicate this performance to all of our active duty military members and the veterans and pilots. And we know many of them are in the crowd watching this incredible and beautiful performance right now.
You know, we're coming up at almost 9 o'clock, and at 11 minutes after the hour, we're going to have the spectacular drone show that we've talked so much about. In fact, you're going to witness 300 drones take the air coming up in just a matter of about 10 minutes.
So exciting. There's the Thunder Countdown just 30 minutes away to the country's largest annual fireworks show.